Chapter 1381. The one who spoke to me is among the 5 who step out of the circle to face me. They are each wielding weapons. 3 only have 2 weapons, and the remaining 2 have 4. However, I notice that their weapons are poorly made and are not enchanted at all. With that being the case, I doubt that they can even hurt me with those weapons. Their armor is also subpar. It is made from the hide of beasts, but it is poorly made. I am going to have to hold back and not hit them with my full strength, or I might kill them accidentally. Says, draw your weapon, and we will begin. If I draw my weapon, you will all die. It is better if I fight unarmed. That way you have a chance to survive. Says, death in combat is our way. If you kill us, it will prove your strength, and the rest of the tribe will submit to you. Dying just to prove something is pointless. If you want to die, it would be better to die while killing demons. Although, with that equipment, I very much doubt that you could kill a demon. However, that is easily fixed once you join us. Now, come. Show me what you are capable of, and then we can move on to more important things. Says, fine. Let's see if you are as strong as you think you are. The 5 of them charge at me. Their movements are simple but expertly performed. They move in such a way that they can cover each other easily, and yet not get in each other's way. I, on the other hand, keep perfectly still and let the 5 of them approach me. They quickly surround me, and then they attack in unison, but I still don't move my feet. All I move is my hands, yet I am fast enough to block all of the attacks launched at me. Even though I am blocking their weapons barehanded, I don't take any damage from them. I let them attack me for a full minute, only blocking their attacks with my hands. During that minute, the looks of confidence on their faces fade away, first turning to surprise, and then to despair. After the minute is up, I finally attack them back, hitting each one once in the stomach. I only used about 10% of my strength, but even so each of the 5 warriors goes flying back. They are caught by the watching crowd, and I am glad to see that all of them are still breathing. Luckily, since I don't consider them enemies, their wounds start visibly healing. It only takes a minute or 2 for the 5 warriors to be able to get back on their feet. Once they are all recovered, the warrior I have been speaking with steps forward again. He then bows to me, and the rest of the tribe follows his lead. Even the women and children? Says, King Ash, the ogre tribe swears its allegiance to you? The rest of the tribe echoes his words as they bow to me. This was easier than expected. After that, I sit down with the whole tribe and tell them about my plans for the Beastmen. When I get to the available options and jobs, they aren't interested in any of them. The entire tribe is only interested in joining the army. They only care about getting stronger. After hearing that, I use my medallion to contact Leonair and ask if the training base is able to handle a sudden influx. His reply is that they can be ready for the tribe by tomorrow, which is better than I had hoped. Leonair says, Your Majesty, we have run into something of a problem. Oh, what is it? Leonair says. A lot of the cities in the Empire are fortified, and we ran into trouble taking one because we don't have any siege weapons. Ah, I didn't think of that. Some of the elven craftsmen have experience with building siege weapons for the ship. I will contact Stillwater and have him get them working on some for you. Leonar says, Thank you, Your Majesty. I should have thought of it when I changed your orders. For now, just do what you can. Is the city in a strategic location? Leonar says. Yes, it is. In that case, after I bring the ogres to the training camp tomorrow, I will come help you take the city. Leonar says, Understood. After ending the conversation with Leonar, I tell the ogres to be prepared to relocate tomorrow. Come to think of it, we are going to need to make weapons and armor for the ogres as well. It looks like we are going to need to ramp up our production in several areas. It is too bad that most of the summoned crafters chose to go home. We could use them right now. We might be able to find some crafters among the refugees, and there should be plenty in Mercy's kingdom. We will just have to figure it out, but it shouldn't be too hard to get things in motion. I next contact Stillwater and discuss the need for siege engines to be produced, considering we will also need them for the defenses I want to build on the land bridge. I tell him to build a full workshop. He tells me that the crafters shouldn't be a problem, but they will need a lot more lumber. Lumber is easily arranged. All it takes is a quick conversation with Paul and he will handle it. Then, I contact Sarah and explain the need for crafters to provide equipment for the military. She tells me that even without the summand, it won't be a problem and she will handle it. Thanks. How is it going with Hayab and Gru? Sarah says. It is going well. I am confident that they will both join us. Even more so now that I can tell them that the Ogre tribe has joined us. That is going to be a huge factor in dealing with the rest of the tribes. From what I know, the Ogre tribe is highly respected for their strength. Yeah, I have heard the same. That is why I came to recruit them. Soon, the cat clans are going to regret trying to pressure me instead of coming and asking to join us on their own. Sarah says, are you planning to punish them once they join? Nope. I will use pressure to get them to join, but after they join, they will be treated just like everyone else. Sarah says, in that case, what's the plan once the Beastmen are unified? We will conquer the Empire. Sarah says, what about the Free Union? I am fairly confident that they will join us willingly once we have unified the rest of the peninsula, if not before. Sarah says, I can't wait to see if you are right. At least things will be interesting for a while. When are you going to come speak with Hayab and Gru? I will be moving the ogres to the training camp tomorrow. After that, I have a quick errand to run, but I can come talk with them after that. Sarah says, all right. Sounds good. Chapter 1382. After I finish talking with Sarah, I turn my attention back to the ogres. They are already hard at work getting their village ready to be relocated. The only one not busy is the scarred warrior. He is waiting nearby for any orders I might give. You never told me your name. Says, my name is Baraka. I was the champion and chief of the ogre tribe, but now those titles are yours? No, they are still yours. I do not have the time to manage the ogre tribe. You will still be in charge of them until one of your people challenges and replaces you. Your people are going to have to adapt to a lot of changes, so it is best to keep something they are used to. Since you will all be joining the army, later the leadership can be determined by military rank. Baraka says, as you command, my people will do their best to have all new equipment ready for your people by the time you complete the military training. Baraka says, that isn't necessary, but we will appreciate anything that will increase our strength. May I ask a question? Sure, go ahead. Baraka says, I can understand for the children and younger warriors, but why do you insist on the older warriors going through training? What can they possibly learn from it? Your warriors have fought together before. Yes. Baraka says yes. Of course they have. And the more they fought together, the better they got at it, right? Baraka says. Yes, that is why I say they don't need any more training. So, you mean that they already know our military signals and know how to fight with all the other races that are part of our military? Baraka says, no, of course they don't. I am sorry for doubting you. I didn't think of that. It's all right. However, if you think that is all our training consists of, you are seriously underestimating it. It consists of techniques from both my old world and this world. You should really give it a chance, Baraka says. Is that so? Fine, I will make sure all of my people go through the training and give it their all. Good. Your people have good natural strength, but it could be so much more if properly developed, Baraka says. Are you not worried that I will come back and challenge you again if I get stronger? Not really. I am still evolving and getting stronger myself. You have a long way to go to catch up with me. Besides, the goddesses have granted me the ability to gain levels. Without that, you can't really compete with me. Baraka says, levels? Goddesses? Could you explain that? With a sigh, I take out some mead from my pouch and drink it as I explain things to him. I know the goddesses sent some people out to preach to the beastmen, but I guess they didn't get this far. I could wait and let someone in the military explain. But it isn't like I have anything to do right now. In fact, I have nothing to do but wait until tomorrow, when they are ready to move. I would rather continue on to the land bridge, but this is something that needs to be done. Once I am done explaining, Baraka heads off to spread the word among his tribe. I am guessing that most of them will become followers of the goddesses after this. In fact, if all of the ogres convert, it will probably encourage the other tribes to do so as well. I see that as a good thing since it will help increase the power of the goddesses. It is also a good thing for the Beastmen, since Saronia and Krenosha actually care about their followers. Since there is nothing for me to do, I take to the air and fly around to take a look at the area. As I explore, I send out pulses of mana to scan for anything that might be interesting. While I don't spot anything interesting, I do find a hill that is mostly composed of rock. Using mana, I hollow out a decent-sized room and put all of the display stone into my ring. I plan to use it to make obelisks later, but for now, I make a gate platform to leave in the room. Once the platform is in place, I seal up the room and make sure there is no sign of it from outside. After that, I continue flying around, but I still don't find anything of interest. Eventually, I give up the search and head back to the ogre tribe after a few hours. After I land, I have some food, and then start making more small obelisks out of the stone I gathered. Once they are all made and enchanted, I take off again and fly around placing them. Since the ogre tribe probably won't come back to the same spot, I don't bother placing a big obelisk. While I am using the map to determine where to place the small obelisks, I check on the messenger. There is a lot more chatting going on than the last time I checked it, mainly from those in Ilium. From what I can see, they have been getting to know each other and getting along fairly well. Ambrose and Roddick have been giving everyone else advice about managing people. The two of them obviously have a lot more experience, and I am glad that they are sharing it freely. Stillwater has probably been a leader for longer, but only of elves, and they aren't as hard to lead. Not to mention that the elves were living in a simple village and Stillwater was just acting as the chief. That has no comparison to leading a guild in a busy city with others trying to replace you. I hope to keep politics in the Empire to a minimum, but I know it is impossible to wipe it out completely. It will be better for everyone if they learn about politics now before things get more complicated. That isn't too far away considering that we are in the process of conquering the Empire. The more we develop, the more we are going to have to deal with people trying to gain advantages. Come to think of it, I need to figure out the kingdom's laws before things get out of hand. That is an important part of setting up the government, but I haven't even thought about it yet. If I make the laws too simple, we will have people finding ways around them constantly. However, if I make the laws complicated, then we are going to need to have lawyers. That is something that I don't want to happen, so I need to come up with a balance between the two. I need laws that are simple enough to understand, but at the same time cover everything I can think of. Chapter 1383. There will still probably be people who manage to think of a way around the laws, but it shouldn't be a large number. As long as I am careful in choosing judges, those few people shouldn't be a problem. However, I am going to need to figure out who I am going to make the Minister of Law. As long as I choose the right person, I can leave the choosing and monitoring of judges to them. I should also be able to just create the structure of the laws and let them fill in the details. That would probably work out better. I am not a lawyer and would probably just make a mess of things. The problem is, just who do I know that would actually be good at dealing with laws? No one comes to mind. Everyone I know would think that dealing with laws would be a bother. Then again, someone who enjoys laws and that kind of thing wouldn't really be the kind I would hang out with. I wonder if Mercy would have someone who would be a good choice. I will have to ask her later. As to the laws, just the basics should be fine for now. But I need to emphasize equality. With as many different races as we have, treating them all equally is absolutely vital. I expect problems with that from some of the humans. They always tend to believe that they are superior. While it isn't all of them, those that do tend to be very noisy and annoying about it. I will absolutely not tolerate any kind of racist violence within my empire, so the law needs to be clear about that. The punishment also needs to be harsh enough to act as a deterrent to keep people in line. Of course, the possibility of other races acting up exists, so the law will apply to everyone. We don't really have nobles right now, but I don't expect that to last. So I need to make sure the laws cover them as well. I also need to make sure that they know the laws apply to them. I won't allow anyone to be above the law. I will also need to make sure that there is someone to monitor the judges and whatever police force I create to prevent bribery. Normally, I would include that under Muyon's duties, but I am worried about giving her too much power. Instead, it would probably be better to have an anti-corruption department under Stillwater. He could use them to counter Muyon if she decides to try something after I am gone. As for the police force, I will probably form them from within the military for now. There should be people that have lesser combat strength that would make better police than soldiers. They can start things off and form the core of the force, and then recruit normally. Having decided that, I send messages to both Leonard and Stillwater so they can start working on things. It isn't something that has to be done immediately, so they can take the time to do it right. They both acknowledge the message and promise to start working on it as soon as possible. I was placing obelisks this entire time, so I have managed to place quite a few of them. In fact, I have gone past the area that I explored earlier without even realizing it. When I close the system and take a look around, I notice an odd hill, so I head towards it. Rather than a hill, it would be more accurate to call it a large pile of boulders. I scan it with mana, but I don't find anything special about the hill or under it. So, I start taking the boulders into my ring one by one until I run out of room in the ring. This amount of stone should be enough for at least a couple of hundred small obelisks. I quickly go back to placing all of the small obelisks that I have according to the map. It is all empty land, so it isn't really important to have the system here, but I do it anyway. We may eventually set up towns in this area for farming or something, so it isn't a complete waste of time. Besides, since the goal is to cover the entire peninsula, it would have to be done at some point. Once I have placed all the obelisks I have, I head back to the area around the ogre tribe. Once I arrive, I land and settle down in my previous spot, just in case the ogres want something. The sun has already set, but before I begin crafting obelisks, there is something else I need to do. So, I open up a soulscape, create a comfortable setting, and then invite Mercy first. Once Mercy arrives, I update her on the situation, and then ask about anyone she would recommend as the Minister of Law. Unfortunately, she can't think of anyone, but she promises to see if she can find someone. After that, I invite Miria, Lynn, and Brightfire so that we can all spend some time together. Oh, right. Miria, where exactly are you camped? Dealing with the tribes will delay me a day or so, but then I will be entering the land bridge. Miria gives me a huge smile as she shows me on a map where she is currently. She is excited to see me again, and that excitement quickly overflows and turns physical. The other three, not wanting to be left out, quickly join in, and I am soon overwhelmed. Not that I am going to complain. I enjoy myself thoroughly with the four of them. In most situations, being outnumbered is a bad thing, but in certain situations, it can be heavenly. This is one of those situations. It is so fun that I can't even remember why I was so against having multiple wives. Not that I really have a choice at this point, but I am getting more comfortable with the idea. Since it is the Soulscape, the girls are a bit more adventurous than normal. Some of the experiments are really fun, but others end up as hilarious failures. Still, it is a very enjoyable way to spend a couple of hours, and it is somewhat hard to let it end. However, while I may have nothing to do at the moment, the same cannot be said of the girls. So, once everyone has had their fun, the girls depart and I end the Soulscape. By then, it is the middle of the night, but I don't feel tired, so I just sit there creating obelisks. When dawn arrives, the ogre clan wakes up and starts taking down their huts. I keep working on the obelisks as I watch all of the activity in the ogre tribe. It takes about 2 hours for the ogres to break down and pack up the entire village. As soon as they are done, they line up and Baraka tells me that they are ready to move. I open a larger gate than normal and target it to the plains outside of the military base. Chapter 1384. The gate is large enough for 3 ogres to pass through at a time, and they start moving as soon as it is open. This shows that they trust me, at least a little, and it also shows their bravery. It isn't easy to walk through a gate for the first time to an unknown destination. I have to stand still and maintain the gate until all of them are through, but it shouldn't take long. The ogres don't have any domesticated beasts, so they are carrying everything they own. The most that they have is a few small carts that they are pulling by hand, and those contain the huts. They move quickly and don't waste any time, which is something of a relief since the gate costs quite a bit of mana. As they are walking past me, I keep hearing bits and pieces of their conversations. They are all talking about the upcoming training and seem quite excited about it. Hopefully, the training will bring out their potential as warriors and increase their strength. I really want to see a good number of the ogres joining the elite unit that Leonard will be creating. The way the other tribes revere the ogres, They should be capable of at least that much. It takes almost an hour before the last of the ogres goes through the gate, and I follow. As soon as I am through, I close the gate and let out a sigh of relief. That took a lot of mana. In fact, without the gate network, I could have never kept a gate that large open for that long. Luckily, the military had people waiting, and they are already helping to get the ogres settled and organized. I check with Baraka, but since there are no problems, I head to the castle. I luck out, and the kids are there, except Albion and Haku, so I sit down and have a meal with them. I give Kachara all of the completed obelisks and then head down to my workshop. I store the rest of the stone that I didn't use and as many other materials as I can to make room in my ring. After that, I gate to the fort that Leonar has been using as a forward base. Unfortunately, I am informed that Leonar has moved the forward base to another location. It is in the area that we have already taken from the Empire and is much closer to the action. Since I haven't been there before, my only option is to take to the sky and fly there. However, when I arrive, I am once again told that Leonar isn't there. He is with the army. So, I take off again and head to the city that the army is currently laying siege to. When I arrive, I find that my army has surrounded a medium-sized walled city. They are keeping their distance from the city, probably just outside of arrow range. I land in the space between the army and the city, but no arrows come my way. At least, not at first. I take a minute to look over my army, which is bigger than I was expecting it to be. I guess it has been a while since I last took a look at things with the army. I have been leaving it to Leonar. From what I can see, he has been doing a really good job at managing everything. After this, I will have to make sure and tell him what a good job he has been doing. To my surprise, I spot a small number of humans scattered among the ranks of the army. I know I ordered that refugees be rescued and taken in, but I didn't expect any to join the army this soon. Even if they were already warriors, I thought it would take a while before any were willing to sign up. Not to mention that for them to be here now, it should mean that they have already completed the training. For that to happen, they would have had to have been among the very first to be rescued. Not that I mind or object to them joining, I just wasn't expecting to see them here. As I am standing, staring at the humans in surprise, I feel several arrows hit and bounce off of my scales. This makes me turn and look towards the city and the troops stationed on top of the wall. In particular, I stare at the group of archers that is the closest to me and probably who shot at me. From the looks they are giving me, mostly shock and fear, I am pretty sure that I am right. However, I do not plan to deal with them myself. I have an army for that. Instead, I turn my attention to the nice big stone wall that they are standing on top of. However, out of the corner of my eye, I spot something that drags my attention over. On the wall, there is a small group of beastmen among the soldiers, and they are all wearing collars. Looking back and forth along the wall, I spot a couple of other small groups of beastmen. It looks like we weren't as successful at rescuing our people as we thought we were. That changes things. We need to try to keep them alive if at all possible and free them. As I am thinking things through, Leonar approaches with two beastmen with shields covering for him. Leonar says, "Your Majesty." "Hello, Leonar. The army is looking good. I am impressed," Leonar says. "Thank you, my king. We will talk more about that later. Right now, I am concerned by the beastmen slaves that I see on the wall." Leonar says yes, I am as well. They must have been kept somewhere our spies couldn't get access to. We were rather rushed, so it isn't too surprising that we missed some. That is true. I am not looking for someone to blame. Rather, I am trying to think of how to rescue them in this situation. Leonar says, "Well, what is your plan for dealing with the wall?" "That is our biggest problem. If you can take care of that, we will do our best to rescue our brethren." My plan is to rip the stone wall out from under them and store it into my ring for later use. Leonar says, "Can you do that to the entire wall?" "No, not even close. At most, I can take about half of the wall on this side of the city." "Will that be enough?" Leonar says. "More than enough. All we really need is one hole to break in through. After that, we can handle the rest." "All right. In that case, get ready. I will deal with the wall and then try to do something to help those beastmen." Leonar gives me a salute and then rushes back to the army to get them ready to move. I again turn my attention to the wall, and this time I send my mana into the stone. While I haven't actually tried anything like this before, it should work. In theory. Chapter 1385. As long as the stone I am targeting is wrapped in my mana, if I connect that mana to the ring, it should transfer it. It is partially based on the enchantments of the ring and partly on my knowledge of gates. However, if it doesn't work out, I do have another plan ready, just in case. Originally, I just planned to take as much stone as possible, but the presence of beastmen slaves changes that. I target the stone around the gate and then the walls on either side of where the slaves are. If it works, the gate will collapse and sections of the wall will vanish as well. Once all of the stone that I can fit into the ring is covered by my mana, I take a look behind me. Leonard signals me that the army is ready, so I connect the mana to my ring and hope for the best. The wooden gates and the metal portcullis behind it are left standing alone as all the stone vanishes. Where the beastmen are standing, the wall on either side disappears, leaving them standing on pillars. In all, one large breach and 4 smaller breaches are created in the wall. Of course, the humans who were standing on those sections get to find out how merciless gravity can be. With a roar, the army behind me charges forwards, not giving the humans any chance to get over their shock. As for me, I gather up all of my remaining mana and send a pulse of it into the city, just like I did once in one of the hallway worlds. The pulse is targeted at the slave collars. Due to having already used most of my mana, it may not cover the entire city. It should, however, cover most of the city and free all of the slaves within that range. I have had more than enough experience with the slave collars that humans use to target them specifically. The beastmen left isolated on the sections of the wall have their collars fall apart. Before the humans near them even realize what happened, the beastmen grab them and throw them off the wall. Luckily, they throw them into the city and don't hit the charging members of my army. With the wall breached, I actually don't need to do anything else. The army will handle it. They rush in and quickly overwhelm the human defenders, but they don't attack the civilians. In fact, any of the defenders who surrender are spared and taken prisoner. That is a good thing, because a lot of them surrender when they see the army charging through the city. Those who continue to resist are dealt with quickly and efficiently. It is completely one-sided, without being able to use the wall to defend. The humans cannot match up to my army at all. The city falls within the hour, and my army suffers very few casualties. There are quite a few wounded, but we have healers, so it won't be long before they are back in action. I don't really need to stick around to watch, but I am waiting for my mana to recover enough to gate away. As I am waiting, I watch the reactions of the civilians. Some are happy and others obviously aren't. They might have been happy to see the nobles fall, but they didn't want their nation to fall. It looks like Lynn was right. I am going to need someone to tie these people to me. Fear can only keep them in line for so long, and then it will turn them against me and my people. They might not even wait for me to die before the revolts start. I need to avoid that. It looks like the Emperor's daughter is going to be an important person after all. I am just going to have to hope that she has a decent personality and can get along with the others. I really don't want to have to take more wives, but it might just be the best option. Thinking of that, I take out my medallion and contact Moyan to check on the situation. Moyan says, "My people have managed to delay the wedding, and the loss of their forces has further delayed it. Right now, the wedding is on hold until the situation becomes clearer. That will do for now, but let me know if that changes. Also, if you can, get someone close to the princess and observe her." Muyan says, "As you command." By the time I am done talking to Muyan, I have enough mana to gate back to the trade city. Of course, doing so drains my mana completely again, but I have things I can do here. First on the list is seeing how Hayab and Gru are doing, and if they have made a decision. It turns out to be easy to find them since they are here in the palace with Sarah. I shapeshift into my beastman form and then make my way to the meeting room they are in. I quickly get the greetings out of the way and then take a seat at the table with them. Hayab says, "You don't need to say anything. Everything you told us has proven to be true, and we are willing to swear loyalty to you on behalf of ourselves and our tribes." That is good to hear. 3 new tribes will go a long way to helping to stabilize this city and a lot of our plans. Gru says, 3. "Oh, didn't Sarah tell you? The ogre tribe has also joined us." Hayab says, "The ogres, they really joined you. How did you talk them into it? They normally don't listen to anyone. I defeated their 5 strongest warriors at once. That was all it took." Gru says, "Strong," Hayab says. You defeated them. Yeah, that would do it. It looks like we made the right choice. They have already moved their entire tribe to the military base. They are obsessed with getting stronger. Hayab says, the apes are similar. Most of them are going to want to join the military. A few of my people will also want to, but most of them will want other kinds of jobs. That is fine. We need people in all areas. Do you want me to help you move your tribes to the area around the city? Or would you prefer to move on your own? Hayab says, I think it would be better to move on our own. It will give our people a chance to get used to all the new ideas before we arrive. Besides, it will take a few days before they will be ready to move, and I don't want to waste your time. Sarah says, I will have everything ready by the time your tribes arrive. Habe says, thank you. Would you like me to return you to your tribes? Or do you still have things that you want to do in the city? Hayab says, yes, please. The sooner we return, the sooner we can explain all of this to our people. All right. I quickly draw some mana from one of the crystals and use it to open a gate to near the tribes. However, before they go through, Hayab and Gru kneel down and swear their allegiance. Only after I have accepted their vow do they get up and head through the gate. Chapter 1386. Once they have gone through, I close the gate and then chat with Sarah for a minute. After that, I return to the castle and spend some time crafting obelisks while my mana recovers. Then I gate back to where the ogre tribe was originally camped and make my way towards the land bridge. I can't travel at full speed because I keep stopping to place down small obelisks. I finally make my way onto the land bridge and turn to head towards Miria's camp. When I come across a decent-sized hill, I stop to create another hidden room with a gate platform. Not long after that, when I stop to place another obelisk, I find that I have run out. So, I stop there for a while to craft and enchant some more before moving on. I continue placing obelisks until I reach the camp, and when I land outside the camp, I am greeted by Lizzie. Lizzie says, it's about time you showed up. Building a government isn't easy. I have had a lot of things to take care of. How have things been here? Lizzie says. Not bad. I have found some things to hunt that put up a decent fight. Have you run into any demons? Lizzie says. Not a single one, just some demonic beasts here and there. Well, at least it isn't as boring as sitting around in the city. Lizzie says. That's true. How long are you going to let us stay out here? Well, Miria has to be back in time for the wedding, but you don't have to go with her if you don't want to. This is where I want the war to happen. So there is a lot that needs to be done. Lizzie says, so you want me to stay here and guard the survey team? Number, actually. I was thinking of having you be the survey team. I can give you access to the system, and you can use it to map the land bridge. Only if you want to, though. I won't force you, Lizzie says. That sounds like it might be interesting. I will think about it. For now, you should go greet Miria. She has been really excited about you showing up. Yeah, I missed her too, all right. I will talk with you later then. Before walking towards the camp, I give Lizzie a hug and scratch behind her ears. She looks surprised, but she obviously enjoys the attention and doesn't try to stop me. As soon as I set foot in the camp, I get hit by a flying bunny girl who tries to squeeze the life out of me. I shapeshift into Beastman form so that I can hug her back and give her a long kiss. The soldiers that are in the camp pretend not to see anything and focus on other things. I feel a little uncomfortable making out with Miria in front of the soldiers, but not enough to push her away. Miria ends the kiss and says, it's about time you got here. Sorry. Things kept coming up, but we got 3 more tribes out of it. The monkey, ape, and ogre tribes have now joined the nation. Miria says, that's great. Especially the ogre tribe. Having them will make recruiting the other tribes much easier. That's what Moyan told me. I just hope it proves to be true. Miria says, it is. All of the tribes respect the strength of the ogre tribe. They are the strongest tribe after all. Just what did you have to do to convince them to join us? I fought their 5 strongest warriors and won. It wasn't even a challenge for me, but it really impressed them. Miria says, you are more impressive than you realize. Not to mention that they have never been defeated before. Never? Really? Miria says, not in one-on-one combat at least. They have won every single challenge they have faced. That's how they have stayed the #1 tribe. To have lost even when they outnumbered you must have been a huge blow to their pride. Well, that would explain why they submitted so easily. Whatever the reason, they are with us now. In fact, the entire tribe is joining the military, Miria says. That's no surprise. They are also the most warlike tribe. The rest of the tribes are just lucky that the ogres have always been focused on the land bridge. Do you know if there is a particular reason for that? Miria says. Only that there are much stronger beasts to hunt and fight on the land bridge. As far as I know, no one ever asked them. Have you run into problems here? Miria says a few. It would have been a lot worse if Lizzie wasn't with us. She is really strong. Yes, she is. She said you haven't run into any demons, though. Are you wanting to stay until you do? Or do you want to head back? Miria says, don't we need to stay and finish surveying the land bridge? Actually, I am going to ask Lizzie if she wants to stay and take care of the survey on her own. Miria says that would probably work better. Lizzie could move around much faster without us slowing her down. If she agrees, then I would prefer to head back. I have already seen enough to realize how much I was underestimating our enemies. I am pretty sure she will. Lizzie gets bored easily. At least here she has room to run around and things to hunt. If anything, I will see if any of the kids want to help her down here. Miria says that will probably have to wait. I doubt any of the kids will be willing to miss the wedding. True, Miria says. So, how long can you stay? I was planning to spend the day with you and then leave tomorrow. I do want to spend more time with you, but I need to get my hunting done before anything else comes up. Miria says, it's okay, I understand. Well, in that case, we shouldn't waste what little time we have. After saying that, Miria grabs my hand and drags me over into the carriage. We spend the rest of the day having fun in the carriage and only come out when it is dinner time. We eat with the soldiers and Lizzie, and after everyone is done, I ask Lizzie what she decided. Lizzie says, I am willing to stay here on my own and continue the survey. All right. I will make you some items and give them to you in the morning. I tell the soldiers that they will be returning to the city in the morning so that they can be ready. Then Miria and I return to the carriage, but I have some crafting to do before we can have some fun. I need to make Lizzie something that will give her access to the system and its mapping function. I also need to make her a bag that can hold obelisks so that she can place them around the land bridge. Of course, that means I also need to craft more obelisks to give to her. Miria just curls up against me and watches me work without getting in the way. Chapter 1387. It is late at night by the time I finish all my crafting and turn my attention to Miria. I reward her for her patience with several rounds of fun until she falls asleep in my arms. It has been a few days, so I let myself fall asleep with her and sleep until morning. By the time we exit the carriage in the morning, the soldiers are already packed up and ready to go. We have breakfast, and then I open a gate to the trade city for Miria and the soldiers. Once they go through, I close the gate, turn my attention to Lizzie, and give her the new items. I explain to her how they work and all the functions of the system that she has access to. Then, I explain to her about the obelisks and how she can use the map to see where they need to be placed. I updated the map with the information that Miria gave me, but there is still a lot to explore. From here, I will be heading south until I hit the coast. I will use the last of the obelisks that I have on the way. I will leave the rest of the areas to you. When you get low on obelisks, send me a message and I will get you more. Lizzie says, okay, but are you sure it is okay to just leave them in the open? What if the demons destroy them, or use them to mess with the system? I didn't think of that. Go ahead and place them. I will think of a way to keep them safe later. Lizzie says, how are you going to do that after I have already placed them? I should be able to add an enchantment to the network that will affect all of the obelisks. That way I won't have to run around trying to modify all of them. Lizzie says, that's no fun. I wanted to watch you run around in a panic. Yeah, that's not happening. I have learned to stop and think about things before I act. Well, most of the time. Lizzie says, ah, that's boring. Maybe, but it is the smarter way of doing things. Lizzie says, you have certainly changed. I haven't had much choice. Lizzie says, you always have a choice. They just aren't always good choices. I guess that's true. Anyway, speaking of choices, if you had the choice, would you like to be freed or have the bond transferred to someone else? Lizzie says. Can you even do that? Well, I was able to free Bones, so it should be possible to free you as well. Lizzie says, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. That's fine. Think about it when you want and let me know what you decide. Just be aware it might take me a while to figure out the method and it might involve some pain. Lizzie says, I will keep that in mind. Anything else? Nope, not that I can think of. Lizzie says, in that case, I am going to start exploring. All right, have fun, Lizzie says. Now that I don't have to babysit anyone or have anyone slowing me down, I will. Lizzie comes over and rubs against me a bit and then takes off in a flash that even I can barely follow. I don't think that I could keep up with her, at least not without flying. Having to go the speed of the soldiers on foot must have been driving her insane. With her speed, it shouldn't take too long for our side of the land bridge to be explored. Once it is mapped out, I will be able to decide where I want to place our defensive line. Thinking of that, I wonder if Mason went home. If he did, that is going to be a problem. Sarah, did Mason go home or did he stay here? Sarah says, originally, he was going to stay, but he saw something in his world that made him change his mind? Has he already left? Sarah says, yes. Lynn sent everyone who wanted to leave. Why? What did you need? I wanted him to design some defenses and fortresses for us to build on the land bridge. I don't suppose he trained anyone while he was here. Sarah says, I'm not sure. I know he left designs to allow us to finish the city. I will check and see if he trained anyone. Okay. If not, see if you can find an architect for me. Preferably one who specializes in defenses. Sarah says, I will see what I can do. Thanks. After talking with Sarah, I start heading south and placing down obelisks as I go. I find that I am getting excited. I am finally going to get to do the hunting I need for my evolution. As soon as my evolution is done, I will be able to go talk to the dragon and learn the dragon language. That is going to be a major game changer. At least I think it is going to change how I use magic. If it changes how I do enchantments, then I am going to have a lot of re-enchanting to do. Just because of that, I am kind of hoping that it doesn't affect my enchanting. I really don't want to have to go back and redo the enchantments on the castle. Not to mention all the work I just did recently on the Elven City and the palace. The more I think about it, the more horrible it seems, and it makes me want to get distracted. However, since it will get me closer to being a dragon, I am going to go through with it. Besides, I really want to see what the battlefield in the hallway is like, so I can't back out. Although, I am probably going to have to put off visiting the dragon until after the wedding. Somehow I doubt that learning the dragon language is going to be something quick or easy. I know the girls well enough to know that there doesn't exist an excuse that would be accepted for missing the wedding. I kind of doubt I would even be given the chance to explain. They would just kill me on sight. Well, they probably wouldn't really kill me, but it is a chance that I don't plan to take. I will visit the dragon after the wedding and honeymoon, assuming nothing else comes up. I would also like to get my final level up and gain the ability to summon an angel before the wedding. Getting my next evolution and leveling up are my two main goals for this hunting trip. While I am at it, I would like to find a nice tropical island to use for my honeymoon. A nice small island with white sand beaches and maybe a lagoon to swim in. The most important part is the island cannot have any ancient beings sleeping in or under it. I have had more than enough of that, and I don't want anything to ruin the honeymoon. I would also prefer it if there is nothing hostile on the island. I just want to be able to relax. Chapter 1388. Then again, as long as there is a suitable island, I can make it into what I want it to be. I just would prefer for it to be the way I want already, so I can be lazy and focus on my goals. Although, I am willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that the honeymoon goes well. It takes me most of the day to reach the southern coast of the land bridge, but I don't spot any drakes. I do, however, manage to find another good spot to leave a gate platform, and get some more stone in the process. That is a good thing since I placed the very last obelisk that I have once I reach the coast. I am going to need more so that I can place them as I explore the coast and any islands I find. That reminds me, I am going to have to test the obelisks and see if they work underwater. If not, I am going to have to find another way to get the system connected to the island. Even though it is going to be our honeymoon, I don't want to be completely out of reach. Knowing my luck, everything that can go wrong will just as soon as I am unreachable. Considering that, it is going to take a miracle to get through the wedding and honeymoon without something happening. I should probably see what I can do to set up contingencies before the actual wedding. There is no way I can set up enough for every contingency, but the most likely ones should be possible. Other than that, I will just have to hope that the people I have chosen to be in power can handle things. For now, I need to decide if I want to look for drakes or try to find those dragonfish. Since either one will give me evolution points, I may as well go with the fish first. That way I can look for a suitable island while I am at it. Besides, drakes are probably a lot fewer in number. Since they are fish, I would imagine that they are fairly numerous, at least I hope so. Besides, fish should be a lot easier to hunt than drakes, even if they are dragonfish. So, with that settled, I dive into the ocean and start swimming around looking for the fish or an island. For now, I stay in my normal form. I will probably have to fight something soon. Surprisingly, thanks to the tail, I can actually swim really well in this form, kind of like a crocodile. For the first, while I just swim around randomly, getting used to moving in the water and having fun. Hiding congratulations! Skill swimming has progressed to level 9. Swimming level 9, STR plus 9, End plus 9, Cold resist plus 9, Hold breath, End stat x 3 minute. You swim like a fish. The ocean is teeming with life, but most of it stays away or hides from me. They must see me as a predator. Not that they are wrong. I am just not interested in most of them. They are too small to bother with. Although, I do chase a few of the bigger ones, just for fun and to practice swimming. Unfortunately, I eventually can't hold my breath any longer, and I have to surface to breathe. After catching my breath, I decide that it is time to stop playing around and dive down to the ocean floor. Once there, I use the stone of the ocean floor to craft and enchant a small obelisk. While it does work, the distance that it covers is less than half what it does on the surface. After thinking for a minute, I remove the enchantment and recast it using water mana. This time, the area it covers with the system is almost twice what it covers on the surface. It looks like the signal travels further through the water than it does through the air. That is nice, since it means I will need to place less obelisks underwater to connect to any island I find. At least it works. That means that I won't have to try something crazy like floating obelisks. Now all I really have to worry about is something coming along to try and eat it. I have been thinking about how to protect the obelisks since Lizzie mentioned it. The best idea I have come up with is to enchant the network to share the damage between the obelisks. That means that to destroy one obelisk, you would have to do enough damage to destroy all of them. That would make it much harder to destroy them, especially as more obelisks are added. However, it wouldn't make it impossible, so I want to come up with something else as well. The best bet would be to make them able to self-repair, but I don't want to have to supply a source of stone. Then again, it doesn't have to be stone. They can use earth mana to repair themselves. Since they are connected to the ground, I can just set it up so that they passively absorb and store earth mana. That will make the area around them slightly less fertile, but it shouldn't be too bad. Then, someone wanting to destroy them will also have to burn through all of the mana they have stored. While it still wouldn't make them invincible, it would definitely make them really hard to destroy. All I need to do at that point is add something that notifies the military when one is under attack. My people should be able to respond long before someone can do that amount of damage. Even with just the amount of obelisks we have already placed, I don't know if I could even destroy them. That should be perfect. Now I just need to figure out the enchantments to add to the system. As I am distracted thinking about enchantments, I almost miss the shark-like thing that tries to take a bite out of me. In fact, I don't actually notice it. My body just moves out of reflex to dodge the attack. The thing's teeth just barely miss me, and as it circles back to attack again, I get a look at it. It looks mostly like a shark, except that its teeth are more pronounced and stick out even when its mouth is closed. Other than that, the only other thing I notice is some odd bumps all around its head. When it comes back to bite at me again, I grab its upper and lower jaw and stop it dead. It tries to thrash around and break free, but its strength is no match for mine. Then, those odd bumps that I spotted suddenly extend out into tentacles that wrap around me. They try to crush me, but I barely feel any pressure from them, and it isn't enough to worry me. It is a good thing that they are weak. I totally wasn't expecting something like that. Not wanting to see what other surprises it might have for me, I channel some lightning through my claws. One grabber shark defeated, 10,000 XP earned. Chapter 1389. I wasn't expecting it to die that easily. It must have been lower level than I thought. I am glad that I used lightning. Blood in the water is never a good idea unless you are hunting sharks. I wouldn't mind, but I don't know if the sharks will scare away the prey that I am after. Maybe once I have hunted enough dragonfish, I will hunt sharks to help me level up. However, first I need to find the dragonfish and kill enough of them to allow me to evolve. Right now I need 155 evolution points to evolve to the next level. Ideally, I would like for all of those to come with the tag dragon, or at least something close to it. Considering I am hunting fish, probably the best that I can hope for is dragon-blooded. Still, I would prefer to avoid hunting drakes if I can. I don't want to orphan any eggs. I have more than enough on my plate right now. Adopting more kids would not be a good move. I already feel bad that I don't have more time for my kids. Adding more would just make it worse. Not to mention that they need more time and attention when they are younger. The level of guilt I would feel for being busy would also be several times higher. Not to mention that with my luck, the eggs would decide to hatch during the wedding. So, it will be much better if I can avoid that situation altogether and just leave the drakes alone. The dragon said that the drakes hunt the dragonfish, which should mean they swim near the surface. So I do the same as I start swimming around looking for them. After putting the shark in my pouch, I shadow the coast, since I think the drakes shouldn't be flying too far out to hunt. Every time I surface to get some air, I also scan the sky looking for any drakes. If I can find one and follow it, it should lead me right to the dragonfish. Hopefully, I just need to find one dragonfish, then I can use my mana to scan for more of them. Instead, the first thing I find is an island, so I head up to take a look at it, but it is mostly rock. I mark it on my map as a source of stone, if I need it, and then head back into the water. I am following the coast towards the west, away from the demon's territory, as I look for an island. The dragonfish could be in the opposite direction, but I don't want an island too close to the demons. A demon attack would not be good for a honeymoon, but that thought does give me an idea. Finding an island to put a gate platform on for a flanking attack might be a good idea. We sailed along the northern coast, so I know that there aren't any good spots along that side. If I can find one in the south, then I will keep that in mind. But it isn't a priority right now. I am swimming along looking for the fish when something large comes up from the ocean floor. Its shape is similar to that of an orca, but I don't think that it is a whale, not judging from the teeth. The mouth is large enough to almost fit me in one bite, and is lined with massive shark-like teeth. It comes up directly under me, and I quickly dodge to the side to avoid the mouth. The edge of its mouth grazes me as it passes. I almost didn't get out of the way in time. It seems I have gotten rather rusty. I am too used to all the beasts on land fearing me. The ocean is a completely different situation. I am not the top predator here, it seems. The thing snaps around much faster than it should be able to with its size and comes at me again. I turn and aim myself at the beast, and then when it opens its mouth, I let out a lightning breath. Unfortunately, most of the lightning disperses into the surrounding water and only part of it hits the whale thing. It is not enough to kill it, but it does hurt it and make it change course enough to miss me again. However, as it passes me, I grab a hold of it and dig my claws into its hide. My claws slice through its hide for a few feet and then snag onto something more solid. It heavily outweighs me, so when my claws gain hold, I find myself dragged along for a ride. However, I have to be careful here since I need air sometime soon, and I doubt that it does. I can't let it take me too deep either, since the water pressure could become a factor. However, that is exactly what it seems to want to do. It is headed straight down. I am basically clinging to the side of a bus that is sinking towards the bottom. I can't afford to let it drag me too deep, so I let go and start swimming back towards the surface. However, I keep an eye below me to watch for it to come back and try to bite me again. Surprisingly, I don't see any sign of it as I swim back to the surface to get some air. Maybe the thing decided that I wasn't worth the effort, or that it would take too much damage if it continued. I keep searching for it, but there is no sign of the thing, and after a couple of minutes I relax. I did make it bleed, so I also check for sharks, but there are none to be seen. That strikes me as odd, unless the thing that tried to eat me is enough to scare them away. Another few minutes have passed, and I have gone back to searching for dragonfish. However, I am being a lot more careful to keep an eye out for threats as I search. Being on my guard is the only reason that I managed to spot the whale thing before it hits me. Even though I was watching for it, I have less than a second between spotting it and it hitting me. I can't move fast enough to avoid it. All I can do is turn so that it can't swallow me. I end up with my feet on its lower jaw and my hands on its upper jaw with my claws digging into it. It is moving fast, and it hits me like a freight train. It hits me hard enough that I almost lose my grip. I just barely manage to hang on as it launches the both of us out of the water and into the air. It ends up being a good thing for me since the impact knocked the breath right out of me. It tries to bite down on me, but I keep my body rigid and resist with all my strength. Even then, it is slowly overpowering me and closing its teeth down on me. I take a deep breath, lower my head into its mouth, and let loose a full-strength lightning breath. One young Leviathan defeated. 250,000 XP gained. What? Young? If that was a young one, I definitely don't want to meet an adult. Chapter 1390. With a huge splash, we both fall back into the water, and the corpse of the Leviathan starts sinking. It is too big to fit into my pouch as is, so I start cutting the body apart in the water. Surprisingly, even with the huge amount of blood that is released into the water, no sharks approach. Although, it isn't really sharks that I am worried about. I am worried the blood will bring its parents to me. So, as soon as the body is safely stowed in my pouch, I leave the water and take to the air. I figure I can search from the air, at least until I have left the immediate area of the kill. I am fairly tempted to absorb its core, but I don't think it has dragon blood, and I don't want to mess up my evolution chances. I will just hold on to it for now and absorb it after I have evolved. However, its heart is going to be my dinner tonight. It has been a while since I got to use Devour. For now, since I am a good distance from the kill site, I return to the water and my search. Not long after I return to swimming, I notice that the ocean floor is rising, which might mean I am close to an island. I turn to follow the rising floor, but before I spot an island, I spot a group of fish. Each one is about the size of a dolphin, but the bodies of the fish look more like a tuna's. Based on their heads, which are more reptilian and full of teeth, I am guessing these are the dragonfish. They spot me not long after, and the entire group turns together and charges at me. A quick count puts the number of them over 20, but it is hard to be sure since they are grouped together. If these are the dragonfish, then I don't want to let any of them escape, so I spread my mana into the surrounding water. I create a huge orb with my mana and separate it from the rest of the ocean. I am inside the orb with the school of fish, but I have nothing to fear from any form of lightning. That being the case, I let out a lightning breath which disperses throughout the orb. The fish have no way to escape the orb and no defense against the lightning. 27. Dragonfish defeated. 675,000 XP gained. Once they are all dead, I release the orb of water and switch to grabbing all of the bodies with my mana. Then, I lift myself and all of the bodies out of the water and take a look around. Not too far from me is an island with a beautiful white sand beach on the side closest to me. Keeping all these bodies in the air isn't easy, so I head over to the beach without taking a better look around. I pile up the corpses, and then land on the sand next to them before starting to collect their cores. I put the corpses into my pouch after I have removed their cores, giving me a pile of 27 cores. Now that I have seen the dragonfish, I am a little worried about how it will affect my evolution. They may have dragon blood, but they are still mostly fish, and I don't want to turn into a fish. Unfortunately, I can't know how it will affect my evolution until I actually evolve. Now, I just need to decide if I want to take a gamble on my evolution, or risk getting more kids by hunting drakes. Out of the two, I think that having something go wrong with my evolution would actually be easier to fix. So, I take the cores and absorb them one by one until they are all gone. Absorb activated. 27 evolution points gained? That is a little disappointing. Only 1 point each and nothing else. They must be too weak. That also means that I am going to have to hunt and kill a lot of them to be able to evolve. At least hunting them will be easier now that I can scan for them with my mana. Before going back to hunting, I turn my attention to the island and take a look around. It isn't a very large island. I can fly across the entire thing in less than a minute. There is a small hill in the center, covered and surrounded by jungle that ends at the beach. I scan the whole place, but there are no animals or beasts on the island, only birds. Other than the lack of a lagoon, which I can fix, it is the perfect island for the honeymoon. Now, the only question is how much effort do I want to put into the island? I could just set up something good enough for the honeymoon, or I could build something more permanent. In fact, I could turn the entire island into a sort of vacation spot for my family and the government higher-ups. It would probably be kind of nice for them to get some perks along with all the work I am giving them. I like the idea of making a permanent place here for people to be able to take vacations. Besides, I would probably end up making it that way anyway once I started. However, I can't get sucked into the project and forget to work on my hunting. The first thing I do is land at the top of the hill and send my mana down into it to scan it. Surprisingly, it isn't volcanic in origin, which makes me wonder how the island was even formed. I send my mana even deeper to make sure there is nothing sleeping under the island. I have had more than enough of that sort of thing happening. I don't need any more lectures. I also want to make sure that this isn't the back of a huge turtle or anything. That happens in a lot of anime. Once I am sure that it is safe and there won't be any surprises, I start planning. I am thinking that I will build the building on the west side of the hill to allow for watching sunsets. It will also be shielded from the dawnlight, allowing for sleeping in, a vital part of vacations. That means that I will also want to create the lagoon on the west side of the island. However, I am not going to start landscaping right now. I need to do some more hunting first. The one thing that I do before leaving is create a large obelisk at the top of the hill. It will cover the entire island and allow it to be added to the map once connected to the system. The main point of that is to make sure that no matter how lost I get, I won't forget where the island is. After creating the obelisk, I return to the water and start swimming towards the land bridge. I spread my mana out to look for dragonfish as I place small obelisks on the ocean floor. I place a line of them leading back to the coast, but I don't detect any dragonfish along the way. Pulling up the map, I start east along the coast, placing small obelisks as I go. Less than an hour later, I place the last obelisk needed to connect the island to the system. Chapter 1391. As soon as I do, the map updates to include the coastline and the island. The map also shows quite a bit more of the land bridge. It looks like Lizzie has been busy. The system is also covering more of the peninsula. It looks like the kids have been busy as well. That probably means that I should spend some time crafting more obelisks soon. I will worry about that tonight. For now, I should hunt while the sun is still up. Not that I need light to hunt. However, the light will make it easier for me to spot anything that might be trying to hunt me. I take off from the coast and fly just a few feet above the waves as I head south. Once the coast is out of sight, I turn west and head in the general direction of the island. I am using mana to scan as large of an area as I can, looking for dragonfish as I go. Unfortunately, by the time the sun starts setting, I still haven't found any more dragonfish. I wish I knew more about their habits. That would make it easier to hunt them. I don't even know if they prefer deeper or shallow water, day or night. It makes it hard to find them. Still, it has only been one day. I shouldn't be impatient. I might have more luck tomorrow. For now, once I reach the island, I start manipulating the ground of the west side of the hill. First, I curve out a crescent of the hill and flatten the ground. This will be where the building will go. I am thinking about building something like a hunting lodge, but I haven't decided if I want to use stone or wood. Normally, I would go with stone because it is longer lasting, but with enchantments that isn't an issue. Maybe a nice log building with a stone foundation and lots of windows facing west. While I am thinking about it, I hollow out a portion of the hill at the back of the crescent and place a gate platform inside. I turn the stone that I removed into small obelisks and store them in my ring. After that, I take a break and first eat a heart from one of the dragonfish, but Devour doesn't trigger. That also confirms my thoughts about their cores and why Absorb didn't give me much. Then again, I should have been expecting that when I saw that they moved as a group. Beasts that group together tend to be on the weaker side and survive through numbers. That is a good thing since I still need over 100 evolution points to evolve. If I had to hunt down individuals, it would take far longer than I have before the wedding, even in groups. I don't know if I will be able to find enough before I run out of time. It is also going to depend on how much time I spend working on this tropical resort. Then again, I only need to complete enough for the honeymoon. I can complete the rest later. That means the main building, the lagoon, and defenses to keep the island safe. I decide to work on the defenses first. That way I don't have to worry about anything bothering me. I make a dozen obelisks, but I enchant them to repel beasts and create a barrier around the island. Once they are done, I place them in the waters around the island, a couple of 100 feet out. That way, if anyone decides to go swimming outside the lagoon, it will still be fairly safe. After that, I take out the Leviathan's heart, which is about half my size, and start eating it. It isn't as tasty as dragon, but it is better than most other meats I have eaten. Devour activated. STR plus 20. End plus 100. Toughness plus 30. Not bad. Not what I was expecting, but not bad. Despite Devour activating, I keep eating the rest of the heart, just because I am enjoying it. Once I am done with my meal, I go back to modifying the landscape to build a lagoon. First, I move the sand away. Then I deepen the area between the crescent and the edge of the beach. Next, I shape the edge of the beach and push it out a little to make the lagoon bigger. Then, I make small holes to allow water in to fill the lagoon, but not let much else in. With the holes being as small as I make them, it will take a few days for the lagoon to fill. It will be full well before the honeymoon, but I will have to see if the holes are enough for it to stay fresh. I might have to add a bigger hole with some kind of grate over it, but I will wait and see. For now, I smooth out the bottom of the lagoon and fix the sand around it. That is all that I can do for now. I will need a lot of logs before I can build the building. The trees in the jungle are too small for something like this. I will need to find a real forest. The land bridge is also covered with mostly jungle, so I will need to head back to the peninsula. Although I could probably find better and bigger forests on the main continent. I plan to make the lodge 3 stories, so I am estimating that I will need around 50 trees. Maybe less, but it will depend on the size of the trees that I use and how much I can manipulate them. I came across several large forests on the northern side of the main continent. I think those will work. Searching through my memories, I find the one that looks the best, and then open a gate to the area. Due to the distance, it takes all of my mana, and I have to use some from one of the crystals as well. This is the longest distance that I have ever gated, and it makes me realize that the gate network is insufficient. Just dropping platforms randomly when I think about it is obviously not good enough. However, now is not the time to think about improving it. I will just add it to the list. The forest is a lot more vast than I remember, but I didn't pay too much attention to it at the time. As I am looking around, I can hear all sorts of animals and beasts fleeing from my presence. That works for me since I don't want to have to waste time on weaklings like them. Before I start harvesting trees, I dig out a chamber underground and put a gate platform in it. It won't do much to fix the network, but it will make it a little easier if I need to come back for more lumber. Then I start cutting down trees, but I only cut down every 3rd tree so that I don't clear too many in an area. However, I quickly realize that my pouch is already pretty full, and I can't put the trees in my ring. Unfortunately, plants don't die as soon as you cut them down, so fresh trees can't be put in the ring. Although, if the life force is removed, then that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Chapter 1392. I don't know if Drain Touch will work on trees, or if I can absorb that kind of life force. There is only one way to find out. So I try using it on the tree that I just cut down. Unfortunately, it has no effect whatsoever on the tree, meaning I need to think of something else. For now, I keep harvesting trees and just pile them up until I can come up with another idea. In the end, I harvest all 50 trees and still haven't come up with a decent idea. So, I use a crystal to open and maintain a gate back to the island and just start throwing trees through. It isn't really efficient, but I would probably waste more time trying to come up with something clever. I throw all of the trees through and then go through myself. But by then, the crystal is almost completely drained. Once the gate is closed, I leave the crystal out so that it can start recovering its mana. I should probably find somewhere safe to leave it. They take a long time to charge up. I don't feel like having to go to the ship every time one of them needs to recharge. I can probably just put a platform on top of the lodge once it is built. It should be safe enough here. Speaking of, I start stripping the branches off of all of the trees and stacking them neatly. The trunks I will use to build the building and the branches I will use to make furniture. Normally, that would take a lot of time and effort, but magic is an amazing cheat. The first thing I need to do is build the foundation out of stone, which is fairly simple. That is, until I change my mind and decide to add a basement, which makes me start over. Luckily, I am manipulating the stone rather than doing things the normal way. I also add a hidden tunnel that leads into the chamber I made for the gate platform. There is no real need for it, but I decide to do it anyway, just for fun. The next thing is to start laying the tree trunks and shaping them into the frame and walls of the building. My experience in working on the ship comes in real handy for this part, but I still make some mistakes. Luckily, being able to manipulate a wood with mana keeps me from having to start over. I make the main floor and the second floor the same size, but the third floor I make a little smaller. This is going to be the suite for me and the girls, so I want it to be more special. I plan to have a covered balcony surround the suite so that we can enjoy the view, although I plan to add an enchantment to make sure we can't be seen from the outside. Just in case we end up having some fun on the balcony, which will probably happen at some point. We will be alone on the island during the honeymoon, but I don't plan for that to be the only time we use this place. When we use it to relax later, the chances are that there will be others on the island. Later, I plan to build bungalows all around the beach, so people can have some privacy if they want it. I haven't decided who all I am going to give access to the island, but there might be more than a few. Besides, it is an enchantment, so it is not like I will be wasting valuable materials or anything. Speaking of materials, now that I have started, I am thinking that 50 trees was too much. Not that it really matters. I am sure that I will find a use for all of it as I work on the resort. By dawn, I have mostly completed the structure of the main lodge, and I haven't even used half of the trees. I will be able to finish it fairly quickly, and it will only use one more tree, maybe two. However, now that the sun is coming up, it is time to go back to hunting dragonfish. First, I have some breakfast from the pouch. Then I head out and start swimming around. Much like with the underwater obelisks, I have found that scanning with water mana greatly improves the range. So, even though flying is safer, I plan to spend the day swimming around while scanning. However, I am staying close to the surface as I swim so that I can escape to the air if needed. After a few hours with nothing to show for it, I change directions and head away from the land bridge. I am hoping that I will have more luck if I head out to deeper waters. The dragonfish are obviously carnivores from their teeth, so they have to hunt something. They didn't seem fast enough to hunt smaller fish, so they probably hunt bigger things. Alone, that wouldn't be possible, but with their numbers, they should be able to hunt some things. If that theory is correct, then deeper waters where there are more large creatures might be their preferred hunting grounds. Since I only found one group in the shallower waters, it is worth checking out. Although that also means there are probably going to be more things that want to try and eat me. I am tempted to switch to my Meg form, but I would lose out on gaining XP if I did. Not needing to surface to breath would be nice, but not worth the loss of experience. It would be easier to fight in the Meg form, but I can manage in my normal form. As long as I don't run into an adult Leviathan or something along those lines, I should be fine. About an hour after changing directions, I finally detect a school of dragonfish. The only problem is that they are beneath me, at a depth that I might have some trouble with. I can probably hold my breath long enough to get down that deep, but I don't know about the pressure. There is only one way to find out, so I surface and fill my lungs, then I dive down. The light fades quickly as I swim straight down, and before long I start feeling the pressure. At first, I barely notice it, but then it starts feeling like my entire body is being squeezed. By the time I get to the depth close to the dragonfish, it has turned to pain, but it is still at a level that I can handle. However, surfacing again has me slightly worried. I don't know if I have to worry about the bends. This body isn't designed to handle the pressure changes, so I probably do need to worry. At this depth, there is no light at all, so I am depending entirely on my mana to see. I get close enough to the dragonfish to snare them with water magic and then immediately start surfacing. I know I should probably surface slowly to let my body adjust, but lack of air won't allow that. Chapter 1393. I am just starting to panic when I remember a trick I used with bones and create a bubble of air. I stop surfacing and take a couple of breaths from the bubble, which calms me down. The dragonfish are still alive, but they are trapped in the bubble of water that I am dragging behind me. There are more than there were in the first group, but I haven't stopped to count them. They are frantically trying to escape the bubble, but so far my mana is holding up. It is draining fairly quickly, but I should have enough to last until I can drag them to the surface. Now that I don't have to worry about breathing, I start to slowly head towards the surface. Hopefully, by taking it slow, it will give my body time to decompress before I surface. Then I run into another problem. My scanning detects something big heading my way. It comes from deeper, and when it reaches my level, it starts circling around me in the bubble. I am not sure if it is after me or the dragonfish trapped in the bubble, but I don't plan to let it eat either. I pull the bubble close to me, blast it with lightning, and start putting the corpses into my pouch. 41 dragonfish defeated. 1025000 XP gained. As I am putting the corpses away, the thing circles closer, and there is enough light for me to see it. From the circling, I was expecting a shark, but it looks more like a snake or eel. It is at least 20 feet long and has 8 sets of flippers along the length of its body. It keeps circling as I put the last of the dragonfish bodies into my pouch. For some reason, it is not getting any closer. Maybe it is trying to figure out what I am. I finish putting the corpses into my pouch. Luckily, they all fit. But now my pouch is completely full. I am going to need to head back and unload all of this fish somewhere. Probably the tavern. It would be interesting to see what kind of dishes Aaron can come up with using it. I especially want to see what he can come up with using the meat from the Leviathan. The snake-like thing circles me a few more times and then dives back down into the depths. It either decided I wasn't worth the effort or that it couldn't take me in a fight. Either way, I continue my slow ascent to the surface and then fly back to the island. When I leave the water, my joints hurt a bit, but it only lasts for a minute or so before the pain is gone. I'm guessing that what I did damaged me, but my region took care of it for me. It certainly wouldn't be the first time, and it probably won't be the last time I do something like that. At least now, I know that I can survive that depth without taking any permanent damage. Although, if possible, I would prefer to avoid doing so. But if that's where the dragonfish are, I will have to. As I am thinking about things, I take the new corpses out of my pouch and remove the cores. Once the cores are removed, I put the corpses back into my pouch and then absorb the cores. Absorb activated, 41 evolution points gained. With that, I only need 87 more points, and I will reach the next evolution. For now, I take out another crystal and use mana from it to open a gate back to the trade city. It is only once I am through that I realize that I don't remember if I brought Aaron back. Lynn must have, otherwise I am sure that Sarah would have said something by now. If not, I am bound to hear all about it when I arrive at the inn looking for him, if she is there. When I walk in, I am surprised to see that the place is packed. It looks like business has improved. I shapeshifted to Beastman form before I entered, and it looks like it is a good thing that I did. I don't see Sarah anywhere, so I duck into the kitchen to look for Aaron, who I find cooking food. I wait for a few minutes until I can be sure he isn't in the middle of something, and then ask if he wants some fish. Aaron says, "What kind of fish? Where did you get them?" They are called dragonfish, and I caught them off the southern coast of the land bridge. I removed and absorbed the cores, but I didn't do anything else to them. Aaron says, "I have never heard of them. I will need to experiment with them to see what the best recipes for them are. How much do you have?" "Over 40 of them, and they are pretty big. I also have the meat from a leviathan, but that I want you to cook just for me." Sarah walks in and says, "Oh, you are back so soon. I thought your trip was supposed to take longer." "I am still on my hunting trip. I just needed to unload some fish." Sarah says, "Well, you can't do it here. We are in the middle of the lunch rush. Come with me. I will show you the storage room. You can leave the fish there." Aaron goes back to cooking without saying a word. It is obvious who is in charge. I also don't try to argue and just follow Sarah down into the basement where there is a cold storage room. Luckily, it is a big room with lots of storage space for me to use to empty my pouch. While I am at it, I clear out all of the various meats from my pouch to make room. I also offload the hides I have collected. Sarah will get them to the crafters for me. That will give me a lot more room for whatever I end up killing before my hunting trip is over. If worst comes to worst, I will just have to make another trip back here to unload. As I look at the piles of stuff, I also realize that I need to stop putting stuff in my pouch and forgetting about it. I quickly say my goodbyes to Sarah and Aaron and then gate back to the island. Once there, I drop shapeshift, take to the air, and fly south for a while before returning to the water. Flying is much faster than swimming, and if I know that the fish are more likely to be in the deep water, there is no reason to waste time. Again, I swim around while scanning, but before I can find anything, my medallion activates. I surface so that I can breathe and then answer the call, which ends up being from Emperor Am. He informs me that things on their side are finally ready and that I can come set up the gate. I really don't want to have to interrupt my hunting, but the gate is fairly important. So, despite not finding any dragonfish, I end my hunt and gate to the capital of the Southern Empire. When I get there, I get told the Emperor isn't there and get directions to his location. He is in the port city where he wants the gate to be placed. So, I fly there to meet him. Chapter 1394. When I arrive, about an hour later, the guards direct me into the city without firing at me. They must have been told to expect me because they only look a little nervous when they see me. I am directed to a square near the center of the city, and Emperor Am meets me there shortly after I arrive. Emperor Am says, "Welcome, Ash. I am sorry it took us so long to get things prepared on our side." "No worries. I have had plenty of other things to keep me busy." "I take it you want the gate set up in the square." Emperor Am says, "Yes, please." My experts tell me that this square will allow for maximum access to the gate. All right. I take the gate out of my ring, position it where the Emperor points, and use my mana to activate it. Because it is paired, all it takes is some mana and it links to the other gate automatically. Once it is active, I go through both to make sure it works and that my people are ready for traffic. Everything on our side has been ready for days, so I head back through to let the Emperor know. He, of course, has to send some people through to verify that the gate is safe, but there are no problems. It isn't that he doesn't trust me, just that it will make it easier to convince the merchants. Although, they don't really need convincing, just the potential profits are enough to get them to go through. Once a couple of the braver ones go through, the others have to avoid falling behind. Before long, there is a line of merchants just waiting for their turn to pass through the gate. Emperor Am and I stand off to the side, chatting and watching to make sure nothing goes wrong. This will benefit both of our empires, so it is fairly important that nothing happens. Luckily, everything goes smoothly, and we end up just having a pleasant chat for an hour or so. Emperor Am says, "Everything seems to be going well. How about we go have some dinner?" "Sure, sounds good." The Emperor has taken over the Lord's castle, and I am glad to find out that he brought his chef with him. We continue chatting as we enjoy a delicious meal, mostly about governing. As an acting emperor, Am has a lot of advice for me in regards to building a government. If nothing else, he can at least help me avoid making the same mistakes he did when he took the throne. He was raised to be emperor, and yet he still made mistakes when he was younger. They were mainly due to him gaining power and wanting to use that power for the first time. I am not going to have those kinds of problems. If anything, my mistakes will be due to me trying to avoid responsibilities. Still, hearing about his first years as emperor does provide me with a lot of useful information. Our situations are nothing alike, but I can still learn from his experiences. Unfortunately, he can't offer me what I really want, a way out of my current situation. In fact, when I tell him what is going on, he has a good laugh at my expense. The worst part is that when I am done explaining, he agrees with Lynn's reasoning. It seems that no matter who I talk to, they all seem to agree that Lynn is right and I am trapped. It would be a different story if I had someone I trusted that was strong enough to take my place. Without that, my only choices are to take charge or to let everything fall apart. A small part of me wants to just sit back and watch everything come tumbling down. That is the part of me that loves monster movies. But I have too many people I care about to do that. So that just leaves me with one option. Not much of a choice, and definitely something I don't want to do. I keep trying to fight against it, but I keep ending up right back at the same place. Talking it through with Am does help me to realize that it is not marrying the girls that bothers me. It is the responsibilities that it represents that is really what I am fighting against. Unfortunately, there is nothing that I am going to be able to do to avoid them at this point. However, I can't really stop fighting against them because I am not doing it consciously. I don't even know I am doing it until I stop and think about things when I find a quiet moment. Honestly, it probably means I need to stop and think about what I am doing more. I just get so caught up in doing things, moving from one to another as fast as possible, that I don't think. The problem is that I like living that way I am right now, and I don't really want to change it. There isn't really anyone who can make me change. It is all up to me to decide. Well, that's not entirely true anymore. There are 4 opinions that I need to pay attention to. It is a new feeling for me to get used to, but I need to start considering their opinions. This is probably something that I can just put off until later. I can talk to them about it after the wedding. It isn't an urgent problem, and it is also one that is not going to be fixed quickly. With that being the case, I don't see a need to worry about it right now. There is enough going on. By the time we are done talking, dinner is long over, so we return to the gate to check on things. While the Emperor is getting reports from his people, I head through the gate to check with mine. For now, everything is going fine on both sides of the gate, so I say my farewells to Am. After saying goodbye, I gate back to the island, but it is too late to do any more hunting. Instead, I sit on the beach and enjoy the sunset while crafting some more obelisks. The sun setting over the ocean is amazing, and I can't wait to sit and watch it with the girls. When it gets fully dark, I go back to working on the hunting lodge with the occasional break to make more obelisks. I find that switching between what I am crafting helps to keep it from getting too boring. About halfway through the night, I take a break to eat a snack and take a short nap. When I wake up, I start the process of enchanting the lodge since the construction is done. By this point, I have gotten to be an expert at enchanting a living space to have all the conveniences. Thanks to that, it only takes me a couple of hours to completely enchant the lodge. After that, I move on to the last step, crafting and enchanting all of the furniture. Chapter 1395. This ends up requiring a quick trip back to the Southern Empire to buy a massive amount of feathers. They are the best material available for furniture, and I am making an absolutely massive bed. For the honeymoon, it is going to need to fit the 5 of us with room to spare. I use my human form when I arrive in the Southern Empire to try and not cause a fuss. I'm sure that the Emperor's intelligence people are aware of me, but that shouldn't be a problem. I have to do a bit of running around. No single shop has the amount of feathers that I need. By the time I am done, the capital is probably going to have a shortage of feathers. However, this is an easier alternative than trying to figure out how to make a more modern mattress. Besides, it is far easier to do what I want with enchantments after I have something to enchant. Making a massive feather-stuffed mattress and then enchanting it to be comfortable is far easier. Besides, this way it will be comfortable for everyone, no matter their preferences. Magic is great for things like this. I am really glad I got the ability to use it again. I don't even want to think about where I might be without magic. It has been a huge help. For example, making all the windows for the lodge without magic would have been a nightmare, especially the big ones for the skylights. I don't even know if those could be made without magic. They could have been made on Earth, but that is just using technology instead of magic. Besides, I know nothing about actual glassmaking. Without magic, I wouldn't even know where to start. It makes up for a lot of the gaps in my knowledge, which is why I call it my awesome cheat. I couldn't even accomplish half of the stuff I do without it, let alone be in the position I am now in. On the other hand, without magic, I probably wouldn't be stuck becoming the ruler of the peninsula. I would also probably be alone, if I was even still alive. I really don't want to think about this anymore. To distract myself, I take my pouch full of feathers and gate back to the island. Then I immediately begin crafting the mattress and all the other soft pieces for the furniture. Once that is done, the lodge is finished and ready for the honeymoon. It isn't quite dawn yet when I finish, so I go back to crafting obelisks until the sun comes up. When the sun starts to come up, I stop and eat some breakfast while I watch it rise. As soon as I am done eating, I take off and head to the south, scanning as I go. It ends up being a good thing that I am because I actually detect some dragonfish. It is only a small group, but they are in shallower water where I can get to them easily. I quickly dive into the water, but I don't bother to trap them with a bubble this time. Instead, I swim directly into the group and attack them with my teeth and claws. The dragonfish react pretty quickly, but they are probably used to drakes hunting them from above. They don't manage to put up much of a fight, but it feels good to fight them physically. 9. Dragonfish defeated. 225,000 XP gained. I put the bodies into my pouch and then continue swimming towards the south as I scan for more. I can't help but wonder why they were in this area. Do they move into the shallows at night? If so, then I have missed who knows how many opportunities to hunt them. Since the lodge is finished, I think tonight I will check the shallows and see if I can find them. For now, I continue towards deeper waters, because that is where the group was heading. If they do move into the shallows at night, then they return to the depth during the day. My best guess is that there is something more dangerous that hunts the depths at night. Either that, or they started avoiding the shallows during the day because of the drakes. Whichever it is, if I can figure out their habits, it will become a lot easier to hunt them. It is only a few minutes later that my scan picks up something. 2 somethings, to be precise. To the east is another small school of dragonfish, and to the west is something much bigger. Instantly, I turn and start swimming to the east. I want no part of whatever the big thing is. Unfortunately, when I scan a few seconds later, it is still there, meaning it is heading the same way as me. Either it is a coincidence that it is heading this way, or it is hunting me. I don't know which. I increase to my top speed, wanting to kill the dragonfish and put them in my pouch before it can catch up. There are 13 dragonfish in this group, but as I am closing in on them, there is a huge splash. I scan again immediately, but there are only 11 dragonfish now, so I surface. A quick look around allows me to spot a red drake with 2 dragonfish in its talons. It is flying back towards the land bridge, but I could easily catch up to it if I wanted to. I decide not to, mainly because it is a red drake, and that brings up some memories. Besides, I admire the skill required to snatch 2 of the dragonfish in one dive. I dive back down and continue my approach to the school of dragonfish, but they are aware of me now. They turn to attack when I get close enough, but it doesn't really do them any good. A quick scan shows the big thing is still headed this way, so I don't waste any time in killing them. 11 dragonfish defeated, 275,000 XP gained. Level 19 XP, 45,504,150 divided by 52,428,800 as I am putting the corpses into my pouch. I check my current experience to see how much I need. Just under 7 million to go. Not as bad as I thought, but still a long way to go. I will definitely be able to hit my next evolution before I get enough XP to level up. By the time I am done putting away the corpses, the big thing is close enough for my scan to show some details. It seems to be a giant crocodile with flippers, much like the one I killed near the Elven Island. It is either following me, or it is attracted to the blood left behind from my kills. Either way, I have no real interest in fighting the thing, so I take to the air and leave the area. I can hunt for dragonfish anywhere. There is no need to fight with that thing for this hunting ground. I am not sure I could take it without using my Meg form, and that would mean no XP. Chapter 1396. There really is no reason to fight it when it is so easy to avoid the thing by flying. I cover miles in a couple of minutes and then return to the water to start searching again. However, it is only a short while later that I once again detect the big thing on the edge of my scanning range. I can't be sure if it is the same one or another of the same species, but it moves exactly the same. I just don't understand how it could have tracked me while I was flying above the water. If it was closer, it could have tracked me by sight, but it shouldn't be that fast. And I didn't let it get that close. If it is the same one, then its ability to track me is pretty scary to say the least. Since I don't detect any more dragonfish, I return to the air and fly to another area. This time, I stay in the air longer and travel further before returning to the water to check again. When I scan the new area, I don't detect the big thing, but I do detect a small group of dragonfish. They are in the direction I came from, but the thing shouldn't have followed me this far. They have a huge territory from what I know, but I flew a long way this time, so it should be safe. Besides, I am not going to stop hunting dragonfish until I have enough to evolve. Even if that means using my Meg form to fight the big thing, which I don't want to do. Although, I am kind of curious as to how well I could fight the thing using my normal form and my magic. Using my Meg form, it took a long time to win the fight, but I was a lot weaker back then. However, as much as I want to see how well I can fight, I have a mission right now. So, I swim towards the school of dragonfish and tear into them just as soon as I get within range. 12 dragonfish defeated. 300,000 XP gained. I quickly stuff the corpses into my pouch, but my next scan detects something new. A large mass just entered my range coming up from the depths beneath me. Its shape is different from what has been chasing me, but it is still too distant to get a good scan of it. I am close to the surface and can flee easily, so I decide to stay and wait for it to get closer. It is a pretty stupid move, but this is what my curiosity demands, so I sit and wait. Luckily, it is rising fast, so I don't have to wait for long. But the answer surprises me. The only way I can describe the thing is as a lobster with an extra pair of arms. That doesn't sound very dangerous until you consider that it is the size of a fishing trawler. I want no part of fighting it. But as I am just about to take off, I detect something else. Somehow, the Dino Croc is still following me and just entered my scanning range. I freeze for a second, and then with a grin, I start swimming straight towards the Dino Croc. At this point, I keep scanning continuously so that I can keep track of both of them. The lobster changes course to pursue me, and soon we are both heading straight at the dino. If these two things want to eat me, then they can just fight each other over me. As the distance between us lessens, I start reducing my speed to try and get them to reach me at the same time. This is dangerous, but the thought of the two of them fighting as I fly away has me giggling. I should probably not tell anyone about this little stunt, or I will end up getting lectured. The lobster suddenly speeds up and gets closer to me, but the croc also speeds up. I have to alter my speed several times, but in the end, I manage to keep them about the same distance from me. Then, when I have no more room to maneuver, I suddenly head straight up and take to the sky. Behind me, a huge area of water suddenly erupts as the two massive creatures collide. Instead of flying away like any sane person would, I hover above the water and keep scanning. It isn't as good as seeing it with my eyes, but I am able to follow most of the action. The croc managed to get first blood, but since then, the lobster has been the one winning. Considering I have no idea how the croc has been tracking me, I am kind of rooting for the lobster. I certainly don't want the croc tracking me back to my island, so it dying here would be a relief. Besides, the lobster is slower, so I would have an easier time getting away from it. The croc seems to be having trouble getting through the lobster's shell, but the lobster isn't having the same problem. The croc is already bleeding from a dozen wounds inflicted by the lobster's claws. The main advantage that the croc has is that the lobster has trouble turning around. It has managed to hit the lobster's tail several times. It just hasn't done much damage. The croc has the advantage in speed. It could easily get away, but it just keeps stubbornly attacking. The lobster can't catch up to it, but it keeps managing to counter when the croc attacks. The damage to the croc slowly builds up until it starts affecting its speed and maneuverability. As it slows down, the lobster manages to hit it more and more, and the damage keeps piling up. I was thinking about taking on the winner, but the lobster still hasn't taken much damage. The croc slows down enough that the lobster finally manages to grab it with all four claws. At that point, the lobster starts descending and drags the croc down with it. By the time they leave my scanning range, the croc is barely moving, and it has obviously lost the fight. I may not have gotten anything from the fight, but I certainly enjoyed watching it. Unfortunately, scanning constantly to watch the fight burned through a lot of my mana. So, once they disappear into the depths, I turn and fly back to my island. But I stay well above the water. Without being able to scan, I would have no warning if something decided to jump out at me. So, I stay high in the sky and enjoy a nice leisurely flight back to the island. After I land, I take out the 32 dragonfish corpses and start removing and absorbing the cores. Absorb activated, 32 evolution points gained. Evolution points, 345 divided by 400 evolution level, 2 divided by 5. Now I only need another 55 more points to be able to evolve to the next level. If I am lucky, I can manage that in another day or two of hunting, if nothing else comes up anyway. I think that I will rest and relax for now. Then later I will hunt some more. Chapter 1397. If I'm right, around sunset I should be able to catch groups of dragonfish returning to the shallows. If possible, I want to avoid the deeper waters and the things that want to eat me. If I can hunt in the shallows, it will be much safer, and it might even be faster. For now, I just relax on the beach and craft some obelisks while I wait for sunset. It turns out to be a good thing that I have been working on them since Lizzie contacts me. She has run out of obelisks already, so I use the map to find out where the most recent obelisk was added. Once I have a location, I fly over and give her half of what I have crafted recently. Once she is on her way again, I gate back to the castle and leave the rest for Kachara. No one is around, so I gate back to the island and go back to crafting while I wait. When the sun starts setting, I get back into the water and start swimming around and scanning. At first, I don't find anything, but after about an hour, I find a small group of dragonfish. I was right. They head into the shallows as it gets dark, and I think I know why. There are probably nasty things that live in the depths that don't like the light. When it gets darker up here, their hunting range increases and the dragonfish head to the shallows to avoid them. Then, in the morning when it gets light out, they return to the area to hunt. 5. Dragonfish defeated. 125,000 XP gained. This group was even smaller than the ones I found in the morning. But I soon detect another group. One after another small group start entering my scanning range, and I rush to hunt them. I manage to find 4 more small groups to hunt before it gets completely dark, and I return to the island. 21 dragonfish defeated. 525,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. 26 evolution points gained. At this rate, one more hunting trip like that, and I should get enough to evolve. Once I evolve, I can focus on just hunting to gain XP and try to get my last level. The best part is that nothing tried to eat me the entire time I was hunting the dragonfish. I go back to crafting more obelisks until I run out of stone, then I go to get more. Luckily, I marked the islands of stone on the map so it is easy to find them again. I gather enough stone to fill my ring and then return to the island to craft more obelisks. I spend the entire night making them and then eat some breakfast as the sun rises. As soon as I am done eating, I take off and fly to the east to look for a new hunting area. I don't want to overhunt any single area and risk damaging the drake's food source. Besides, I may need to come hunt the dragonfish again before my next evolution. So, I would prefer to spread my hunting out and not decimate the population in a single area. I fly for about a half of an hour before I enter the water and start scanning the area. When I don't detect any dragonfish immediately, I proceed to swim further east. A few minutes later, I detect a small school ahead of me and I head towards them. There are only 10 of them, but I still catch up, deal with them, and then put them in my pouch. 10 dragonfish defeated, 250,000 XP gained. As I finish putting away the bodies, I have the sudden feeling of being watched. However, my scan doesn't show anything big enough to be a threat to me, but I can't shake the feeling. I resume swimming to the east, but the feeling stays with me. It feels like I am being hunted. It is unlikely, but I suppose it is possible that something has evolved a way to hide from mana detection. There are all sorts of weird ambush predators in the oceans of Earth, so it would only make sense for it to be the same here. If something evolved to use mana to hunt, then something could evolve to hide from it. I try to look around as I am swimming, but I don't see anything following me. My eyes are fairly limited underwater. That is why I've been relying on my scanning. A few minutes have passed, and the feeling has only gotten stronger. Something is definitely stalking me. The problem is that my scan shows nothing but normal-sized fish and empty water. I doubt whatever is hunting me can make itself look like a normal fish, so it must be showing up as empty water. I try altering my scan to look for a clump of moving water, but that doesn't work at all. When that fails, I next try using the scan to check for different mana densities in the water. That doesn't work either. The mana is not evenly distributed through the water. So, instead, I do the opposite and look for voids in the mana, specifically moving ones. This finally shows me something useful. Whatever is hunting me is hiding its mana. My scan now shows me a void that is moving at about the same speed I am, and it isn't far behind me. However, even with as close as the scan says it is, I can't see anything when I look back. However, I know where it is now, and I could probably escape it, but I am curious as to what it is. I also would love to know how it is able to hide so well, so I can't just run away. I use water mana to separate it and myself from the rest of the water. Then, I release my breath weapon. My lightning doesn't kill it, but it does break whatever method it is using to camouflage itself. It has the back half of a shark, but the front half is made up of 3 snake-like bodies and heads. If anything, it looks a lot like the Hydra I fought ages ago in the Demon Lord's arena. I guess it might be an aquatic Hydra, or maybe a Hydra shark, but the name doesn't really matter right now. What matters is that I can see it, and it knows that I can see it, but it doesn't try to run. When it realizes that I have spotted it, it puts on a burst of speed and charges right at me. To be honest, staying to fight is rather stupid. But I am in a bad mood because I don't like being hunted. So, I meet the beast head-on, intercepting 2 of its heads with my claws, but letting the last head bite me. It bites me on the shoulder, but at the same time I bite the back of its neck. My bite does much more damage to it than it does to me. At least that is what I think at first. I really wasn't expecting something this big to be venomous, but I can feel a burning sensation from the bite. Although, considering how good it is at hiding, it is an ambush predator, so poison does make some sense. Chapter 1398. Luckily, since I am immune to poison, it doesn't do anything other than feel a little uncomfortable. My attacks, on the other hand, are absolutely effective against it and go straight through its scales. My claws crush the heads on either side, and my teeth tear through the middle neck and sever the head. 1 Herdaw shark defeated. 100,000 XP gained. That was actually a lot easier than I was expecting. I thought it would be more like the Hydra fight. Then again, I can't really compare my current self to the me from back then. Although, that does make me wonder if the Demon Lords are as strong as I have been thinking they are. What looked so strong back when I was that weak might not be strong anymore. I'm pretty sure that if the old me saw the current me, he would be terrified. I might already be stronger than the Demon Lords. I just have no way of knowing for sure. To be honest, thinking about it like that, now I just want to rush off and attack one of them. That is really the only way for me to know how my strength measures up against theirs. However, if I were to try something like that before the wedding, I would end up killed by my wives. Despite knowing that, the idea sticks in my head and just won't go away no matter what. So, I file it away for after the honeymoon and mark it as something to not mention to anyone. It will sit there along with the idea of finding other gods' realms to raid. Another idea I couldn't get rid of. That is also another idea that would get me into all sorts of trouble if I talked about it. However, it is still something that I would like to try at some point in the future. Maybe after I have learned the dragon language. That should make evading gods easier. Since dragons are on par with gods, their magic should work better against each other. I am not stupid enough to sneak into another god's realm unless I am sure that I can hide from them. Once my cloaking magic is improved, no god should be able to detect me. Not to mention that I have improved a lot since I first made the cloaks. I can probably improve them already. Anyway, I won't be doing that until I am confident of success. Not that anyone would believe me. Well, after how things went last time, Cronotia might believe me, but Saronia certainly wouldn't. Anyway, I cut up the corpse of the Hydra shark so that it will fit into my pouch. Then I go back to swimming around looking for dragonfish. But I don't have much luck. My fight, while short, must have scared off any schools that were in this area. Either that, or I wasted too much time and missed them all migrating to deeper waters. I swim around for another hour, but when I don't detect any dragonfish, I give up. Instead, I head back to my island and proceed to remove and absorb the dragonfish cores. Absorb activated, 10 evolution points gained. I also remove the Hydra's core, but I just put it with the Leviathan core for now. Since I don't really have anything to do right now, I take a nap on the beach for a couple of hours. When I wake up, I have some lunch and then go back to crafting small obelisks. While I am at it, I pull up the system and check how everyone is doing with it. They seem to be using the messaging system the most, but that is about what I expected. No one has messaged me, and I don't see anyone complaining about any problems either. So I turn my attention to the map and take a look at the progress in expanding the network. The map of the land bridge is expanding faster than the map of the peninsula itself. Lizzie is really working hard, but I bet she is having a lot of fun being able to run free. Thinking of Lizzie, I turn my gaze inward and see if I can find my connection to her. I want to be prepared in case she decides that she wants to be freed or transferred to someone else. My experience with freeing Bones comes in handy, and it doesn't take me long to find the connection. It is inside my soul. But luckily, it isn't as deep in as the connection to Bones was. That means it will be easier to remove, and it will hopefully hurt less to remove it. However, I don't mess with it just yet. I will wait until Lizzie has made a decision. Just knowing that it should be possible is enough for now, since I am the one who brought it up. It really doesn't make sense for me to keep her as my mount when I normally fly or gate everywhere. I feel bad leaving her behind all of the time, and I want to make it up to her somehow. If she decides she doesn't want to be free, then I should probably give her a human form. That way she can at least interact with people more and wander around the city. Honestly, the best thing for her would be for me to free her and gate her to the main continent. She would then have a massive area to explore and may even find others of her race. Or at least, something close enough that she could breed with it. Maybe something with dragon blood. That would make for some interesting children. Maybe even an entire new race. I wonder, could the experiment that the dragon started with the Guardian of the Barrier be applied to Lizzie? She doesn't have any dragon blood, but her species is fairly close to a drake in power. If I can figure out what the dragon did, maybe I can help her evolve into something new. Of course, that would only be with her permission, but I think she might be interested. I think she would be, but I won't mention it yet. That will be a ways down the road. First, I need to learn the dragon's language and understand how my magic will change. Then, I would need to understand the experiment that the dragon started and how to modify it. Although, now that I think of it, Lizzie is already pretty terrifying already. I don't know if I should mess with it. However, I am already curious about the possibilities, especially if she can gain wings. A Lizzie who can fly would be an absolute terror for anything that she thinks looks tasty. However, that thought seriously amuses me and makes me want to do it even more. Besides, with dragon blood, the chances of her being able to find a compatible mate would increase. If I can learn how to grant dragon blood to Lizzie, then it will open a lot of possibilities. My kids and my wives are the first that come to mind. Well, some of the kids, it wouldn't really benefit Eckhart or Mushu, unless I can learn enough to improve their bloodline. Chapter 1399. The dragon was experimenting to try and increase the number of dragons from what he said. That makes me wonder if he did any experiments on enhancing the blood of species that already have dragon blood. After all, that would seem to be the easier path to getting more dragons. I will have to wait and talk to him about it the next time I see him. It is going to be a long conversation. I will just have to be careful that I don't piss him off again and get kicked out. I have a lot of questions to ask him. I just hope that I can remember all of them and not get distracted. My musings are interrupted when I reach for more stone for the next obelisk and find none. A quick check shows that I have already used everything that was stored in my ring. I got lost in thought and turned all of the stone into obelisks without even noticing. Because I was distracted by my thoughts, I only crafted them and didn't enchant them. So, I go back and start enchanting them. But this time, I keep my mind from wandering. Getting distracted while enchanting could be a little dangerous, even though I am really familiar with the enchantments. Focusing completely on the enchanting helps me not notice the passing of the time. Luckily, I am finished with all of the obelisks well before the sun starts to set. I store the completed obelisks, eat some dinner, and then head out to resume my hunt. This time, I get to the hunting area well before the dragonfish should be moving. This way, I will be able to detect them as they return to the shallows from the depths. If I can get a couple of groups, I should be able to get the remaining evolution points that I need. Once I reach the area that I have chosen, I settle into the water and then wait for my prey. I send out a scan every minute or so and wait for the dragonfish to enter my range. It is boring, but it is better than swimming around and possibly attracting the attention of something big. I have had more than enough of big things trying to eat me for one hunting trip. This hunt is much like fishing, and fishing requires patience, which I am horrible at. It has barely been 5 minutes, and I am already bored and trying to think of something to do. It only takes a few more minutes before I give up and start swimming towards deeper waters. Fighting against something that wants to eat me will be less annoying than sitting around waiting. It is a sad truth, but I would rather risk my life than sit around being bored. Before long, I detect a school of dragonfish that is heading towards the shallows. They are not directly ahead of me, but that is easily fixed, and the distance shortens rapidly. I charge into them head-on and start tearing them apart with my teeth and claws. 13 dragonfish defeated, 325,000 XP gained. I start putting the corpses into my pouch as quickly as I can, and keep my eyes peeled. I am expecting the blood to attract something, but not even small sharks show up. For nothing to be drawn to the blood is actually worrying, because it means something is deterring them. The only thing that could do that is a bigger predator that all the other predators are afraid of. Surprisingly, nothing shows up before I am done putting the corpses away, so I leave the area. However, as soon as I start moving, I get the feeling that something is following me. I can't see or detect anything, which means it is either hidden or out of my range. I quickly switch to scanning for voids like I did to detect the Hydra Shark, but I still don't detect anything. That means that it must be out of my scanning range, but it is somehow tracking me. I don't think that it could follow me without entering my range, which would suggest that it is below me. In these deeper waters, the ocean floor is outside of my scanning range, so it is possible. However, for it to be tracking me from that far away would mean it has amazing senses. Then again, this is its natural environment, so I shouldn't be so surprised about it. Sharks can detect blood in the water from miles away, so other things will have similar abilities. While being tracked makes me nervous, I am not about to dive down there to see what it is. Going through the bends once was enough for me. I don't want to do it again if I can help it. So, unless it decides to come up after me, I am just going to ignore it and keep hunting. I only need a few more dragonfish, and then I will finally be ready to evolve. Although, to be safe while evolving, I will need to return to the castle where Jarvis can guard me. Come to think of it, I don't know how long the evolution might take this time. That means that I might need to put it off until after the honeymoon. Sleeping through the wedding would get me killed. I really don't want to wait to evolve, but it probably isn't worth taking the risk. When I have enough points to evolve, I will check with Lynn and see how long until the wedding. If she agrees that I have enough time, I will evolve. If not, I will have to put it off. If there isn't enough time, I will just spend whatever time I have left trying to level up. The sooner I can summon my angel, the more time I will have to level it up before the war. I will need to level it up to the point it is strong enough to help me against the demon lords. I have no idea how many cores that is going to take, but I probably don't have enough. If I do end up farming more experience, then my best bet would be to hunt demonic beasts. I may as well get cores while I am at it, because I don't know what will happen after I level up. The goddesses said that I won't be able to get another class, meaning I probably won't get XP anymore. I would prefer to avoid having to kill tons of beasts just to get cores and nothing else. Grinding without getting the XP reward sounds incredibly annoying and boring. Anyway, that is a problem for the future, and I need to focus on the present, at least while I am being hunted. The creature hasn't shown itself yet, but the feeling of being followed has gotten stronger. Either the creature has gotten closer to me, or there is now more than one tracking me. I finally managed to detect another school of dragonfish heading towards the shallows. I quickly change directions to intercept the school, but I feel whatever is chasing me do the same. I continue to ignore it as I close in on the dragonfish and slaughter them as quickly as I can. 16 dragonfish defeated. 400,000 XP gained? Chapter 1400? This should be more than I need to evolve, so I cram the corpses into my pouch. I am expecting the thing that has been following me to attack me, but nothing happens. I manage to put all the corpses into my pouch, but then I have a decision to make. Do I do the smart thing and leave? Or do I listen to my curiosity and find out what's hunting me? If I just leave, I won't have to deal with the bends again, but my curiosity won't shut up. In the end, I decide to do the smart thing. Mainly because the bends are more annoying than my curiosity, I head up to the surface, throw myself into the air, and fly straight back to my island. Oddly, the feeling of being followed doesn't go away. Even when I fly at top speed, it only finally stops when I cross the barrier that I put around the island. But I am still a little worried. If it managed to follow me all the way to the island, then the barrier might not be strong enough. Oh, I just realized that the barrier doesn't extend underground, so something could burrow under it. I don't know of many aquatic life forms that can burrow, but I think there were a couple on Earth. Well, it looks like I found my next project. It is time to upgrade the barrier and make sure the island is secure. I modify the existing barrier so that it also covers the underground. But that is all I do. Instead of modifying it further, I decide to add a second barrier just inside of the current one. This way is much easier and also makes the new barrier stronger thanks to the increased capacity. Besides, it is not like I only have a few obelisks or can't easily make more. However, I am not sure if just barriers will be enough, but I can't decide between using enchantments or making golems. I want something to attack anything that tries to break through the barriers, but I can't decide between the two. Enchantments are easier and take less time, but golems are more fun and more versatile. A perverse part of me wants to make golems that when resting look like Easter Island heads. As amusing as that idea is, in the end I decide to not go with the golems because it would take too long. Crafting and enchanting some larger obelisks would take a lot less time. So that is what I am going to do. Since it is what I am best at, I am enchanting the bigger obelisks with lightning damage. They will blast anything that breaks through the outer barrier, even if they don't attack the inner barrier. Since it is lightning, the water will turn it into AoE attacks without me needing to do anything. Luckily, not many things are immune to lightning, so it should be pretty effective. If something that is immune attacks the inner barrier, an enchantment will inform me through the network. That should be enough to guarantee the safety of the island from anything short of a full-on invasion. Considering its position, the only ones that could launch that kind of attack would be the demons. However, considering that this is going to be a vacation spot, I doubt that they would bother. That is even if they have spies capable of finding out about it, since I don't plan to advertise it. It is going to be for the higher officials of the government, not the general public. Although, I will probably let Emperor Am and his family use it as well, but they should be able to keep it secret. Then again, when the war starts, this place would probably be useful since it is close to the land bridge. It would make a good place to keep supplies or to treat the wounded. It will depend on how things go. I will worry about that when the war starts. For now, the island is safe enough and I can move on. I sit on the beach, take out the dragonfish corpses, and remove their cores. Then, I put the corpses back into the pouch before absorbing all of the dragonfish cores. Absorb activated. 29 evolution points gained. Evolution points. 410 divided by 400 evolution. Ready. Would you like to evolve now? Yeah, no. Now the only question is, do I go talk to Lynn now, or do I grind some XP first? After checking, I currently need just under 5 million XP to level up to level 20. However, I really want to evolve if there is enough time before the wedding, so I need to talk to Lynn. I haven't been keeping track of the days, so I actually don't know when the wedding is. I don't really have to worry about it. Someone will tell me when I need to show up. That is why I don't know if I have enough time to evolve, and why I need to check in with Lynn. However, before that, I head up to the roof of the lodge and add a small platform. Then I add an enchantment to hide it from everyone but me and leave the recharging crystal on it. After that, I open a gate back to the castle and head through to look for Lynn. When I enter the castle, not only are Lynn, Miria, Brightfire, and Bella there, but so are all my kids. Of course, the kids swarm me as soon as they see me, and the girls just laugh at me. The kids don't settle down until they have told me about everything they have been up to. Since this includes their adventures while placing obelisks, I make sure to listen closely. I also make sure to praise them and give them attention while they are telling me their stories. From what I overhear, the girls are talking wedding stuff, so I am thankful to the kids for saving me from that. With nothing to distract them, it takes a little over an hour before the kids run out of steam. As soon as the kids set me free, I head over and kiss Miria, Lynn, and Brightfire. Bella makes a snide comment about being ignored, so I give her a kiss too. Luckily for me, the girls find Bella's stunned look hilarious. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. However, just to be safe, I move to put my girls between us before Bella gets over her shock. Me hiding behind them just makes the girls laugh even harder, but I can't really blame them. After all, a big dragon-like creature trying to hide behind a human woman has to be entertaining to watch. I am actually hoping that Bella will get up and chase me around the table, but she doesn't. When she finally gets over her shock, she just joins in on the laughter. Chapter 14:01. Lynn says, "All right, clown, what are you doing back here?" I am finally ready to evolve, but I need to check when the wedding is. Lynn says, how come? Miria says, wait. Before that, you mean you don't know when the wedding is? You haven't been counting the hours. Bella says, uh-oh. No, I have been doing a lot of other things. Honestly, I don't even know what day it is. Besides, you are already mine. The wedding is just a formality. Miria says, oh, what things are so important that you lost track of what day it is? Setting up the government, getting the network set up and expanded, hunting what I needed to be ready to evolve, and a few other things. Brightfire says, that is quite the list. Don't mind Miria too much. She is just stressed out from trying to get everything perfect for the wedding. That's understandable. I've never understood why women love weddings so much when they cause so much stress. But we will do whatever you want, Bella says. I don't understand it either, but planning it is kind of fun. Miria says, you can say that since you aren't directly involved, it takes all the stress out of it. Bella says, yep, it sure does. Brightfire says, don't sound so thrilled. Lynn says, anyway, to answer your question, the wedding is in 8 days. That might be long enough. Lynn says, long enough for what? When I evolve, I will be in a coma-like state. It can last up to a week. I was worried that if there wasn't enough time before the wedding that I would have to put off evolving until after the honeymoon. Lynn says, ah, that makes sense. Oh, speaking of the honeymoon, did you find a good place? Yep, everything is prepared. Lynn says, good. That is one less thing to worry about. Miria says, wait, aren't you going to tell us the plan? Lynn says, nope, it's a surprise. Miria says, then how come you get to know about it? Lynn says, what? Do you want to trust things to Ash with no supervision? Hey, Miria says, you bring up a good point. Hey, Bella says, give it up, Ash. You've lost before you even begin. I know that. I wasn't planning to argue. I was just expressing my position. Brightfire says, what position would that be? Someone who is smart enough not to argue with his wives when he is outnumbered. Brightfire says, really? That doesn't seem to have been the case so far. Hey, are you against me too? Brightfire says. Us wives have to stick together, especially if we want to keep you from doing anything crazy. How's that going? Brightfire says. That depends on what you were up to on your hunting trip. Not much, just finding out how big and mean some of the ocean critters are. Lynn says, that's no surprise. Did you wake up any ancient gods? Nope, didn't even find any traces of one. Miria says, meaning that if you had, you would have woken it up, right? Yep, no wait. Lynn sighs and says, why do I feel like we are the ones who are outnumbered? Bella says, probably because 4 of you aren't enough to equal his ability to find trouble. Hey, I haven't found any trouble in a long time, Bella says. Only because you have been too busy to. It seems that is the key. As long as they keep you busy, you won't find trouble. Miria says, well, we are certainly going to do our best to keep him busy. Bella says, that's not what I meant and you know it. Lynn says, Ash is only peaceful when he is sleeping, and other than exhausting him so that he sleeps, we don't really have a way to keep him busy. Bella says, sounds like the only answer is to get him enough wives to keep him exhausted all the time. Miria says, that would take a lot of women. How are we supposed to find that many women that we can get along with and that will get along with each other? Lynn says, that is probably impossible. Even with just the 4 of us, I expect there to be occasional conflicts and arguments. Brightfire says, so, do we just try our best and hope it works out? Or are we going to look for another way to keep him out of trouble? Shouldn't you wait to have this conversation when I am not around? Lynn says, if we did that, we would miss out on all the interesting faces you have been making. I am not sure what face I am making at the moment, but whatever it is, it sends the girls into peals of laughter. I am well aware that they are just teasing me, but that doesn't stop me from reacting to what they say. Unfortunately, I know them well enough to know that the more I react, the more that they will tease me. So, I can get frustrated or angry with them since that would just make things worse. Luckily, I know that they aren't serious about adding a whole bunch more wives, otherwise I would lose it. I obviously can't win here, so I decide to change the game and start walking upstairs. Since I am going to sleep for about a week, This is your last chance to join me for some fun. Lynn, Miria, and Brightfire all look at each other for a few seconds, and then follow me. As the three of them are running up the stairs, I can hear Bella laughing at them, but they ignore her. The four of us have several rounds of fun, fall asleep, then have a couple of more rounds when we wake up. When we are done, the girls go back to sleep and I head downstairs to spend some time with the kids. I have breakfast with them and then spend a few hours just playing with them. This is something I haven't been doing as much lately, and I have missed it quite a bit. While I am spending time with them, I hand over the small obelisks that I made to Ketchara. While I am thinking about it, I also send a message to Lizzie through the network. That way, if she runs out again, she will know why she can't get a hold of me. I also leave a general message on the system so everyone knows to contact Lynn if something comes up. With that, everything is as ready as I can make it for me to sleep for a while. So, I head downstairs to my bath since that is where I evolved last time, and it worked fine. Evolution. Evolution ready? Start evolution now. Yes! N. Yes. Evolution beginning. Calculating sources. Lightning. 25% fire. 20% fish DNA. 15% dragon DNA. 11% miscellaneous. 9% calculations complete. Beginning evolution. Chapter 14. O2. My last thought before the darkness overtakes me is that maybe I absorbed too many fish. Oh, well, it's not like I can go back and change things now. I'll just see what happens. As usual, there is no sense of time passing, just darkness for what feels like a few seconds. And then I wake up. Stage 3 evolution completed. HP plus 5,000, DP plus 3,000, all stats plus 100. New abilities gained. Water breathing, pressure adaptation, underwater movement. While it will be nice to not worry about the bends anymore, I definitely absorbed too many fish. Wait, water breathing? Did I grow gills? Having that thought, I open my eyes and start checking myself over looking for gills. I don't find any, but I stop my search when I hear feminine laughter from close by. When I look over, I find that Bella is standing just outside the bath laughing at me. What? Bella says, "You look a little crazy. Did you lose something?" Number, I gained the ability to breathe underwater and wanted to make sure that I didn't grow gills. Bella says, "Oh, I guess that makes sense. I don't see any gills or really any place for them. You have changed quite a bit, though." Hearing that, I quickly climb out of the bath to take a look at myself in the mirror. Bella is right. I have changed noticeably. I look a lot more like a proper drake now. Well, except for the feathered wings, those don't look to have changed at all. My face has lost the last of its cat-like shape and now looks completely draconic. I now have a pair of horns, above where my eyebrows would have been, that sweep back in a V shape. My ears are now a lot like a horse's ears, except they are covered in tiny scales. The rest of my body looks pretty much the same, but it was already mostly draconic. Although, as I look at myself, I notice a line of ridges along my spine that is new. They aren't very noticeable. They are only about an inch taller than the scales around them. My wings haven't changed at all, and I still have a fin of feathers at the very tip of my tail. I am actually really glad to see that they haven't changed. They are super useful when flying. I don't notice any other changes, and I am glad to see that I didn't gain anything fish-like. Bella says, "Are you done admiring yourself? For now, you have to admit, I am pretty awesome looking," Bella says. "Yeah, you are. Just don't go getting arrogant about your looks. I am about to marry 4 insanely hot women. No promises." Bella laughs and says, "Fair enough." "So, what are you doing here?" Bella says. "I was left here to attempt to wake you up if you didn't wake up on your own in time." "Oh, right. How long have I been asleep?" Bella says, 7 days. The wedding is tomorrow. Crap, I had better head to Ilium right away. Bella says we are already there. Lynn moved the castle a couple of days ago. Oh, good. Then what do I need to do? Bella says for now, just don't run off anywhere. There is a dinner tonight that you should attend. Other than that, Lynn has taken care of pretty much everything. Your part in the wedding isn't too complex. You do know how to dance, right? Yes, I can get by. Bella says good, because you will need to dance with each of your wives tomorrow. All right, so who is going to be at this dinner tonight? Bella says, it is for the rulers. I'm not sure of the specifics, but the family from the Southern Empire will be there. Okay, how long do I have? Bella says unless you leave the castle, you have plenty of time. I guess I need to talk to Lynn. Let's go. Bella leads me out of the castle, which is set up outside the city's walls, right outside the gate. As we walk, Bella explains that there wasn't an empty lot in the city big enough for the castle. Apparently, Lynn didn't want to just leave it floating above another building, which I can understand. Not only does that draw a lot of attention, but not everyone can fly down on their own. I don't say anything about it and just follow Bella into Ilium, where I draw the eyes of everyone. Some people panic and start running, but others notice the guards not moving and just watch. It has been a while since I was stared at like this. I had forgotten how uncomfortable it is. However, it is already too late to shapeshift into a less conspicuous form. Besides, there are a lot of people, mainly beastmen, who recognize me and bow. I make sure to wave to those who bow, and I ignore everyone who is just staring at me. Luckily, we don't have too far to go. Bella leads me to a restaurant across from the cathedral. I have no idea if it is new or if I just never noticed it, but when we walk in, it looks good. Unfortunately, the entire place is empty. There are no customers to be found. But Lynn is here. She is talking to someone who I am guessing either owns or runs the place, but they stop when we enter. I am just glad that the double doors at the entrance are big enough for me to fit through. Lynn says, "Ash, you finally woke up. Yes, just in time too, from what Bella tells me." Lynn says, "At least you woke up before the wedding. That's all that really matters." "So I don't need to go to this dinner tonight?" Lynn says. "Oh no, you are not getting out of it that easily." "I was just teasing. Bella said it is for the leaders." "What's going on?" Lynn says. "Politics, of course. The leaders of multiple nations can't possibly gather in the same city without politics getting involved. Bella mentioned that Am is here. But who else is here?" Lynn says, "Oh right, you've slept through everything? Well, there is Ambrose for Ilium, Mercy for her kingdom, you for the Beastmen, an ambassador, Undine for the Free Union. We also have Imperial Princess Raylene from what's left of the Empire of Gundar. Wait, wasn't she being held prisoner by the Eastern Duke? What happened?" Lynn says. The wedding was rescheduled, and we had to make a move to prevent it, so we rescued her." "Okay, I guess. So, is she here willingly, or are we holding her prisoner now?" Lynn says. "She is here willingly, but we haven't mentioned anything about her marrying you yet." "Good. Don't. I'm not even sure I want her knowing I plan to conquer the Empire." Lynn says, "Well, that is a little too late." Figures. "How did she take it?" Lynn says, surprisingly well, actually. She seems to have had quite a few issues with her father and the Dukes. However, there is one fairly serious problem with her. Chapter 1403. Oh, what's that? Lynn says. She is a devout follower of Hollows. So she's an idiot. Great, Lynn says. I wouldn't say she is stupid, just naive. How does an imperial princess grow up naive? Lynn says. From what she has told me about her life, she was extremely sheltered. She basically knew next to nothing about the Empire before this recent chaos. Then even sheltered her from court politics? That couldn't have been easy. It also doesn't really make sense. Lynn says, I don't know for sure, but I think she was raised just to be the wife of the next emperor. She was educated by nuns from the Church of Hollows, hence why she is so faithful. It is not going to be easy to break her of that habit. She is sounding less and less like wife material. Lynn says, I happen to agree, but as of yet we haven't found any other candidates. Until we do, I take it you plan to keep her around. Lynn says, yes, I do. If nothing else, it will keep her from being used against us. One of the dukes, managing to unite the rest of the empire would make things more difficult. That's true. All right, do what you think is best. Wait, if she is that naive, what was with her becoming the people's champion? Lynn says, apparently, she was just following the orders of a priest. However, it kind of backfired on him because she totally bought into the whole doing everything for the people part. Enough that when it was proven that the church was working with the demons, she turned against them. Good for her. Wait, that didn't destroy her faith. Lynn says, no, it didn't. I think it may have put some cracks in it, but it didn't destroy it. So, what do you think we should do with her? Well, since she seems to care about her people, why don't we give her some guards and task her with helping the refugees? She could help them settle in and at the same time see how well we are treating them and our people. It should be a strong contrast to how the Empire treated them. Lynn says, that's a great idea. It will not only keep her busy, but it will be something useful and it might even help her. It's possible. We will have to wait and see how it goes. If nothing else, I hope it helps the refugees settle in. There's going to be enough tension already with all the different races interacting. We don't need more, Lynn says. I don't think it is going to be as bad as you think it is. So far, we haven't had any issues at all. That is surprising, but it is good news and I hope it lasts. However, I prefer to plan for the worst. If it doesn't happen, then I will be pleasantly surprised. Lynn says, fine, be that way. I will just keep being hopeful and leave the doom and gloom to you. Now, the one you want to watch out for at the dinner tonight is the ambassador from the Free Union. What? Why? Lynn says. While you were asleep, Ilium declared it was submitting to you, ending hundreds of years of neutrality. On top of that, after tomorrow, Mercy's kingdom will belong to you as well. With that, you will already control half of the peninsula, give or take. Not only that, but you will control everything that borders the Free Union. Of course they are going to be nervous. Yeah, that makes sense, but I doubt it will be a problem. Thanks to Paul, I have a pretty good reputation in the Free Union. Good enough, I hope, that they will join us willingly. Lynn says that would definitely be preferable, but isn't that a bit optimistic for you? What happened to the doom and gloom? Enough of that. Besides, just because a country does the smart thing doesn't mean that the people in it won't cause problems. In fact, I expect the merchants in the Free Union to cause lots of problems. They will scramble to protect what they have and at the same time do everything they can to get more gold. Lynn says, that's more like what I was expecting you to say, but in this case you are probably right. Merchants are the same no matter where you go. So, what's the rest of the plan? Lynn says, tomorrow afternoon we will hold the wedding and a coronation immediately afterwards. You did make or find crowns for us, right? Yes, I did. They even shapeshift so you can turn them into earrings when you don't need to be formal. They also grant you access to the system. Lynn says, good. I was wondering about that. Normally, we would have been the first ones to get access. Yeah, but I wanted you getting your crowns to be special. Lynn says, you couldn't have made something to give us temporary access. To be honest, I didn't think of it. Lynn says, that figures. Too busy thinking about the big things to remember the little things. You need to work on that. You're right. I do. I will try. Lynn says, that is all that I ask. I know there will be times that you are too busy for the little things. I and the others will cut you as much slack as we can. I appreciate that, but you and the others are not part of the little things. You are the most important to me. I am not about to forget you. Lynn says, good. I am glad to hear that. Bella says, that was a good answer. I may have underestimated you a little. Ash, Lynn says. I told you that he wasn't always completely dense, just some of the time. Bella says, true, you did. Still, I think you could do better. Hey, I am still here. Do you want me to eat you? Bella says, not in that form, no. Lynn laughs and says enough teasing him. He just woke up after all. Bella says exactly. This is about the only time I have a chance of winning. Be careful. Tease me too much, and you might get exactly what you ask for. Lynn says, all right, that's enough you two. Save it for when we don't have important things to do. Bella and I, in perfect sync, both stick our tongues out at Lynn, but her only response is a glare. Despite our chuckling, Lynn goes back to briefing me on what to expect at the dinner. I am not really worried about it, but I do still pay attention to everything she tells me. Am and Atesh are experienced politicians, and I am sure they will help me if I get myself into trouble. I also know what the ambassador is worried about. The only wild card is the Imperial Princess. From Lynn's description, I doubt she will cause any trouble, but I will be ready just in case. Chapter 14:04. When Lynn finishes saying everything that she wants to tell me, we sit down and relax a bit. We still have a few hours before the dinner, which I find out is why the place is empty. Lynn has reserved the entire restaurant for the entire day just for this dinner tonight. That probably cost her a lot, but it isn't like we really need to worry about money. Besides, it is probably fairly standard to do this kind of thing for political dinners. The staff I have seen coming and going certainly seems to be in a good mood, Lynn says. Oh, I forgot to ask, how did the evolution go? I like the changes that I can see. What else happened? Bella laughs and says. He woke up freaking out because he thought he had grown gills. Lynn says gills. I gained the ability to breathe underwater from the dragonfish and was a little worried at first. However, I did not grow gills, and I wouldn't say I was freaking out, just a little worried. Lynn says, even if you did, couldn't you just get rid of them with shapeshift? Or give yourself gills for that matter if you needed them? Lynn says, let me guess, you didn't think of it? So for dinner tonight, what form should I use? Lynn says, stay like this. They need to get used to it. Tomorrow you will need to use your beastman form. The room in the cathedral is limited. All right, no problem. We spend the next while going over the wedding ceremony and what will be required of me. Luckily, while it isn't much like the weddings from my world, my part is still really simple. There won't be any I do's. There will just be a vow that we each take in front of everyone. Lynn says, oh, I should probably warn you. Saronia and Cronotia will be sending avatars to conduct the wedding personally. Isn't that going to be a little awkward? You know they want to marry me too, right? Lynn says. Yes, I know. I have discussed it with them. Don't worry. All right, if you say so. Lynn says they aren't going to do anything at our wedding. They won't risk ruining whatever chance they might have in the future. I guess that makes sense. Anyway, anything else I should know? Lynn says. No, the ceremony itself is pretty simple. Then you can crown us. After that, we will move to this restaurant for food and dancing. The honeymoon will start once the night's dinner is finished. Then it is all up to your plan. You said everything was ready, right? Yeah, the honeymoon is all set. Is Bella coming along? Bella says, nope, I will be staying to keep an eye on the kids. Lynn will be paying me back later. Okay, if that is what the two of you have decided, I am not about to argue. Lynn says, relax. Everything is arranged. Now that you have woken up on time, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Right. Oh, what about Mercy? Will she be wearing her crown as queen? Lynn says, nope. She will remove it before the ceremony and you will crown her along with the rest of us. Okay, good to know. For the remaining time before dinner, we just relax and chat about what happened while I was asleep. I am somewhat surprised to find out that it was Mulan who went and rescued Raylene. I know that she is capable, I just didn't expect her to do something like that. I will have to make sure and thank her. I also want to hear the story from her at some point. For now, I need to focus on the dinner and making sure that I don't mess anything up. There are going to be 4 tables. Mercy will be with me at the main table along with the other rulers. Lynn, Brightfire, and Miria will each be at a different table along with the others who come with the rulers. This way, no one will feel neglected, and the rulers can talk more privately. It isn't the way I would have set things up, but I am not going to try and change it last minute. The main thing that I would change would be to have all 4 of my women at the table with me. However, having one at each table does make sense if you are not worried about anyone getting jealous. Since Lynn made the arrangements, I'm sure she explained the reasons and got everyone to agree. As we are chatting, Miria and Brightfire show up to join us, and I make sure to greet them properly. They already know their seating assignments and don't seem to have a problem with them. That is quite the relief. I don't want anyone getting jealous or out of sorts right before the wedding. Next to show up is Mercy, and she brings Imperial Princess Raylene with her. I am guessing that she is here early to meet me and have a chance to get used to me. She definitely looks scared when she first sees me, but a few words from Mercy calms her down. Raylene has long blonde hair and bright blue eyes. She has a beautiful face and a sexy body. She can easily hold her own in the looks department and is a match for the others. I certainly won't be against her based on looks, but her personality is another matter. However, I am not going to judge her just on her belief in hollows, but that is a detriment. How she handles the truth about him will tell me a lot, but I also want to know other things. If she can get along with the others, will be a big part of it, but I will have to wait until after the honeymoon for that. Raylene bows and says, "Greeting, King Ash. I am Raylene, daughter of Emperor Rhaegar of Gundar." "Hello, Raylene. It is nice to meet you," Raylene says. "I want to thank you for saving me from being forced to marry, but I need to ask what your intentions are for me. Actually, I only just found out that we rescued you. My intention was to stop you from being used to unify the Empire. Nothing more," Raylene says. "I definitely appreciate that, but then can I ask what your intentions are for the Empire? Originally, I only intended to rescue the enslaved beastmen. However, with all the chaos going on, we ended up taking in a lot of human refugees. Right now, I am not sure whether I should conquer the Empire or not." Raylene says, "Personally, I think that you should leave the Empire alone. You are an outside enemy, and about the only thing that could force the factions to unite." I understand that, and strategically that does make the most sense. However, sitting back and watching the nobles fight it out has a major drawback. Chapter 14. 05. Raylene says, "What would that be?" "The longer the nobles are allowed to fight, the more the people will suffer." As soon as I finish speaking, Raylene gets a stunned look on her face. It looks like she hadn't thought of the effect the war would have on her people. Not that I blame her, as sheltered as she was. She probably only met her people recently. Raylene says, "Forgive me, I was wrong. I am ashamed that I did not think of the people first. It's all right. Now that you have thought about it, what do you think I should do?" Raylene says, "I don't know. This is the kind of thing I would ask the priests. I wish the temple hadn't fallen apart." About that. I am afraid that most, if not all, of what you were told was lies. Holos is from a pantheon in the Southern Empire, and only spread his religion here because he wasn't happy being under a goddess. Raylene says, "What? Southern Empire? What are you talking about?" Gundar is the only empire. Gundar is the only empire on the peninsula. Across the land bridge lies the demon's territory, and on the other side of that are two empires on the main continent. They probably have proper names, but I just call them the Northern and Southern Empires. Raylene says, "Two empires? Main continent? How does no one know about this?" "How do you know about this? I explored some of the main continent when I was on an adventure." Lynn says, "What he means is he went through an unknown portal and had to find his way back. Not that I am complaining, since that is where he met me." Raylene says, "You are from the main continent. This is all a little much to take in." "Yeah, it is probably too much information at once. Sorry. Why don't you sit down and relax until dinner? Emperor Am, the ruler of the Southern Empire, will be at the dinner. You can chat with him and ask him to verify these things." Raylene says, "Thank you. I will do that." Lynn says, "I will rearrange the seating and put you next to Emperor Am." "What is the seating for my table?" Lynn says, "You are in the middle, of course, with Am on your left and Mercy on your right." "I will put Raylene on the other side of Am and Ambassador Undine on the other side of Mercy. Their kingdoms have been allies for a long time. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Mercy says, "That's fine by me. If I get to be by Ash's side, then I don't care who else I have to sit with." Lynn says, "That is what I figured. I'll put Ambrose on the other side of him. He can help if needed." "Sounds good." We relax and chat for the remaining time before our guests arrive, mainly about the plans for tomorrow. The girls are obviously excited about the wedding, and I am not about to do anything to ruin that. Luckily, I get saved from the wedding talk by the first of our guests arriving. The first ones to arrive are Am and Atesh, which isn't all that surprising since they don't know anyone else really. In fact, I am rather surprised that they managed to show up before the actual wedding. I figured they would be too busy to leave the Empire until the last possible minute. I greet the both of them, and then Am joins me, while Atesh heads over next to Lynn. Am immediately starts talking about how the trade through the gate has been going. I haven't paid any attention to it since I opened the gate. If there was a problem, someone would have let me know. However, Am seems to have been paying a lot of attention to everything about the gate. Just from how he is talking, I can tell that the trade is going well and making us both money. Not that I am worried about money, but that is because of Paul. Money isn't something I think about much. For instance, I am sure that the wedding is costing an absolute fortune, but it doesn't bother me. I don't even really care how much the girls have spent. We can always make more. Besides, if it makes them happy, then I don't care if they bankrupt me. I can always go steal more gold. I soon have to greet the rest of the guests as they arrive, and soon everyone is seated. As soon as the last person is seated, the appetizers are served, and I am happy to see mine is portioned to my size. The talk dies down to light chatter as everyone starts enjoying their food. The meal is absolutely delicious, and is enough to keep the serious talk at bay until it is over. I noticed Raylene talking to Am during the meal, but I intentionally did not listen. I could hear every single conversation in the room if I wanted to, but I have no interest. I have also noticed that Miria and Ambrose have been working at keeping the ambassador busy. They have been keeping him from talking to me, and the poor man looks about ready to burst. So, I decide to take pity on him and lean a little around Mercy to address him. So, Ambassador, you look like you have something you want to say to me. Ambassador Undine says, well, my original mission was to convey an invitation for you to come visit and have a talk with our president. However, just before I arrived, a messenger caught up to me and handed me a dozen requests from some of our merchants. Well, they were closer to demands, but they all say the same thing. They want me to secure them access to this gate. You apparently set up in your trade city, but only for them, not the others. My trade city is open to all, and they will have to pay the same fees and tariffs that everyone pays. I do think a visit to talk to your president is a good idea, but it will have to wait until after my honeymoon. Ambassador Undine says, completely understandable. I will inform my president, and he will be ready to receive you whenever you find the time to visit. Sounds good. Now, try to enjoy the rest of the meal. Ambassador Undine says, I will. Thank you. Now that the ambassador is calmer, Mercy has more time to chat with me. It goes fine until the dessert is served and she decides to try and feed me. She probably meant it to be cute, but it is kind of ruined by her throwing entire plates of sweets into my mouth. Still, it is an amusing attempt, and I will give her credit for trying, even if it didn't work out. Luckily, no one laughs at her, so the failed attempt is allowed to pass without any awkwardness. Once the desserts are finished, the talk turns a little more serious at the other tables. Chapter 14:06. Since I already dealt with the big issue, the talk at my table turns to my plans for the future. It is mainly Am who is questioning me while the others listen closely to my answers. With the gate, Am now has a reason to pay attention to what is going on since it might affect trade. From how he keeps focusing on the gate, I am guessing he is having some financial problems. However, this isn't really the best place to ask him about it, so I let it pass. If the problems are serious, I am sure he will mention them again after the honeymoon. Then again, from how happy he seems, the gate may have already solved his issues. That would also explain why he constantly wants to talk about it. He is in a good mood. After dessert, drinks are served, and the chatting continues for a couple more hours. By the time the last guest leaves, it is already pretty late, so we all head back to the castle. At the girls' request, I have Jarvis turn off the time dilation. They don't want to get out of sync with real time. I can understand that. At times, the time dilation can make keeping track of things somewhat confusing. The kids are home, but they are doing their own things, so the 5 of us head upstairs. I go to have my fun with the girls as usual, but they stop me after only 1 round. They don't want me to exhaust them since they have to be up early in the morning. I am not sure why they would need to be up early. After all, they have shape-shifting clothes. However, I wisely keep my mouth shut and just do what they want and stop when they want. Unfortunately, I wake up after less than 2 hours of sleep, but I am pinned in place. I certainly don't want to just lay here for hours, but I also don't want to wake the girls. Luckily, I figured out a trick that should work, and I wrap the girls in my mana. Then I use the mana to levitate them and carefully slide out from underneath them. Once I am clear, I gently move them together to fill the gap I left and set them back down. Seeing them all cuddled up together, naked, is a real temptation, but I don't want to die. It will be the honeymoon soon enough, and I will be able to do pretty much anything I want at that time. So, I reluctantly cover them up and head downstairs to have a snack with the kids. After spending some time with the kids, I leave the castle and fly back to the trade city. Using it to orient myself, I head out to the quarry and fill my ring up with stone. Then, I hurry back to the castle before any of the girls can wake up and realize I am gone. When I get back, I sit down with the kids and keep them company while I make more small obelisks. I am pretty sure that Lizzie will be out by now and I need to get her more before the honeymoon. Otherwise, she is just going to be sitting around bored, waiting for me to get back. That wouldn't be a problem, except I have no idea what she might get up to while bored. I would rather not take that chance, and the land bridge does need to be scouted. Besides, I needed something to do. Sitting around waiting for morning would drive me nuts. The kids don't stay up too much longer. They also have a part to play in the wedding. Luckily for them, their part doesn't require them to get up as early as the girls. Once the kids go to bed, sitting alone and making obelisks gets a lot more boring. However, if I leave to try and find something else to do, I may just die when the girls wake up. So, despite it being boring, I stay put and keep making obelisks until morning. I end up running out of stone before the girls wake up, so I take out a manga and start reading. As usual, I get completely lost in my manga and don't notice that the girls have woken up until one of them pokes me. I quickly get up and join them for breakfast, but they only eat lightly and then leave. I finish my breakfast and then take out my manga again, but apparently the girls have other plans. I am guessing it was Lynn that ordered Jarvis to go over my script for the wedding again. By the time he is done, the kids have woken up, so I have a second breakfast with them. Once they are done eating, the kids rush off, and I am left on my own again, so I go back to my manga. I read until Jarvis notifies me that it is time for me to head over to the cathedral. I quickly shapeshift into my Beastman form and change my clothes into a really nice suit. I make sure my fur is neat and brushed. Then I head over to the cathedral to get married. When I arrive, I am intercepted and directed to a side room to wait until it is time. The servant waiting with me goes through the entire plan with me again, just to make sure I don't forget. I guess that the girls don't trust me to pay attention to the small details without prompting. Then again, considering how important this is to them, I can't really blame them. I don't exactly have a good track record when it comes to paying attention to the small details. However, they want every single thing to be perfect today, down to the tiniest of details. Since I am going to be spending the rest of my life with them, it would be stupid to mess things up. So, despite my lack of interest, I pay attention as the servant goes over everything again. Finally, the music changes to a martial theme, and that is my key to enter the main chapel. When the doors open for me, the first thing I notice is that the pews have been replaced with more luxurious seating. The next thing I notice is that every seat is taken, the place is completely packed. The aisle down the middle has been widened as well. It should be just enough for the 4 girls to walk side by side. The entire chapel has been decorated and is covered in flowers and silk hangings. As I start walking up the aisle, I finally notice my kids. They are all in human form. They are standing along either side of the aisle, as if they are there to keep me from running. Not that anyone could actually stop me if I wanted to run, but it is still a little odd to me. The girls know that as well, so my kids standing like that should be more ceremonial in nature. As I walk past them, I make sure to smile at them and pat their heads to encourage them. Chapter 14, '07. Just standing there like that must be really boring. I am proud of them for sticking with it. Then again, they have all come to like the girls, so they are probably doing it for their sakes. Whatever the reason, they are behaving, and I am proud of them for that. On the other hand, the wedding has just barely started, and I have already gone off script. Luckily, unless someone tells them, the girls shouldn't find out about it. After passing my kids, I reach the main altar where the avatars of the goddesses are waiting for me. Saronia and Cronotia smile at me, but I can't help but wonder how they really feel. Considering that they wanted me to marry them, they are probably jealous. Their condition was for me to become a god, and that is something that I just can't accept. Now, if the goddesses were to create mortal avatars with their looks, that might be a different story. That thought is highly inappropriate, especially right now, so I keep my lips sealed. I may talk about it later with Lynn and the others later, but that will be after the honeymoon. Talking to them about it before the honeymoon is over would be just asking for trouble. Besides, even if I wanted to talk to them about it, this is not the time or the place. So I give the goddesses a warm smile and turn to look at the crowd while I wait. Surprisingly, despite the place being packed, I recognize almost everyone in the room. I may not remember all of their names, but all of the faces are at least familiar. Of course, there are those I know well, like Am and Atesh, plus all the guildmasters from Ilium. There are also the chieftains of the Beastmen clans, including the three newest additions. I spot Sarah and Iran, and next to them I am surprised to see Pol and Anya. Last I knew they were still on the ships sailing around the peninsula. Lynn must have fetched them. She really does think of everything. I am lucky to have her, and today I get to show her. I feel bad thinking about it, but Lynn is my favorite. I love her more than the others. If Lynn wasn't for it, I wouldn't be marrying anyone but her. This whole multiple wives thing is her doing. Not that I really have any complaints after being with them, but I can complain about not having a choice. I push my thoughts down and turn my attention back to the crowd. The girls should enter soon. I spot Stillwater with a group of elves. I am glad he is here to see Brightfire get married. I am not as happy when I spot Leonair. I hope he puts someone capable in charge during his absence. The war against the Empire isn't an all-out war, but issues could still arise at any time. I doubt that we have seen what the Empire is really capable of. They are too busy fighting each other. Although, there is a good chance that the demons had already done a lot of work to weaken them from the inside. That might explain why we haven't seen any powerful individuals fighting against us. If that is the case, then it would be ironic since the demons have made it easier for me to unify the peninsula. My musing is brought to an end by the music changing to something more gentle. Seconds later, the doors open, and my four wives walk in through them side by side. My first glimpse surprises me. Apparently, this world doesn't have a tradition of white dresses for brides. The four of them are all wearing different styles and colors of dresses. Nothing matches. Lynn is wearing a green oriental style dress with black designs on it, very similar to when I first saw her at the auction. That may even be why she chose it, and if so, it absolutely worked. She looks glorious. Miria is wearing a tight red evening dress that looks like it is from my old world. Considering all the movies and anime I have shown them, it very well could be. Not that I mind at all. She looks great in it, especially the way the dress hugs her curves. What Brightfire is wearing can't even be called a dress. It is more like a pantsuit. It is mostly brown with green leaf patterns on it, and it even comes with a cloak that trails behind her. The cloak looks like it was woven from leaves, probably something from elven tradition. Mercy is the only one wearing something close to what I was expecting. She is in a traditional-looking ballroom-style dress done in white with red highlights and patterns. It is hard to tell while she is moving, but the red pattern should be the symbol of her kingdom. All four of them have their hair and makeup done, and they look absolutely stunning. It is enough that I can feel my heartbeat increasing just watching them walk towards me. They look good enough to almost compete with the goddesses behind me. Not that I will say that out loud. Such thoughts quickly disappear as the girls get closer, and I have to follow the script. I move to one side of the altar, closer to Chronosia, while the girls move to the other. They then kneel down on one knee facing me, and Saronia starts the ceremony. After a few ritual phrases, Saronia guides the girls through their vows, which are different to those in my world. They focus on loving and obeying me as long as I maintain my vows, which come next. Mine don't say anything about love. They are all about taking care of and protecting the girls. I would guess that the vows represent that this world is more primitive and much more dangerous. To be honest, I am surprised that the girls didn't want to change the vows to be something more equal. However, if this is what they want, then I am not about to argue. The vows won't make me treat them differently. Chronotia finishes coaching me through my vows. Then the two goddesses say, a short ceremony. After that, there is only one thing left. By tradition, I help the girl to her feet and kiss her. There is no exchanging of rings in this world, just a kiss to show our unity in front of the guests. Of course, a simple peck on the lips won't do. It has to be a serious kiss lasting more than a few seconds. So, at Chronosia's signal, I step over to Lynn, grab her by the shoulders, help her stand, and then kiss her. I do my best to take her breath away with the kiss, and keep the kiss going for at least 30 seconds. Chapter 14. 08. Then I release Lynn, step to the side, and then repeat the process with Miria next. I do my best to keep the kisses all the same length and not play favorites in front of everyone. After Miria comes Brightfire and then finally Mercy, the order that I accepted them. That seems the most fair way to do things, and since it is part of the script, the girls must feel the same. After kissing Mercy, I move to stand before the audience with 2 girls on either side. This is basically us presenting ourselves to the crowd so that they can act as witnesses. The tradition is probably to allow someone present to challenge the wedding or something similar. Except in this world, that would mean a challenge to a duel for the woman. Or so, I would imagine. Not that anyone is going to dare to challenge me unless they are a god, but even then I would stand a chance. Of course, no one in this room is going to challenge me. They are all friends, or at least on my side. Besides, if anyone was stupid enough to challenge me, the girls would destroy them. After a few seconds of us standing there together, the crowd starts to applaud. The applause lasts for a few minutes, and when it is done, Saronia starts to speak again. First, she congratulates us on our union, and then she starts talking about the rights and responsibilities of a queen. As she is talking, the girls take a step back, and I turn to stand in front of Lynn. As Lynn bows her head, I take a crown out of my pouch and place it upon her head. Saronia finishes speaking, and Krenosha takes over as she talks about the respect due a queen. During her speech, I crown Miria next, then Brightfire, and finally Mercy. Following the script, I space the crownings out so that I am crowning Mercy as the speech ends. Then the 4 of them step forwards and Saronia announces them as the queens of the kingdom. Everyone in the audience either bows or nods to them based on their own station. I was expecting some kind of chant like "Long live the Queen" or something like that. Apparently, that is something else that this world doesn't have. Not that it's a big deal. After that, the ceremony is over. It was simple and a lot more painless than I was expecting. Things move right along and the audience files out of the chapel and into a banquet room. It is probably normally used as a cafeteria for the church members, but it has been completely redecorated. There is even a band of sorts setting up on a platform in one corner. I guess there will be dancing. One entire wall is lined with tables for food with room behind them for the staff to fill them. I notice Iran heading through a door behind the tables that must lead to the kitchen. To be honest, I am surprised that Sarah managed to get him out of the kitchen long enough to attend the ceremony. Thinking of Iran reminds me that I have more dragonfish for him, and that I need to see what recipes he came up with. I will have to try and remember after the honeymoon is over. I won't have time before then. The rest of the room has small tables around the outside, and the middle is left open for dancing. Once everyone has entered, the band starts playing, and I dance the first dance with Lynn. We are the only ones dancing, and that stays true as I dance with Miria, Brightfire, and Mercy in turn. Once I have danced with all 4 of them, Am and Atesh come to the floor as the highest-ranking guests. I find myself dancing with Atesh, and at the same time Am dances with Lynn. Only after that dance is finished is the dance floor open for anyone who wants to dance. Of course, that doesn't mean that I get to escape. There are a lot of women who want to dance with me. The first to reach me is Saronia, but only because Krenosha let her get to me first. As I start dancing with Saronia, I notice Krenosha is over talking to the band for some reason. I find out why when the song ends. The next song that starts is a slow song, and this is Krenosha's dance. She obviously let Saronia go first so that she could set this up, but there isn't much I can do about it. I am not about to be rude and refuse to dance with the goddess that just performed my wedding. Not that I really want to refuse. Having a beautiful goddess press her body against mine is not horrible or anything. So I slow dance with Krenosha while Saronia glares from the side. But I'm pretty sure she is glaring at her sister. She is probably mad because Krenosha thought of this and she didn't. But that's not my fault. Throughout our dance, Krenosha has a huge smile on her face from getting won over on her sister. At least I choose to believe that is why she is smiling, and not because my hands may have wandered a little. Of course, they moved all on their own. I would never tease a goddess on purpose. Hopefully, that is the way she will see it as well, and she won't take it too seriously. The song ends and Krenosha walks away from me, still smiling and not saying a word. To be honest, that makes me more nervous than if she had said something about it. Silence means that she is going to bring it up again later, when it is most inconvenient for me. Luckily, Lynn and the others know my situation with the goddesses and shouldn't be too mad about it. In fact, the girls probably noticed while the dance was going on. They have sharp eyes. Although, knowing Krenosha, she is more likely to use this to tease her sister rather than cause me trouble. Before I can think about it further, the next song starts, and I find myself dancing with Sarah. She is safe, so I don't get punished for being distracted or taken advantage of. If anything, Sarah spends most of the dance laughing at me. She saw what happened. After Sarah, I end up dancing at least once with every woman in attendance before I get a break. Then, while getting something to eat, I get all sorts of people wanting to talk to me. They mostly congratulate me or comment on how lucky I am to have such beautiful wives. There are no toasts, no wedding presents, not that I need them, and no huge cake to cut. There is just socializing, eating, and dancing, but people won't leave me alone to eat. So in the end, I spend almost the entire time dancing, but I make sure to slow dance with each of my wives. Chapter 14:09. The first time we danced, all eyes were on us. This time, I can have a lot more fun. Besides, this way if Krenosha does say something, I won't be in as much trouble. Not that that is the reason for my hands to wander. I would do that even if nothing had happened with Krenosha. Thanks to my high endurance, I don't have any problems dancing until the wedding officially ends. At that point, my wives and I line up and say farewell to everyone as they leave. Unfortunately, by the time everyone is gone, the servants have cleaned up what was left of the food. Lynn says, "Why the long face? I didn't get to try most of the food." Mercy says, "Why not? It was there the whole time. Every time I tried to eat, people would start talking to me." Miria says, "Is that why you spent the whole time dancing? To avoid socializing?" Brightfire says, "That sounds exactly like something Ash would do." Yeah, pretty much. Lynn says, "Anyway, the wedding is over. That means we have a week. If nothing comes up, let's not waste any time." Right. I quickly open a gate to the island and wait for the girls to go through before following. As soon as I am through, I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off of my shoulders. The girls are looking around, obviously curious, so I give them a quick tour of the lodge. It is already dark out, so the views and playing on the beach will have to wait. After a long, stressful day, that is not what I want to do anyway, and the girls seem to have the same idea. So we all head up to the main bedroom and celebrate our marriage properly. Unfortunately, it is hours before dawn when I wake up, and there is no escape this time. Besides, even if I manage to escape without the girls noticing, there isn't anything for me to do. What's worse is this is probably going to be a common thing during the week we are here. Luckily, I had an idea that this might happen and planned ahead. There is a lot of manga in my pouch. The problem is that with all the excitement last night, I don't know where my pouch ended up. It is probably on the floor somewhere, so that is where I start scanning with my mana. I do manage to find it, on the floor amidst the scattered remnants of shredded dresses. I quickly grab it with my mana and bring it closer, but opening the pouch turns out to be a challenge. Luckily, the pouch still reacts to my thoughts when projected through my mana. The manga I want pops out of the pouch and I grab it with my mana and float it to me. Holding the manga in place above me is easy enough, but turning the pages turns out to be tricky. However, it turns out to be a good way to practice my mana manipulation. I get lost in my reading until the light starts to change outside the windows. The sun is starting to rise, and I briefly consider waking up the girls to see it, but I quickly think better of it. They were pretty exhausted last night. Waking them up at dawn would not be a wise move on my part. I just go back to my reading until a few hours later when I feel one of the girls start to wake up. I quickly put my manga away and pretend to be asleep, but it doesn't work too well. I feel whoever it is climb over one of the other girls and get on top of me to kiss me. When I open my eyes, I find that it is Miria who woke up and is the one kissing me. After a few minutes of kissing, she just curls up on my chest and goes back to sleep. Now I am even more pinned. I can't even read my manga in my current position. Luckily, it is only a few minutes later that the others start to stir, which wakes Miria back up. She immediately goes back to kissing me, which is the first thing the others see when they finally open their eyes. However, that just sparks a series of long good morning kisses rather than anything more serious. I guess they still haven't recovered completely from last night. But that's not a problem. We have breakfast in bed, and when we are done eating, we head outside to finish the tour. The girls highly approve of the beach and the lagoon, enough that they immediately want to go swimming. Lynn says, there is no one else on this island, right? Right, it is just us. Lynn says, great. Then we don't even need swimsuits. The girls don't need any more encouragement. They immediately remove their clothes and dive into the lagoon. I am certainly not going to complain and quickly follow them into the water. This is my first time in the water since my evolution, and the change is instantly apparent. I can move through the water several times faster than I could before, and breathing feels completely normal. It's not like I am inhaling water. Somehow I am breathing just as if I wasn't in the water at all. It doesn't make any sense. But then again, magic makes a lot of things not make sense. I can even see perfectly, which with the girls swimming above me presents some amazing views. It also gives me a completely unfair advantage when playing Shark Attack. With the girls, they basically have no chance of escaping me, not that they really try all that hard. However, the side effect is that after playing the game for a while, the girls decide to take a nap on the beach. Normally, I would be worried about them getting sunburned, but my aura heals them. Thanks to that, they completely skip the burn phase and go straight to getting a tan. That means that I need to stay close, so I lay down near them and let the sun dry me off. For some reason, just lying there letting the sun hit me feels really good and relaxing. For whatever reason, I don't even feel bored, and after a bit, I even manage to doze off. The girls waking up and moving around wakes me from my nap, so we have lunch on the beach. After lunch, we go for another swim. But this time, without the game, we just relax. After our swim, the girls put their clothes on and we go for a nice walk around the island. There isn't much to see, but it is still nice to just walk around and enjoy the fresh air. If this is going to be a resort type setting, I should probably find some other things to add to the island. Maybe I could bring over some normal animals so that there is more to see and build some other buildings. Chapter 1410. Maybe put in a few hidden gazebos and tree houses that people could use for trysts. Since the girls are here with me, I tell them my idea for using it as a vacation spot for the government and others. They like the idea, and Brightfire suggests bringing some elves out here to take care of setting things up. Since they are used to living in this kind of environment, it makes sense, and I agree. She will talk to her father after the honeymoon, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. That does mean that I will have to set up a permanent gate, but I had planned to do that anyway. Lynn says, how safe is the island? As safe as I could make it? It has two barriers. One that warns things away and one that is more solid and backed up by lightning spells. They even extend underground. It would take something seriously powerful to break in. Why? Lynn says, and there are no dangerous beasts living here. Nothing sleeping deep beneath the ground. Nope. At least not as far as I could detect, and I did check. Again, why? Lynn says, just worrying about something interrupting our honeymoon. Things are just too perfect right now. I can't help thinking that something is going to happen. Miria says, I know what you mean. Something always happens when Ash says it is safe. Hey, those times were not my fault. Lynn says, how was it not your fault? You woke the things up. Anyway, I scanned as deep beneath the island as I could, and I didn't find anything sleeping. I didn't even find any large caverns or anything like that. I chose this place precisely because there shouldn't be anything here to interrupt us. As long as nothing happens back home, we should be able to enjoy an entire week of peace and quiet. Mercy says, that sounds great for us, but aren't you going to be bored? Isn't it the job of the four of you to keep me from being bored? Mercy blushes and says, that's not what I meant. You obviously recover faster than we do. Lynn says, I noticed that too. Your stamina seems to have increased since you evolved. All my stats increased when I evolved. I didn't think the change was that noticeable. Lynn says, it is noticeable to us poor mortals who are trying to keep up with you. Brightfire says, it's fun while it is happening, but the exhaustion afterwards is a bit of a pain. Lynn says, maybe we should find a priestess with restorative magic to add to our group. She could cure our exhaustion, and then we could outlast Ash. This isn't really something you should be discussing on our honeymoon. especially in front of me. Lynn says, you said I would be in charge of selecting new wives. You are, but that doesn't mean you can discuss it in front of me just to see my reaction. Lynn says, spoil sport. Besides, I may already have a solution, but I wanted to wait until after the honeymoon to bring it up. Lynn says, you already mentioned it, so you may as well go ahead and tell us. This way we have time and peace to think it over. Well, I was thinking about the goddesses. They already like me and I like them. They seem the sort that would get along with everyone too. Lynn says, yeah, but you refuse to become a god to marry them. Right, but there is another possibility? In D&D, a game from my world, gods had an ability to create mortal avatars. They don't get any of the divine power, and they can live out full mortal lives. When they die, the knowledge and experience that they gained goes to the god who created it. If Saronia and Krenosha can do something like that, I wouldn't mind adding them to the family. If everyone else agrees, of course, Lynn says. Saronia and Krenosha would be decent fits, and Saronia could definitely solve our little problem. The question is, do they have that ability? Will they be willing to use it if they do? I don't know. I didn't want to bring it up with them before discussing it with all of you. I wouldn't want to get their hopes up for nothing. Miria says, I don't have any objections. They do love you. I'm not so sure about that. I think they might just want me to become a god so that I can become the head of their pantheon. Lynn says, no chance. They know you well enough to know not to put you in charge of anything. Miria says, yeah, you would probably start a war with another pantheon just because you got bored. Oh, come on. I am not that bad. All four of them turn and give me an identical look. I can't help but hang my head in shame. By this point, we have walked all the way around the island and are back at the lodge. It isn't a very big island, and there really isn't much to see, but it is peaceful and no one will disturb us. We end up going for another swim, and then we just relax on the beach, waiting to watch the sunset. While we are waiting, the girls continue discussing the goddesses, and if they would be a good addition. Their attitude seems mostly positive, except for Mercy, who hasn't had much contact with them. Mercy says, I don't like the idea of sharing Ash limited time and attention, but that is going to happen anyway. Since that is the case, sharing him with a pair of goddesses doesn't sound so bad. I am the newest in this group, so I will go with what the three of you decide. Lynn says, I am for it. Miria, Brightfire, Miria says, we would get to sleep with actual goddesses. I am for it. Brightfire says, I am not against it, so I guess that means we are for it. Lynn says, then it is settled. Ash, once we are asleep tonight, you should have a chat with Saronia and Krenosha. If they can make mortal avatars, I want you to invite them to do so immediately. You want them to join us on our honeymoon, Lynn says. Yes, I do. It will give us a chance to spend some quiet time with them and get to know them better. Also, with Saronia's help, we will be able to have a lot more fun than we would with just us. Are you sure? This was supposed to be a special time just for us. Lynn says yes, I am sure. With Saronia around, we will gain more time than we lose. Without her, we are going to spend half or more of our time recovering. Miria says, besides that, it will be fun. All right, I will talk to them. After that, it will depend on if they have the ability and if they want to use it. Chapter 1411. Lynn says, oh, I'm sure that they will want to. It will only depend on if they have the ability. You are that confident that they have real feelings for me and aren't just looking for another god for their pantheon. Lynn says, absolutely confident. How come? Just how much have you been talking with them? Lynn says, that's none of your business. Fine, keep your secrets. Lynn laughs and says, I intend to. Now be quiet and watch the sunset. Yes, ma'am. I do as I am told and quietly cuddle with the girls as we watch the sunset over the ocean. Then we head inside to have some dinner, and once we are done eating, we take our dessert to the bed. Eating various cakes and things off each other is a delicious way to start our fun for the evening. While it is a lot of fun, it does make me really glad that I enchanted the bed and sheets to be self-cleaning. I was planning on stopping after a few rounds, but the girls have other ideas. They insist on not stopping until they are completely exhausted and pass out again. This time, I stay awake and make sure that I don't end up pinned among them. I move over to the side of the bed, drop shapeshift, and stretch myself out, wings and all. One of my wings is draped across the floor, but I drape the other one over the girls. Once I am nice and comfortable, just before I close my eyes, I open up a soulscape. I make it a map of the continent with a platform floating high in the air above it. On the platform, I make comfortable seating and a table with tea and snacks. Then I invite the goddesses. Krenosha appears and says, "Oh, nice scenery. This must be serious." "Somewhat." Saronia appears a minute later and says, "Okay, Ash, what did you do this time? I thought you were on your honeymoon. Why are you causing trouble?" "I didn't do anything, nor am I in trouble. I wanted to talk to you about something, but first I want to apologize. I am sure that performing the ceremony to marry me to 4 other women can't have been easy for you," Saronia says. "It's all right. It was a little painful, and I admit to being a little jealous. But it wasn't too bad," Krenosha says. "That was balanced out by the fun of watching you squirm." "I was not squirming," Saronia says. "Obviously, you didn't see the look on your face when they came walking down the aisle." Krenosha says, "You looked like someone hit you in the gut really hard." I admit that I was a little stunned when I saw them in their dresses, but I don't think it was that bad. The goddesses continue teasing me for a few minutes, even showing me an illusion of what I looked like. They weren't kidding. I did look like someone punched me when I first saw the girls. It is obvious that they don't plan to let me live this down anytime soon, but I don't really mind. Krenosha says, "All right, that's enough of that. For now, what did you want to talk about, Ash?" "I had an idea, but I am not sure if it will work. In my world, there was a game called D&D that I played a lot. A lot of my ideas actually come from that game, including this one. In the game, gods were able to make mortal avatars, meaning an avatar not containing any divine power. Once made, the god lost all control of the avatar, and it lived out a normal life among the mortals." Saronia says, "That's an interesting idea, but what is the point?" "Well, in the game, the point was to let the avatar accumulate knowledge and experience that the god would absorb when the avatar died. It was a way for the gods to increase their personal power," Krenosha says. "That sounds good, but I doubt it would help in time for dealing with the demons. That isn't why I am suggesting it." Saronia says, "Then what exactly do you have in mind?" "Well, the main reason that I turned the 2 of you down is because I don't want to become a god. I was thinking that if you can create mortal avatars, I wouldn't mind being with them. However, they will have to help the other girls with the Empire and get along with them. They have already agreed to this." Saronia says, "That wouldn't be a problem, but it would be our avatars, not us." "True, but you would gain their experiences and memories when you reabsorb them later. You've said a couple of times that you are very patient. Surely you can wait until they die to get the memories of being with me." Krenosha says, "We probably wouldn't have to wait. They will still be avatars of us. We should be able to connect to them and share their memories before they die." "I can't guarantee that. I don't even know if this is going to work. I think there is a good chance of it working, but it will still be a risk," Saronia says. "Maybe so, but it is a risk I am willing to take. Even if I have to wait until the avatar dies, it will be worth it." Krenosha says, "I agree. We will see if we can figure out how to create a mortal avatar. In the meantime, we actually have an offer for you to consider." "Oh, what offer?" Krenosha says, "We know you are reluctant to become a god and be with us, but what if we sweeten the pot?" "Sweeten it how?" Saronia says. "What if your wives also became goddesses?" "What? Are you serious?" Krenosha says, "Yes, we are very serious. We have considered this carefully. Lynn would become our goddess of magic, and both the elves and beastmen would benefit from having a goddess of their own. We don't know about Mercy. We don't really know her yet. But if the others approve of her, I don't think she will be a problem." Saronia says, "So would having 6 goddesses as your wives make becoming a god more bearable? I would be lying if I said it wasn't tempting. I am going to have to think about this. Not to be rude, but do you really have the ability to ascend that many people?" Krenosha says, "Not long ago, it wouldn't have been possible. But thanks to you, we can now do so." "Thanks to me? I know I have helped you gain power, but is it really that much?" Saronia says, "Yes, it is. Not only have you helped us gain personal power, but thanks to you, we have gained a lot of followers. Stories about you have spread across the entire peninsula, and most of them mention that you are our champion. Krenosha says, as people come to believe in you, through you they also believe in us. We gain power from that. Not to mention that thanks to you, we were able to recover a lot of items. Those items will make it easier to ascend new goddesses. Chapter 14:12. Oh, I didn't realize that. Wait, if those stories have spread that far, we might have a problem. I expect that the merchants from the Southern Empire won't pay much attention to them, but their guards and servants are a different story. If they spread those stories, then the Southern Pantheon may learn about you two sooner rather than later. Saronia says that's all right. If it happens, we will handle it. We are in a much better position now than when we first summoned you. They won't find it quite so easy to force us to join them, especially with Holos out of the picture. Krenosha says, besides, we have a wild card that will make them or any other Pantheon nervous. A wild card? What is it? Krenosia says, you, silly, me. How am I a wild card that can intimidate a Pantheon? I may have gotten stronger, but not strong enough to fight a god, Saronia says. Not directly, no. But you have proven that you can handle their avatars. You could also cause plenty of chaos for their followers. Krenosia says, Ash could cause chaos for an entire country all on his own. Just look at what he has done to the Empire. That wasn't all my doing. I just took advantage of the chaos, Krenosia says. Chaos that you caused. What worries me is that you might just have had every step of it planned out. That would be a terrifying level of foresight. No, most of it wasn't me. I only issued general orders. Leonard did most of the work. I'm not sure if he is just that good or smart enough to listen to his officers who are. Either way, I just created the chaos. He and his men took advantage of it. Krenosha says. So? The fact that they were already in position and staging to move when the chaos happened was pure coincidence. I was only planning to rescue the Beastmen. Everything else was accidental. Krenosha says, sure it was. Saronia says, anyway, that unpredictability of yours will make any Pantheon thinking about moving against us nervous. The Southern Pantheon will have other reasons not to move against us, mainly your alliance with the Southern Empire. So you don't need to worry about that. Okay, I will leave it to you, but let me know if you need any help. Saronia says, we will. Krenosia says, we will figure out this mortal avatar thing as well. It shouldn't take us long. We should know if it's possible by morning. All right? Sounds good. I will also think about your offer, but it may take me a while. It is something that I will have to discuss with the girls as well, Saronia says. Just so you know, Lynn has already said that she is interested, whether you become a god or not. That's no surprise. Not if you offered her the position as goddess of magic. She is more obsessed with magic than anything else. You basically just gave her a path straight to her ultimate goal? Krenosha says, even if you choose not to accept our offer, she would be a valuable addition to our pantheon. So you plan to ascend her no matter what I choose? Krenosha says, yes, we do. Assuming nothing happens and she stays on her current path? What does that mean? Saronia says, we can only do so much to help someone ascend. They have to reach a certain level of power on their own to qualify for ascension. Are you talking about levels or overall amount of power? Krenosha says, power, but levels help with that. So do your modifications that you have done to her, Saronia says. She is already pretty close to the power level needed to ascend, but the further she goes, the better. She may even have enough potential to reach ascension on her own. Krenosha says, Myria is also doing well, and will get to the point that we can help her ascend without any issues. Saronia says, Brightfire is a slightly different story. She will reach the point that we can help her ascend, but it is going to be a while. Elves, because of their longer lifespans, tend to be a lot slower to grow into their power. Brightfire's speed has increased since she met you, but she will need help to keep up with the others. Are you saying that I should modify her? Saronia says yes, her and probably Mercy as well. At least if you want them to have a chance of keeping up with Lynn and Myria. Of course, if they don't want to ascend, then there is no need. That is something that I will need to discuss with them. If they want to, then of course, I will help them, regardless of what I end up deciding, Krenosha says. That's good. Even if you don't choose to join us, we would want them as part of our pantheon. We aren't inviting them simply for your sake, Saronia says. The other three are fine, but we will not ascend Mercy unless we feel that she will be a good fit for the pantheon. Just so you are aware. Ascending mortals still comes with a cost, and we won't do that just for your sake. I understand, Krenosha says. Well, we might, but it would take some convincing, Saronia says. Krenosha, stop that, Krenosha says. Take it easy. Ash knows I was teasing him. Yes, I know. I have gotten used to being teased lately, Krenosha says. Well, with 4 wives, I would expect nothing less. Oh, speaking of my wives, they had a special request. Saronia, if you can make a mortal avatar, please make sure that it has the ability to treat exhaustion. Krenosha laughs and says, Ash, have you been exhausting those poor women every night? Maybe, Saronia says. All right, that shouldn't be a problem. Krenosha says, now I really hope that we can figure out how to make mortal avatars. I really want to see what kind of things you are getting up to with your wives. If you figure out how to make the avatars, you will do more than see it, Krenosha says. In that case, I will figure out how to make a mortal avatar, even if I have to sacrifice something to do it, Saronia says. Why did you look at me when you said that? Krenosha says. No reason. Before you two start fighting, I have some questions about becoming a god. Since you want me to consider it, I need more information. Krenosha says. Go ahead and ask. I think I remember that you once said that ancient gods don't have to follow the same rules that other gods do. Saronia says, that is correct. They are also less dependent on the faith of followers than we are. Why is that? Chapter 14:13. Saronia says, because they became gods before the current system was in place. The system is what enforces the rules on the gods. Are you talking about a system like mine? Krenosha says no. She isn't. The system she is referring to is just a force that acts when we break rules. It doesn't interact with us in any other way. Who put the system in place? Saronia says. We don't know. Either we have forgotten, or we never knew to begin with. How do you know what the rules are? Krenosha says. It is part of the knowledge that you get when you ascend. If you kill an ancient god, do you become an ancient god? Would someone who ascended that way still have to follow the rules? Krenosha says, now this line of questions makes sense. You haven't even decided to become a god, and you are already looking for a way around the rules. Unfortunately, the answer to your question is that we don't know. As far as we know, none of the new gods have ever killed an ancient god. Too bad. That would have been good information to know. Do you know what would happen if I became a dragon before ascending? Saronia says, no idea. As far as the two of us know, there has never been a dragon god. However, you should keep in mind that our information is extremely limited. That's all right. It isn't like I can go ask one of the gods on the mainland these questions. I will wait and ask the dragon the next time I visit him, Krenosha says. That's probably the best plan. It might even know more about us gods than we do, Saronia says. That is likely considering how much knowledge we have lost. All right. In that case, I don't have any more questions right now. Krenosha says, good. I want to get to testing, Saronia says. You sound just like Ash when he's been given permission to experiment. Krenosha says, I do not. You take that back. My first thought is to stop them from fighting again, but then I reconsider after another thought hits me. They, or rather their avatars, are soon going to be joining us, so I can consider them as my women. At least partially, which means that it is totally okay for me to want to enjoy watching them fight. The only drawback is that they still have their clothes on, but I still have a good show to watch. I could probably force their clothes to disappear since this is my soulscape, but that would turn both of them against me. So, I sit back and just watch without interfering, like a good little boy. They are fighting, but I can tell that it isn't serious, more like they are playing around. As I watch, I keep catching them glancing my way. They are doing this on purpose. They can easily tell that I am enjoying the show, but they are not showing any sign of stopping. Just out of curiosity. Can I expect your avatars to act like you two? Saronia says. Their personalities will be based on parts of ours, but they won't be exactly the same. At least, that is the case for our normal avatars. I would expect the mortal avatars would be the same, maybe more so. Krenosha says that is just at first. The longer they are around, the more different from us they will become. Their experiences will shape their personalities. It is possible that when they die and we reabsorb them, it will alter our personalities. Does that worry you? Krenosha says. Not really. Through them, we will experience everything that they did in their lives. Those experiences, if they are strong enough, can help us change for the better. So make sure to treat our avatars well. We will eventually know everything you do to them. Of course, I will treat them well. My wives would kill me if I didn't. Saronia says, that's true enough and very reassuring. My concern is if they will have their own personalities. How can we be sure that they will be willing to share? For that matter, are they even going to be interested in me? Krenosha says, are you kidding? They will be made from us, so of course they will be interested in you. As for the sharing, that might be a little less of a sure thing, but it should work itself out. Saronia says, we will do our best to make sure that they have our willingness to share. Even if that doesn't work, I am confident that Lynn will handle things. That is, if it even works, Krenosia says. I am pretty confident that we can make it work. Before, we never had the power to spare to play around with avatars, but I always had this feeling that there were more options than what we were using. Saronia says, I hope you are right. I hope so too. Anyway, I will discuss things with the girls in the morning. Oh, just to be clear, even if I do agree to become a god, I will not be the Pantheon leader. Saronia says, leader? Krenosha says, you think we want you to lead our Pantheon? The two goddesses turn to look at each other. Then Krenosia smirks a little at Saronia. A few seconds later, they both start laughing, quietly at first, but quickly gaining in volume. Soon they are laughing as hard as they can, clutching their sides, and leaning against each other. I don't know what reaction I was expecting from them, but it certainly wasn't this one. By the time they start to calm their laughter, I am starting to feel a little offended. It still takes them a few more minutes to stop laughing and catch their breath. Krenosia says, Ash, we wouldn't make you the leader of the Pantheon if you were the last male god left in the world. Just making you a god is risky enough. Making you our leader would guarantee chaos. Now, as your wives, we would obey you in some aspects, but not when it comes to the business of the Pantheon. Saronia says, we will stay the leaders of the Pantheon. The only one we might consider giving the job to would be Lynn. Krenosha says, yeah, Lynn has the right mentality and a good head on her shoulders. If she wanted the job, we would consider it. Although, she is probably going to have her hands full keeping you out of trouble. Saronia says, yeah, that will be a full-time job all on its own. Sister, I think he is ignoring us, Krenosha says. I think you are right. Maybe our laughter offended him? Saronia says. You mean he didn't say that to make us laugh? Was he actually serious? Krenosha says, I think that maybe he was. He must think we are crazy. Either that or he is, Saronia says. Well, we already know that he is crazy, but he also seems to think that we are as well. All right, that's enough. Chapter 14:14. Saronia says, Yup, he's definitely upset. Krenosia says, It looks to me like he needs a hug. Before I can say anything, the two of them jump on me and wrap themselves around me. They are giggling as they use their bodies to pin my arms and keep me from pushing them away. They are totally taking advantage of the fact that I am now willing to accept their avatars as lovers. Then again, they aren't wrong. I don't really have any excuses left to turn them down. After all, there isn't much difference between doing stuff with their avatars or with them. It's not like any of the girls are going to accuse me of cheating since they already approved of the avatars. When the goddesses realize I am not fighting back like I normally do, they stop giggling. Instead, they start taking turns kissing me to see how I am going to react. When I kiss them back without trying to get free, they get happy and excited looks on their faces. Things quickly escalate from there, and I end up having to create a bed for us to have fun on. I learn a lot about the two of them as we are having our fun, and some things are unexpected. I expected Saronia to be a little shy and the less adventurous of the two of them. What I didn't expect were the changes to Krenosha as soon as things really got started. She quickly gets bossy, telling Saronia what to do at all times and making her be more active. The biggest surprise to me is how kinky Krenosia ends up being. She is worse than I am. She even asks for things that wouldn't really be possible if we weren't in a soulscape. Some of the things that she asks me to do are things I have only seen in hentai, and I have no idea how she knows about them. If these are things that she came up with on her own, then she is even scarier than I imagined. However, it is a relief that when I say no to an idea, she accepts it without arguing. It is a slightly different story when Saronia tries to say no to her. She forces her sister to do as she tells her. I step in to stop her a few times, but only when I think that forcing it would be bad for Saronia. Other times, I let Krenosha bully her because it is something that won't hurt her. In fact, once she tries it, Saronia often ends up finding out that she likes what her sister wants. All in all, it is a very fun and educational experience for both Saronia and me. Although, if this is anything like how Krenosha's avatar is going to act, things are going to get interesting. With her bossing my wives around, my honeymoon is going to end up a lot different than planned. I am not sure if it will be a bad thing or not, but I find myself excited to find out. I am especially excited to see what will happen if Krenosha's avatar tries to boss around Lynn. Either Lynn will do as she is told, or I will get to watch a massive clash of wills. Either way, I expect that it is going to be quite enjoyable from my perspective. However, I absolutely can't get involved if they clash. Getting between them would be suicide. I'm actually hoping that Lynn goes along with Krenosha's instructions. It will make our fun really exciting. I am fairly sure that the others will obey Krenosha, as long as she doesn't ask anything too outrageous. No matter what ends up happening, I am excited to see how things end up going. However, I will have to wait to see that. For now, I focus on the two goddesses in bed with me. I give them my full attention and do my best to make this an experience that they will never forget. From the massive smiles on their faces, I am guessing that I at least partially succeed. Thanks to it being a soulscape, we can't really get physically exhausted, but there is still a mental drain. Eventually, we get tired enough to call an end to things for the time being. The goddesses leave not long after, but they make sure to show their affection first, and then I end the soulscape. Despite the amount of time that has passed in the soulscape, only a couple of hours have actually passed. However, due to the mental fatigue, I managed to fall asleep almost instantly. Unfortunately, despite that, I still wake up after only a couple of hours of sleep. The problem is that I wake up feeling wired, like I need to get up and do something. Luckily, I thought ahead and am not pinned in place by the girls, or at least that was the plan. When I try to move, everything goes fine until I try to move the wing that I draped over the girls. It seems that in their sleep, one of the girls has latched onto my wing and isn't letting go. I give a firm tug on my wing, and with a sharp stab of pain, my wing comes free. The pain reminds me of stubbing my toe when I was human, but the fact that I feel it tells me it is more painful than that. When I look over, I see Miria with her arms wrapped around one of my feathers. If losing a single feather was that painful, then I am going to have to be careful of damage to my wings. That level of pain in a fight could easily cause me to be distracted, and that could be fatal. However, now that I know about it, I can at least be prepared and brace myself if my wings get hit. I also learned that putting my wing over the sleeping girls is not a good idea. Or, at least, putting my wing over Miria is a bad idea. The others didn't clamp onto my wing. Still, next time I think I will just cover them with a blanket and keep my wings to myself. I am free now, minus a single feather, so I get up and head outside to find something to do. It is still dark, so most things are off the list, but I want to do something constructive. It also needs to be something physical. I need to burn off some of this extra energy. When I can't think of anything constructive to do, I decide to just go for a swim instead. However, instead of swimming in the lagoon, I decide to go for a swim in the ocean. Swimming in the lagoon is fun enough, but it isn't big enough for me to really test out my evolution. Honestly, the lagoon isn't even big enough for me to test out what my new top speed might be. It also isn't deep enough for me to test out my adaptation to pressure. Not by a long shot. So, I head into the ocean and first do a lap around the entire island to warm up. Then, I do another lap around it, swimming as fast as I can to see just how fast I can go. Chapter 14:15. Which turns out to be really fast. I could probably get close to the speed of a speedboat. Not that I really have a way to measure my speed, but going around the island is at least a mile or two. By my count, I was able to circle the island in about 4 minutes, so maybe 20 miles an hour. My math is probably wrong, and that probably isn't as fast as a speedboat, but it still feels fast. After doing a couple of more laps, I turn south towards deeper water and take off. I head deeper, following the ocean floor as it drops away from the island rapidly. It doesn't take long for me to be a long way from the island and far deeper than the light reaches. However, I feel no difference whatsoever from being this deep. No pressure at all. I can move just as freely as I did near the surface, and it even feels the same. To test it further, I turn and swim straight up to the surface, but nothing happens. I don't feel anything. There is no pain, no sense of pressure changing, nothing at all. It is as if I am just swimming around normally in a pool. To be honest, it is a little weird. Magic is a wonderful thing, but not knowing how it does things can be a little unsettling at times. However, being able to swim anywhere I like without worry is a pretty cool thing. I am half tempted to go looking for some of the things that tried to hunt me, but that might take a while. If I am not back by the time the girls wake up, I will have some explaining to do. They are probably expecting me to pull this kind of stunt, but I would like to disappoint them. Not that I am not going to do things, but that I don't want them to catch me at it. After all, something is only against the rules if you get caught, and I am going to try not to get caught. Although, my chances of not getting caught are going to go down once the avatars join us. Not only will they help with the girls' exhaustion, but it is 2 more people who can catch me. Besides, with them on the girls' side, I might be the one exhausted and in need of rest. At least, I am pretty sure that is what the girls have in mind, and I'm guessing the avatars will take their side. If the goddesses can make the avatars, I am going to be outnumbered 6-1. That is both exciting and terrifying at the same time, and I am not sure which is stronger. However, things are already in motion, and it is too late for second thoughts now. Even if the goddesses can't make mortal avatars, I have crossed the line with them and can't go back. After the events in the Soulscape, our relationship is definitely going to change. Not that that is necessarily a bad thing. I mean, who can complain about sleeping with 2 goddesses? However, it is likely to make my life a little more complicated. But at least it won't be boring, especially considering how much trouble I am likely to get myself into with the 2 of them. It is a relief to know that they don't want me to lead the Pantheon, but I still don't want to become a god. Maybe if I can become an ancient god so that I don't have as many rules, I will consider it. To do that, first I need to find out what makes a god an ancient, and if it can be stolen. My best bet for that kind of information is the dragon, who I need to go visit anyway. However, that could take a while, so it will have to wait until after the honeymoon is over. Visiting the dragon is going to be the first thing I do once the honeymoon is over. Hopefully, nothing else is going to get in the way of that, but with my luck I never know. I will just have to wait and see what happens. But visiting the dragon is important. I can't forget about it. I have been swimming around the entire time that my mind has been wandering. Obviously, that is a bad idea when I know that there are things around that will try to eat me. Luckily, what finds me while I am distracted is something that I can easily handle. A small group of dragonfish. 5 dragonfish defeated. 125,000 XP gained. During the fight, I killed one by biting it, and for some reason that makes me ravenous. Before I know it, I have eaten everything but their cores, not leaving a single scrap behind. Normally, I much prefer cooked food, but for some reason eating the dragonfish really hits the spot. I put the cores away and then turn and swim back to the island before anything else decides to eat me. As I am swimming back, I go back over the fight and how much easier it was to fight in the water. I would say that from now on, there shouldn't be any environment where I am at a disadvantage. The sun is just peeking over the horizon as I get back to the island, meaning I should be safe. I quickly dry off and head in to check on the girls, who are still completely passed out. It looks like I got away with my quick field trip and it worked. The extra energy is gone. Now I just need to figure out something to keep me busy until the girls wake up. Even though I ate 5 dragonfish, I am still a little hungry, and that helps me decide what to do. It is still really early, but cooks are normally up this early to start baking for the day. So, I gate back to the trade city and head over to Sarah's inn to look for Iran. As I thought, he is already awake and hard at work in the kitchen, getting ready for the day. When he sees me, he doesn't even ask. He just starts cooking me some breakfast. Aaron says, "Have a seat. It will be ready in a few minutes. I hope you brought me some more fish. That was really popular. Actually, I do have some more for you, but this will probably be the last of it," Aaron says. "That's a shame. I am going to have some disappointed customers." "Well, you can talk to the merchants from the Southern Empire. It might be something they fish and can export," Aaron says. "I will have Sarah check into it. Of course, that is probably going to be expensive, but I think people will still want it. It must have been really popular. I don't suppose you kept some dishes for me?" Aaron says, "Of course I did, although I think I will use the fresh fish to remake them for you. I can do that while you eat breakfast. Oh, I have some new breakfast dishes for you to try as well. Fish doesn't sound too appealing for breakfast." Chapter 14:16, Aaron says, "No, it's not fish. It's normal breakfast fare, just seasoned differently. It's from what I learned in the Southern Empire. A mix of their cooking and ours." "Oh, that sounds good. If you can have them ready soon, that would be great. I only have an hour or so before the girls might wake up." Aaron says, "No problem. I can have them ready before you finish eating." Aaron provides me with a huge spread for breakfast, and he keeps cooking while I am eating. In the time it takes me to eat everything he made me, he makes another 24 dishes. Those go straight into my pouch. I will try them out with the girls later. Sarah walks in and says, "Ash, what are you doing here? You are supposed to be on your honeymoon. The girls are currently asleep and I will be back before they wake up. Or at least that's the plan." Sarah says, "That's a rather big risk just for my husband's cooking, isn't it?" "Not that big of a risk. I am pretty sure that they will be asleep for at least a couple more hours. I will be back well before then. Besides, I was bored, and this was the safer option." Sarah says, "If this was the safer option, what was the other option? To go out and find something to hunt." Sarah says, "You're right. That would have been more dangerous. Also, far more likely to get you caught. I guess this was the safer option, but staying put would have been the best option." Aaron says, "Leave the man alone. Let him deal with his wives how he sees fit. They knew what they were signing up for when they married him. I doubt they would even be surprised if they caught him." Sarah says, "That's probably true. What would surprise them is that he came here instead of causing trouble." "Oh, come on. I am not that bad." They both just give me a look and refrain from saying anything in response to my claim. Knowing exactly what that look means, I shut up and go back to eating my breakfast. Luckily, Sarah has work to do and can't just sit around teasing me any longer. I finish my breakfast, put the last of the new dishes into my pouch, and then head over to the castle. Bella moved it back after we left for the island, and I want to check on the kids. Jarvis informs me that Bella is currently sleeping, and the kids are scattered around the castle. I spend the next hour going around the castle and spending a few minutes with each of the kids. They are happy to see me, but they are also understanding when I can't stay for long. After making sure I have spent time with each of them, I gate back to the island, only to find the girls are still sound asleep. It looks like I really didn't need to rush back, but now that I am here, I had better stay. Knowing my luck, leaving again would just guarantee that they would wake up as soon as I am gone. I got away with it once. Pushing my luck now would just be stupid. So I settled down on my side of the bed and read my manga until the girls wake up. Miria is the first to wake up, and she seems confused by the feather that she is clutching. Then she looks at my wings, and when she makes the connection, she gives me a guilty look. Miria says, "Ash, I'm sorry." "It's fine. You were asleep and didn't do it on purpose?" Miria says, "I still feel bad. Did it hurt?" "Yes, actually. It hurt a lot more than I expected. However, it is better to have found out this way than in a fight." Miria says, Do you want it back? Or can I keep it?" "You can keep it. I have already grown a new one, but what are you going to do with it?" Miria says, "It's pretty and I want to make something out of it. Maybe ear ornaments? It would feel good to always have part of you close to me. That sounds like a good idea. Actually, I am curious about something. Can I see the feather for a second? Miria clutches the feather closer and asks, why? While I am not a dragon yet, I am a high-rank beast, and I want to test how good the materials that come from me are. Miria says, then just pluck another feather. No, that hurts. Come on, I will give it right back. Mercy opens one eye and says, what's with all the noise? It is too early. Brightfire says, they are arguing over a feather that looks like Miria plucked it from Ash's wing. Miria says, I didn't do it on purpose. I was sleeping. Lynn says, some of us were still trying to sleep. Miria says, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake everyone, but I don't want Ash taking the feather back. I'm not going to damage it, and I will give it right back. Lynn says, just give it to him. If he doesn't give it back, you can just pluck another one to use. Mercy says, what are you going to do with the feather anyway? Miria says, I want to make ear ornaments out of it. I want a piece of Ash to be with me all the time. Brightfire says, actually, that doesn't sound too bad. I wouldn't mind having something made from Ash to keep with me. Lynn says, now that you mention it, I would like that too. Mercy says, count me in, Brightfire says. Ash, looks like you are going to lose some more feathers. My only response to that is a growl, but with all 4 of them against me, I eventually give up. For some reason, when I know it is coming, having my feathers pulled hurts even more. After 3 sharp pains, I relax, but then a 4th one catches me off guard. Ouch! What was that for? Lynn says, I just figured that you would want one that you could study and experiment with. Well, yes, but you could have warned me. Lynn says, I figured it would hurt less if you weren't expecting it anyway. Now that we all have feathers, how about some breakfast? I growl a little at Lynn, but it doesn't take much to convince me to forget about it. We all sit down to eat breakfast, and without thinking about it, I pull out the new dishes for everyone to try. The new dishes are delicious, and everyone likes them. But Lynn is too observant. Lynn says, hang on a minute. How is it that you suddenly have new dishes for us to try? Where did these new dishes come from? Mercy says. Well, that's a guilty look if I've ever seen one. Lynn says it sure is. Ash, you went out while we were asleep, didn't you? It was just a quick trip to the trade city to give some fish to Aaron. I also stopped by the castle to check on the kids. Lynn says, is that all? You look awfully guilty for that to be all that you did? Chapter 14:17. The only other thing is I went for a swim before I went to the trade city. Lynn says, if that really is all, then why do you look so guilty? Oh, right. You were supposed to talk to the goddesses last night. How did that go? It went well. They are going to attempt to make mortal avatars. Miria says, how well? Really well. Under the intense stares of my 4 beautiful naked wives, I quickly spill the beans. I tell them everything that happened. I don't leave anything out or try to hide anything. To my surprise, the girls take it well. In fact, they hardly react at all to what I tell them. Miria says, don't look so surprised. We have known how the goddesses feel about you for ages. We have been expecting this to happen, Lynn says personally. I'm surprised that it took this long. If I had 2 goddesses like them after me, I couldn't have resisted as long as you have. It hasn't been easy, Miria says. So how was it? It was good. Things in the soulscape aren't as good as in the real world, but it was definitely fun. Miria says, I can't wait to have some fun with their avatars. Did they say when they would be joining us? Assuming that they managed to figure it out, it should be sometime today. Lynn says, how are you planning to treat them? We won't hold a ceremony or give them crowns, but other than that, I plan to try and treat them the same as I do you. Lynn says, isn't that going to stretch you a little thin? It may at times, but I will do my best. I expect you to help me out when I fall short. Hopefully, between all of us, we will be able to figure things out. Mercy says, with all of us working together, anything is possible. Miria says, even keeping the avatars of 2 goddesses happy? Mercy says, well, That part will mostly be up to Ash. We just have to be ready to help him out a little. Lynn says, Ash, are you going to be able to keep all 6 of us happy? No, I don't. And that is why I didn't want multiple wives. You already know that, so why ask now? Lynn says, because it is a conversation that all of us need to have together. I want everyone to be on the same page. You can't be around all the time, and I know that. That is part of why I took Bella as a lover, Miria says. So far, this honeymoon has been great, and I wish it could be like this all the time, but I know it can't. I want you to know that I don't blame you for that. Mercy says, personally, I know how busy the life of a ruler is. I never expected you to be around and available all the time. I was prepared to either be alone during the time you aren't around or to be with the others. I never thought of taking a female lover from outside. Brightfire says, personally, I figured that the 4 of us would be lovers whenever Ash isn't around. Well, I guess it will be the 6 of us soon, Lynn says. And that's exactly why I wanted to have this conversation now. I want the 4 of us on the same page when the avatars show up. Miria says, I just think that all of us should be lovers. Mercy says, wait, I'm still confused about something. Lynn, you said that you had taken Bella as a lover. Lynn says, that's right. Mercy says, Ash, you knew about it and are okay with it. Yes, in fact, I encouraged it. I thought that having another lover would help when I was busy. This was before it was decided that I would marry all of you. Brightfire says, does that mean that you have slept with Bella as well? Only once, but I don't think it counts. Mercy says, why not? Because I wasn't a male at the time. Lynn says, remember that Ash can shapeshift. I convinced him to turn into a woman for one night and join Bella and I. It was a lot of fun, but it made him slightly uncomfortable. How would you feel if you turned into a man? Lynn says, I would probably be really uncomfortable, but I'd be willing to try it at least once. However, I am not as good at shapeshifting as you are. I could probably make something that would let you. Lynn says, let's worry about that later. That sounds like an experiment that we should do when you are not around. Probably a good idea. I know that I will not be attracted to you as a man. Miria says, why not? I think that Lynn would be really cute as a man. Because I am not attracted to men at all. Lynn says, we are getting way off topic here. We still need to decide how to interact with the avatars. Mercy says, sorry, I am still hung up on you having a lover and Ash seeming not to care. It's simple. I won't share you with another man, but another woman won't make me jealous. So, as long as it is a woman, all of you can take lovers as you want. Lynn says, that's only part of it. Ash really likes watching 2 women together. It gets him all worked up. Brightfire says, then that's the answer. We treat the avatars as sisters and lovers. Miria says, oh, should we tie Ash up and let him watch all of us have fun together? Lynn says, good luck with that. I tried that with Bella, but even my magic couldn't keep him restrained for long. Mercy says, he gets that worked up? Lynn says, oh, absolutely. I found it quite thrilling when he got loose, but Bella wasn't as amused. Miria says, I want to see for myself. We should definitely do that later. Lynn says, sure, we can do that. For now, are we all agreed on how we will treat the avatars? Brightfire says, I think we are. It is not like we can mistreat them anyway. They are avatars of goddesses after all. Probably the only one who could get away with mistreating them would be Ash. Why would I mistreat them? Brightfire says. I wasn't saying you would, just that you could do it and get away with it. Even if I did, I wouldn't get away with it for long. Saronia and Krenosha would make me pay for it. Lynn says, that's true. There is no way they would let you get away with mistreating versions of themselves. Not that you would, just like you wouldn't ever mistreat any of us. Miria says, not unless we ask him to anyway. Brightfire says, not that we would let him get away with it if he did. Mercy says, punishing him for it could be fun though. We are getting off topic again. Lynn says yes, but it doesn't matter. We have made a decision. There isn't anything else that we need to discuss until the avatars get here. Chapter 14:18. Actually, there is one more thing we need to discuss. The goddesses made me an offer, and it involves all of you. Lynn says, "What offer? Are they still trying to convince you to become a god?" Yes, they are. Their offer this time was 6 goddesses as wives. Miria says, "Where are they going to find 4 more goddesses to marry you?" Lynn says, "They don't need to. They want to make the 4 of us into goddesses. Right, Ash?" "Yeah, that's the offer." Miria says, "Seriously?" Brightfire says, "We would become goddesses, really?" Lynn says, "Yes, if Ash becomes a god." Mercy says, "But Ash doesn't want to become a god, right?" "No, I don't. Unless I can figure out how to become an ancient god." Lynn says, "Why does that matter? Ancient gods don't have to follow as many rules." "Either that, or I could try and become a dragon god, but I don't know if that is a thing. I plan to ask the dragon when I see him. However, if you want to become goddesses, it might happen even if I don't become a god." Miria says, "What do you mean?" "Well, the goddesses want to rebuild their pantheon, and some of you have the potential. If it is something that you want to do, then I can help you along that path even if I don't become a god myself." Lynn says, "It is something that we will need to take some time and seriously consider. I have already decided that I want to follow that path, but the goddesses mentioned it to me a while ago. Each of you should decide for yourselves what you want to do. There is no rush to decide, but think about what you want to do. Keep in mind that it would mean living forever and following all the rules that the gods have to follow." Lynn says, "After the honeymoon, we will spend some time in the soulscape with the goddesses so that you can ask them any questions you might have." Mercy says, "That would be good. I have a lot of questions." Miria says, "Me too. Like I said, there is no rush. You can think about it after the honeymoon is over. This is not the kind of decision that can be made lightly." Brightfire says, "What did you mean about helping us along the path? For the goddesses to be able to help you ascend, you have to have enough power of your own. My help will be in reaching that level of power." Lynn says, "Are you offering to enhance them like you did to me and Miria?" "More like you than Miria. Hers was a special case and ended up being far more dangerous than planned. I would prefer to avoid going through that situation again. I don't want to risk Brightfire or Mercy if I can help it." Mercy says, "We appreciate that." Brightfire says, "Even if there is some risk, I want to get stronger. I don't know about becoming a goddess, but I want to be stronger than I am now." "All right, we can do that." Mercy says, "I also don't know what I want to do yet, but I don't see a reason not to get stronger if I can." "All right, we will take care of that after the honeymoon. I will need to figure out what the best option for each of you will be." Lynn says, "You are thinking of using the essence from the kids again, right?" "Yeah. I am thinking that Albion will be a great match for Brightfire, but I am not sure who would match Mercy." Lynn says, "You didn't worry this much with me. Why is that?" "Because your primary thing is magic, and while Mulan is more fire-based, she is definitely magic-based. She was a good match for you. The only better match would be a dragon or something else with similar magical abilities. Mulan was the best option out of all of my kids. I considered things carefully before even suggesting it to you." Lynn says sorry. "I should have known that." "It's all right. We never really discussed it." Lynn says, "Just out of curiosity, could you use your own essence instead of the kids?" "I should be able to, but I have no idea what might happen. I am not a dragon yet. In fact, I am not sure exactly what I am right now. It might cause unknown issues." Mercy says, "I know that I am the new girl in the group, but I would prefer not to be used for experiments." Lynn says, "No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just curious." Miria says, "Now you sound like Ash." Lynn says, "I may sound like him, but I have way more self-control. I am not going to do an experiment just to see what would happen." Miria says, "Unless it involves magic, right?" Lynn says, "That's an entirely different story. That is to advance my knowledge of magic, and my experiments are always strictly controlled. Be careful. She is a little touchy when it comes to magic." Lynn says, "I am not." Miria laughs and says, "I know. It is about all that I get to tease her about, At least I am not the only one you tease, Miria says. Oh, we tease each other all the time. You just normally aren't around to see it. When you are around, we tend to focus on teasing you. Trust me, I've noticed, Brightfire says. We only tease you to show our love, Mercy says. Yeah, the fact that it is so much fun has nothing to do with it. Miria says, Mercy, you aren't supposed to tell him that. It isn't like I don't already know how much you enjoy teasing me. Lynn says, don't even try to claim that you don't enjoy teasing us just as much. I would never deny how much fun I have with all of you, Lynn says. That isn't what I meant, Saronia says. Sorry to interrupt, but the avatars are ready to be sent over. Are you ready for them? Lynn says. 1 second. We need to get dressed. First, impressions matter. So you succeeded in making mortal avatars? Saronia says yes, we did. It was actually really easy. We made them hours ago. We just wanted to brief them on some things before sending them over. What kind of things? Saronia says. We just wanted to make sure that they weren't too innocent before they met you. You make me sound like some kind of horrible man who goes around corrupting innocent women. Saronia says, other than the horrible part, I'd say that's pretty accurate. I now know exactly what you are like and what you are going to do to my innocent avatar. Hey, I am not that bad, Lynn says. Okay, we are ready. The girls are all dressed now. Not that it takes long with shape-shifting clothes, but their hair is also fixed. Following Saronia's directions, I draw a circle on the floor and pour my divine power into it. According to her explanation, I am acting as the anchor to make it easier to get the avatars here. Chapter 14:19. What I wasn't expecting is that the goddesses themselves appear alongside the avatars. This gives me a chance to compare them, and I find that although they look the same, there is a difference. They have the same faces and identical bodies, but somehow the goddesses are way more attractive. The avatars would be a 10 out of 10, yet somehow the goddesses are a 15 out of 10. It must be a part of what makes them goddesses. But I normally don't notice it. Then again, I normally only see their avatars. They don't come down in person often, Saronia says. We can't stay long, but we wanted to introduce our avatars. This is mine, and she has chosen to go by Sero. No, Ash, we absolutely won't be allowing you to name our avatars, Krenosha says. This is my avatar, who wants to be called Kreno. I hope you guys will take good care of her, Sero says. It is nice to meet all of you. I hope we can get along. Kreno says, don't listen to Saronia. We want you to corrupt us. Sero says, Kreno, can't you behave for just 5 minutes? Krenosha says, we really can't stay. Good luck with these two. Saronia and Krenosha leave just before the energy I put into the circle runs out. It probably would have cost them more to be here without using my power as an anchor. Sero and Kreno seem to relax just as soon as the goddesses are gone and start chatting with the girls. Since we have already eaten, to be polite, I offer some breakfast to the 2 avatars. It is really fun watching the avatars experience our delicious food for the first time. They have a lot of first times to go through with us, and it will be fun to watch them experience it. The avatars ask a lot of questions while they eat, mostly about the girls in our wedding. They also seem to be paying a lot of attention to how the girls act with each other. I hope that they are doing so to try and fit in without causing too much drama. Come to think of it, I am amazed that there has been so little drama so far between my wives. For the 4 of them to get along so well is truly amazing to me, assuming it is true. For all I know, they could be fighting constantly when I am not around to see it. I rather doubt that it is anything like that, but it is a possibility. They can't be getting along perfectly. Even if it is just small things, there are bound to be some conflicts between them. They must be settling things when I am not around and keeping the drama between them. I am fine with that as long as they are actually settling things and not letting anything fester. The last thing I want is something small getting blown out of proportion and causing a huge fuss. For now, I am just going to trust Lynn to handle things, and let me know if I need to step in. For now, the avatars are getting along with everyone. But who knows if that is going to last. I'm not too worried about Sero, but Kreno could cause some issues if she gets bossy. Although, a contest of wills between her and Lynn would definitely be fun to watch. It would especially be entertaining if they were naked and ended up wrestling, although I probably couldn't watch for long before I would want to join in on the fun. Anyway, I have some questions, and there is finally a break in the conversation. So, how powerful are the two of you? Sero says. We are not. We are both level 1 clerics. The only special thing we were given is that I have a spell that cures fatigue, Krino says. Apparently, it was specifically requested, and I can't wait to find out why for myself. Oh, you will find out soon enough. This is only day 3 of the honeymoon. We still have lots of time to play. Lynn says, the 4 of us are still pretty worn out. Could we get a taste of how well the spell works? Sero says. Sure. Happy to help? Sero casts the spell 4 times, and the girls look much more chipper after it hits them. The effect is instant and obviously makes them feel a lot better, which helps my guilt. However, it also spells trouble for me since I now face 6 women who are fully rested. Something tells me that they won't be letting Sero cast that spell on me. They want to exhaust me. I won't make it easy for them. But numbers are definitely on their side. My only hope is going to be if I can make Sero run out of divine power so she can't cast the spell anymore. Somehow, I doubt that even my monstrous stamina is going to be enough for that challenge. However, I plan to fully enjoy losing the battle to them, even if it leaves me unable to move. Noticing that the avatars have finished eating, I suggest moving the conversation out to the beach. My wives all shift to bikinis, but the avatars can't do that. They are wearing normal clothes. I go looking through my pouch, but I don't have any clothing materials good enough. So, I head back inside and start collecting the scraps of the wedding dresses. Even though they were normal, the dresses were made of high-quality materials. If I use mana to fuse them back together, I should be able to get enough material to enchant them. All I need is enough for 2 dresses, so while it is a little annoying, I do manage to get enough. I patch together 2 rough dresses, and then enchant them for shape-shifting and self-repair. They aren't as nice as the girls' dresses, but they will do for now. I will make better ones later. As soon as they are done, I head back outside and hand them to the avatars. Sero says, "What are these?" I know they don't look like much right now, but once you put them on, they can shapeshift into anything you want. Krino says, "Really?" Without waiting for an answer, Krino strips off her current dress and changes into the new one. Since she isn't wearing anything under the dress, we all get a good show. As soon as the new dress is on, she starts playing around with the shapeshifting to test it out. Sero turns to head inside and change, but Krino teases her until she changes in front of us. She also has an amazing body, and it is a treat for the rest of us to watch her change. The fact that later we will be playing with those bodies is quite exciting, but it isn't time for that yet. The avatars need a bit of time to adapt and get used to us, and we need some time too. The girls are still treating the avatars like they are goddesses, and they need to get past that. I also need some time to get used to the idea that they are separate people from Saronia and Chronosia. Chapter 14:20. We spend the time until lunch on the beach enjoying the sun, chatting, and swimming. As the time passes, it is easy to notice that the avatars are getting more relaxed around us. The girls are also slowly losing their reverential attitudes towards the avatars. Things get even more relaxed over lunch, watching the avatars go nuts over each new dish. Though, with how delicious our food is, no one can really blame them for being excited. There is quite a bit of friendly teasing, but once the meal is over, the conversation turns a little more serious. Sero says, "Our creators explained that we would not become official wives or queens. We both would like to know exactly what is going to be expected of us, or what you plan to do with us. That mostly depends on what you want to do. While it's true that you won't get the official titles, I still plan to treat you the same as my other wives. If you don't have any other ideas, my first plan is to get you some combat training and then help you level up. After the honeymoon, of course." Sero says, "I don't see any problem with that. We don't really know much about how things work in this world. I can tell you that we were created with a strong desire to gain new experiences." Lynn says, "New experiences won't be a problem. Ash is good at keeping things from getting boring." Miria says, "Not to be rude, but what's the point of leveling them up? The stronger they are, the more that they can help us, and the more they can protect themselves. Besides, the entire point of creating mortal avatars is to have them gather experience." Miria says, "Oh, okay. That makes sense." Lynn says, "Ash has to help them level up. Otherwise, they won't be able to go with us on his adventures, and that wouldn't be treating us as equals. Miria says, that makes even more sense. Count me in. Good, because while I say I will help them level up, I probably won't have time to do it myself. Lynn says, don't worry. We will help them, and I am sure that the kids will want to help as well. Krino says, we appreciate that, but you should be aware that only Sero can heal. My abilities are more for harming things. I don't know if I can be of much use to you, even if I do level up. Krenosha has the ability to judge souls. Do you also have those kinds of abilities? Krino says, I do, but they are not very developed. Those can also be useful. Don't sell yourself short. By the way, would your abilities allow you to determine someone's potential or what element best suits them? Krino says, yes, I have spells that would do that. But they are pretty weak at my current level. Good. I need help figuring out Mercy's most compatible elements so I know whose essence to use to enhance her. Krino says, I should be able to help with that once I gain a few levels. Mercy says, thank you. Sero says, on that note, you are forbidden from making any changes to our bodies. It could cause problems when we are reabsorbed. All right, no problem. I wouldn't do anything like that without your permission, Sero says. That's good. Thank you, Lynn says. What about magical tattoos? I just know that Bella is going to want to tattoo you as soon as she sees you. Sero says, that should be fine. As long as it doesn't change our base race, we can do anything we want. All right, good to know. Lynn says, Bella will be thrilled. Krino says, because we are avatars? Lynn says, number just because you are beautiful. Miria says, you will understand once you meet Bella. After that, the conversation turns to describing Bella and my kids to the avatars. After a while, a storm moving in drives us inside, where we do some kissing and cuddling before dinner. The idea is to let the avatars slowly get used to us being affectionate before the nighttime activities start. It doesn't quite go as planned. Sero is too shy and Krino is too aggressive, but it is still fun. The way Sero is acting is no surprise to me. Saronia was the same way in the Soulscape. Hopefully, once things get going, Sero will become less shy, just like Saronia did. If she doesn't on her own, I am sure that Krino will help take care of the issue. Her methods may be a little rough, but they are definitely effective, just like her creator. Krenosha straight up bullied Saronia into not being shy in the Soulscape, and I expect a similar thing to happen tonight. We eat dinner together while chatting about various things, and then we move to the bed. As soon as we get started, Krino takes charge and starts bossing everyone around. She has Miria and Brightfire focus on Sero, while she leads Lynn and Mercy in an attack on me. To my surprise, Lynn doesn't say a single thing and does whatever Krino tells her to do. I thoroughly enjoy the attention, but Lynn's lack of a response worries me just a little. I can't be sure if she is just humoring Krino, or if she genuinely likes being bossed around. It isn't really something that I can ask her given the current situation, but I will ask her later. After a while, Krino orders a switch and Miria and Brightfire bring Sero over to me. I don't have any attention to spare to see what Krino and the others are doing. It being her first time, I try to be as gentle as possible with Sero, at least as much as I can. Whatever Miria and Brightfire did, Sero is nowhere near as shy as I was expecting her to be. She is acting more like Saronia was towards the end of the Soulscape rather than the beginning. She doesn't really know what she likes yet, which is a rather unique experience for me. We try a lot of different things so that she can experience them, but I can't focus completely on her. I am not about to ignore my wives. I make sure everyone gets equal portions of my time. As expected, Sero uses her spell to keep all of the girls fresh, but refuses to cast it on me. My stamina lasts for quite a while, but eventually it runs out and I lose against the 6 of them. However, losing to them is absolutely glorious, and I have nothing at all to complain about. Once my stamina runs out, I quickly fall asleep, so I have no idea what happens after that. I don't know anything until I wake up and find myself completely pinned in place. However, since I am pinned by 6 naked beauties laying on and around me, it is hard to complain. Chapter 14:21. I can tell by the level of light in the room that the sun is up. even if only barely. That means I slept through the night, something that I haven't done in a long time. However, it also means that the girls aren't likely to wake up for at least a few more hours. They have me pinned in such a way that even reading manga without moving would be difficult. I close my eyes and try to force myself to go back to sleep, but it doesn't work. After sleeping so much, I feel completely refreshed and ready to get up and moving. If I just lay here and do nothing, I am going to go nuts. But if I wake up the girls, I will be punished. Depending on their mood, the punishment could be really fun, or it could be pure torture. With my luck, it would probably be the latter, so I am not going there. Instead, I create a soulscape and invite Lynn. Lynn appears and says, "Ash, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Well, other than the fact that my body is pinned in place and I can't get out of bed." Lynn says, "So, you woke up, got bored, and wanted to have some fun in the soulscape. I'm okay with that." Number, well, yes, I'd be okay with that, but I wanted to talk to you about something. Lynn says, "Okay. What did you want to talk about?" "Krino, mostly. I noticed her bossing you around last night and wanted to make sure you were okay with it. Honestly, I kind of expected you to put her in her place." Lynn says, "Actually, I didn't mind it. In fact, it was kind of nice not being in charge for once. Besides, she didn't tell me to do anything I didn't already want to do. If she had, it probably would have been a different story." "All right. I just wanted to make sure Krino wasn't going to cause problems. I would like to keep things nice and peaceful if at all possible." Lynn says, "We talked a little after you fell asleep. While there might be an occasional issue, I don't think there will be any major conflicts. Krino is going to listen to me outside of bed, and in bed I will obey her to an extent." "I didn't realize that you like being ordered around." Lynn says, "Neither did I. It is something I haven't experienced before. Considering how I grew up, I didn't think I would like it either. Maybe it is different because it is not a man ordering you around. I imagine you had more than enough of that growing up." Lynn says, "That's a possibility. I guess you could try ordering me around and see what happens. That could be fun, or it could be dangerous. I think I will wait and find out which later. For now, I am just glad that you and Krino won't be fighting." Lynn says, "Are you sure?" "What do you mean?" Lynn says, "Doesn't the thought of us fighting over you get you excited?" "No, but the thought of watching you two fight does." Lynn says, "So it's not about you. It's just two of us getting physical with each other that does it for you." "Yeah, I guess so." Lynn says, "In that case, maybe we should arrange some wrestling matches tonight. That would be awesome." Lynn says, "All right. I will discuss it with the others later." "Sounds good. So I don't need to worry about you and Krino, right?" Lynn says, "There will probably be a few bumpy spots as we get to know each other, but I think they will both fit in well. I don't think there will be any major problems." "Good. That is a relief. I was really worried that adding the two of them would end up being a mistake." Lynn says, "No, I don't think it was a mistake. We have already seen how useful Sero's spell is. Other than that, I am not sure how useful they will be. It will depend on how strong they get and what choices they make. If nothing else, they will at least be able to help watch the kids. I think that they will find ways to make themselves useful. I am not too worried about that. It may take a while for them to figure things out, but they will." Lynn says, "You are probably right. We will see. Since it's just us for once, is there anything else you want to talk about?" Lynn says, "Not that I can think of. No. In that case, come over here." Lynn smiles and comes over to me like I told her to, and I reward her with a long kiss. Then, when she follows my next order and the one after that, we have some fun together. Bossing her around feels weird at first, but at the same time it is also a lot of fun. We end up having a lot of fun and trying out some things that are only possible in the soulscape. We only end our fun when we notice someone moving around in the real world. Lynn leaves first. Then I end the soulscape and open my eyes to see what's going on. Thanks to us being in the soulscape, we are actually the last ones to wake up. The rest of the girls are already awake. And from their suspicious looks, I am guessing they tried waking us up. That is probably what we noticed inside the soulscape that put an end to our fun. It doesn't help that Lynn is giving the others a guilty look, but I don't feel guilty at all. However, After Lynn admits to what we were doing, the other girls all want some attention. That is a demand that I have no problem whatsoever in complying with. I end up having several rounds of fun with the other girls, and then I have to take a nap. They have breakfast without me because my nap ends up lasting until lunchtime. In fact, it is the smell from them eating lunch that finally wakes me up from my nap. As I rush to the table and start eating, the girls laugh at me and then return to their conversation. I listen until I realize they are talking about clothes and then tune them out as I stuff my face. I am really hungry, but even more thirsty, and I easily pack away more than all of them. The girls find it amusing how much I am eating until I remind them how big my normal form is. I am easily double the mass of all 6 of them combined, but they tend to forget that. Mainly because I spend most of my time with them in other forms that are more compatible for fun. It is really hard to get the nutrition that my body needs when I am eating in a smaller form. After a while, I give up and move away from the table to return to my normal form and eat properly. That pretty much puts an end to the comments about my getting fat. Not that I could. Chapter 14:22. With the amount of exercise I get with the girls, I couldn't get fat even if I tried to. Luckily, considering how we all eat, the same applies to the girls. Not that I am going to say anything. There is no way to have a conversation about a woman's weight without getting in trouble. Besides, even if one of them gained a little weight, it wouldn't change my feelings for them at all. Not to mention, if it became a problem, I'm sure Lynn or I could come up with a weight loss spell. Magic is great for cheating at all sorts of things, so I'm sure it would be possible. Not that I need to worry about it now. The girls are all in incredible shape and don't need any help. Considering how active we all are, it probably won't be an issue, and it is a waste of time to think about. I don't even know how I started thinking about it, but now that I have, I can't stop. Hearing my name makes me tune into the conversation again. But I quickly realize that was a bad idea. They are still talking about clothes, but they are talking about what kind of outfits I like. Hearing them talk about the things that I like is really embarrassing, and I wish I wasn't listening. However, now that I have tuned back into the conversation, I find myself unable to stop listening. It turns out that the entire conversation has been about what I like and don't like. Not just about clothes, but also actions and positions, all really embarrassing stuff. It is stuff the avatars do need to know, but I don't want to be around for the conversation. The way Sero and Krino keep glancing at me when they hear certain things makes me want to curl up and hide. Although, I am sure to benefit from their new knowledge later. I can't face the looks they are giving me. The looks are a mix of curious and disbelieving, and under any other circumstances wouldn't bother me. However, in this situation, I find myself unable to meet their eyes as the conversation continues. The only thing that I am glad of right now is that I am in my normal form and my scales hide my blushing. Luckily, I tuned in at the tail end of the conversation, and it doesn't last too much longer. The girls finish eating and then convince me to join them for a swim in the lagoon. We spend the next several hours playing around in the water and enjoying the sun. We have a great time, but I can't help thinking that the honeymoon is now half over. After today, we only have 3 days left, and then I'm going to have to get serious. I have a long list of things that I need to take care of. But I don't want to think about that right now. The honeymoon is going to end soon enough without me wasting time worrying about other things. Since the weather is a lot nicer than yesterday, we have our dinner on the balcony and watch the sunset. It is a nice, romantic setting, and it leads to us having dessert in bed, something the avatars love. Having desserts eaten off of them is a completely new experience for them, and they thoroughly enjoy it. Since it is their first time, the others let me give them a little extra special attention. Of course, this is all part of a tactic that I am employing. I am going to wear out Sero first. If she passes out, then the others have to rely on their own stamina instead of her spell. That may not allow me to beat them, but it will make it a much closer battle than it would be otherwise. The plan does end up working, but I still end up losing the battle. Not that I mind. Once again, I end up passing out when my stamina is drained, but this time, I'm not alone in passing out. Unfortunately, I get rather rudely awakened in the middle of the night when the defenses go off. The lightning wards on the south side of the island go off repeatedly, which is what wakes me up. If it was just once or twice, I would have probably slept through it, but it goes off over a dozen times. With that many, I really have to go and check it out. but as usual, I am pinned in place. I have to pry girls off of me and move them aside until I am able to get out of bed. Unfortunately, there is no way for me to do so without waking a couple of them up. There is a lot of grumbling from those that I wake up, which wakes up the others. By the time I manage to get out of bed, all of the girls are awake and not happy about it. Miria says, "What's going on? Did you really need to get up and wake us all up? The defenses have been triggered by something? I need to go check it out." Lynn says, "Is it something dangerous?" I have no idea. All I know is that the lightning has triggered multiple times, so it is either something big or a lot of things. Lynn says, "Try to be careful. All right. I will be fine. Whatever it is hasn't actually gotten through the defenses, so it can't be all that strong." Miria says, "Should some of us come with you?" "No. You go back to sleep. I will be back soon. Don't worry." Brightfire says, "I wasn't worried until you said that." Lynn says, "Just go and be quick. We won't be sleeping until you get back." All right. I make sure to give each of them a kiss, head out to the balcony, and drop shapeshift. Then I take off and fly to the south side of the island to see what is going on. Just as I get there, another blast of lightning fires off and lights up the area so I can see the attackers. They look like large crabs. But where the eye stalk should be, there is a humanoid torso. The closest that I can compare it to would be a centaur, but using crabs instead of horses. The humanoid portion also doesn't look like a human. It looks closer to the upper half of an orc. It is one of the strangest creatures that I have seen since coming to this world, and there are a lot of them. They are intelligent enough that they are using primitively made weapons. They have spears and shields, mostly made from coral or some kind of bone. There are dozens of charred corpses on the beach, but a lot more are still alive. They are continuously attacking the inner barrier, and it looks like it is slowly losing power. It will still take a while before it fails, but the lightning wards are already out of power. They are slowly recharging and releasing another blast whenever they have the power. However, unless they give up, they will most likely get through the barrier before the lightning kills them all. It seems that I didn't beef up the defenses enough. I will need to think of a way to fix that. Chapter 1423. However, I promised the girls that I would be back quickly, so I don't have time right now. I land just inside the barrier and attempt to talk to the crabs, but they don't respond. I don't know if it is a language thing, an intelligence thing, or an aggression thing. Whatever it may be, if they won't communicate, that only leaves me with wiping them out. They look like monsters, so that was my original plan, but I wanted to try just in case. So, I take a deep breath, activate my breath weapon, and strafe the beach with it. 1956 crabmen defeated. 156,000 XP gained. My breath turns every crab it touches into a charred mess and even bounces to a few extra. They are really weak, a lot weaker than they look. I thought they would take more to kill. Either that, or they just have an extreme weakness to lightning, which is a possibility. Although, from the small amount of XP that they are worth, the first option is probably right. Whatever the case may be, there is now nothing living left on the beach, and no more crabs have come out of the water. I put most of my mana into the wards to recharge them, and then head back to the lodge. The girls are awake and waiting for me just as they promised, and they are relieved to see me. They quickly settle down once I am back, and most of them are soon fast asleep again. Only Lynn and Miria stay awake to hear the full story about what happened before they go back to sleep. I lay down on the outside edge of the bed and try to go back to sleep, but I don't have any luck. After trying for a few minutes, I get back up. But this time, I don't wake up the girls. I sit and watch them sleep as I think about how to improve the island's defenses. The lightning wards worked well, but they ran out of juice too easily against the number of crabs. I either need to beef up their stored power so that they can fire more, or I need to add something else. Beefing up the existing system would be easier, but I am worried. It wouldn't be enough. If the crabs had been stronger, the system would have been even less effective against them. I didn't really plan on the defenses having to stop a small army, but it seems that I should have. I have been thinking about it all wrong. I should be thinking like it is a tower defense game. Thinking like that, I can put towers all around the outside edge of the island and enchant them. If I give them a variety of attacks, then they will be able to defeat different types of opponents. Also, with the larger amount of stone used on the towers, it will be able to have more enchantments. I can even place the towers as the points of a formation design, one that gathers mana. That will supply the defenses with more energy and allow them to recharge faster. It isn't something that I can do tonight, but I will discuss it with Lynn in the morning and get her input. For now, I take out some paper, sketch the island and the formation that I think will work the best. It is a more complicated formation than needed, but this way it has more points for towers. After all, this won't work if the tower's range doesn't completely cover the borders of the island. I try to find a balance between the two, but to get full coverage, the formation has to be more complicated than I like. However, it is the best that I can come up with for now. Maybe Lynn will have some ideas for me. She probably will. She normally manages to spot something that I completely missed. Now, I just have to figure out what I am going to do to keep busy until the girls wake up. I decide to make a quick trip to the castle to get some more materials, and then do some crafting. First, I make new dresses for the avatars. Then I make them some jewelry enchanted to protect them. Finally, I make necklaces for them that are enchanted to give them access to the network. I won't make crowns for them, because they won't be official wives. But I still want them to have access to the network. The only reason I won't marry them for real is because it would cause problems with the beastmen. Besides, it would be weird to marry the avatars now and then, the goddesses later. I explained that to them, and they seemed to be fine with it, but I still feel a little bad about it. For now, I will just see how things go. If it becomes a problem later, I will deal with it. The easy answer would be to find more beastwomen to be my wives, but I'd rather avoid that. Having 6 women who get along and are willing to share me is already a miracle. I don't want to push my luck, but it really isn't up to me anymore. It is up to Lynn. I am just going to have to hope that she doesn't want to share me with any more wives. I think that if we keep things as they are, we should be pretty well covered for most situations. The only real reason I could see to add another wife is if we added another race to those joining us. While it is true that taking a wife from the Empire would help to settle things down, I think we can manage without doing that. I will just have to wait and see how things go after the honeymoon. But I think the girls will be fine. I am pretty sure that they can handle just about anything that might come up. Besides, if they keep using Ciro's spell to cheat, I can't handle having any more women. Of course, if she would use the spell on me, then it would be a different story. If Lynn does decide that we are going to add anyone else, then I will make that my condition to agree. That way I will at least have a better chance of winning future battles against them. Not that it is really important who wins and who loses, but it will make things more interesting. In fact, I am half tempted to ask Saronia to give me the same spell. Wouldn't that be a surprise for the girls? Of course, Saronia would probably tell me no. She is probably highly amused by the situation. I have felt the goddesses watching from time to time, especially at night. I haven't said anything, but I am sure Lynn and the avatars have noticed as well. Some of the others might have noticed as well, but no one has said a word about it. Considering that their avatars are directly involved in the action, it isn't really spying. I am not willing to call the goddesses out on it, at least not until I can use it to get out of trouble. It isn't like it hurts anything. They are going to get the memories of participating at some point. Chapter 1424. If it were a male spying on us, that would be a completely different story. I would kill them. I would also have a problem if it was a female other than Saronia and Krenosha. Special rules apply to the two of them, especially now that they are basically my wives. The entire situation feels both complicated and yet simple at the same time. My feelings for them are pretty simple, but the situation with my wives is getting more complicated. Of course, that is to be expected since I basically added 2 more wives, but it hasn't blown up yet. Or at least, it hasn't when I have been around. I'm sure there has been some drama behind my back. I just can't see any way they could all get along without there being at least a little drama. I would imagine that they are purposefully keeping it hidden from me, which I appreciate. I honestly have more than enough to deal with without having to play peacekeeper. They look perfectly peaceful right now, sleeping all in a pile and hugging each other. Of course, the fact that they are all naked makes it an even better picture in my mind. The crafting and enchanting are done, and I realize I have been just staring at the girls for a while. I am tempted to climb into bed and wake them up, but that would probably be a bad idea. They would be mad at being woken for a second time, and I would have to work hard to get them to forgive me. It isn't really worth it. I can just wait for them to wake up and then have some fun. Just as I am trying to think of what to do, I hear another blast of lightning go off. It is from the south side of the island again, so I fly over to see if more crabs are attacking. However, when I get there, I don't find any more crabs. Instead, I find a croc-like thing. It took the hit from the lightning, but it is still alive and dragging a crab corpse into the water. It makes me realize that I was in such a rush to get back that I didn't clean up the bodies. I didn't take them for food because of how burnt they are, but I shouldn't have just left them here. I land and start throwing the corpses out as far as I can into the water. Just because I don't want to eat them doesn't mean that something else won't want to. In fact, not long after I start throwing corpses, there is a lot of splashing out there. There is a feeding frenzy going on, but it is far enough from the island that I'm not worried. The majority of the things can't even come on land, so chances are that they won't bother us. Besides, with the amount of corpses that I am throwing out there, they should be able to eat their fill. Of course, that is assuming that something else doesn't eat them first. From all the splashing, there is probably quite a bit of fighting going on. However, I ignore the activity and just keep throwing corpses until there are none left. What happens out in the water has nothing to do with me as long as it stays off my island. Although, I could probably go kill a bunch of stuff for ESP, but that doesn't seem fair. It is probably mostly normal sea creatures just trying to get a meal and survive. They probably wouldn't be worth much EXP if any, and I would feel kind of bad for killing them. It would be a different story if they were trying to eat me, but they aren't, so I don't feel like killing them. Instead, once I am done clearing the beach, I fly to another island to gather stone. I am going to need a lot to build the towers. Once Lynn helps me finish the design, I make several trips. Better to have too much than to run out in the middle of the project. Besides, if I get too much stone, I can just turn what's left into more small obelisks. I end up taking so much stone that I am changing the shape of several islands. Luckily, they are just uninhabited hunks of rock, so it won't really affect anything. The huge piles of stone kind of ruin the scenery on the island. But it is only temporary. Although, I should probably think of a way to disguise the towers so they don't ruin the view. Maybe I can enchant the towers so that they are invisible unless they are activated. If not true invisibility, I should at least be able to make them blend into the background. I will keep it in mind, but it is going to depend on how much mana capacity they end up having. The defenses are the main priority. I will have to see what is left after those are done. I am going to turn this island into a fortress so that I don't have to worry about it again. I want everyone who visits here to be safe enough to be able to truly relax while they are here. I thought that I did well enough the first time, but I didn't account for small armies. This time, I am not going to leave anything to chance. There will be spells for any type of enemy. While I am at it, the defense against aerial enemies also needs to be improved. I do my best to plan everything out as I am flying back and forth gathering more stone. By the time the sun comes up, I have the enchantments I want to use planned out. Now, all I need is for Lynn to help me figure out the formation to use, and I can start construction. Then the only problem will be finding the time to do the work without missing out on time with the girls. I don't want this project to disrupt the honeymoon in any way if I can help it. I can always finish it later. I won't be able to completely relax if it isn't done, but that shouldn't affect the girls. I can't count on being able to do it while they sleep. The trick I used last night won't work again. The girls will keep me from targeting Sero again, so I will need a new trick if I want to have a chance. Unfortunately, nothing is coming to mind so far, but I have the rest of the day to think of something. In fact, I probably still have a few hours left before the girls start waking up. However, I think I have more than enough stone for the number of towers I plan to build. I keep calling them towers, but they are just going to be a different kind of obelisk. Calling them towers just helps me to think of it like a tower defense game. I am hoping that thinking this way will let me cover all of the possibilities and not miss anything. I need to plan for both strong single targets and numerous weaker targets. I think that the enchantments I have planned will do that, but I will have Lynn double check. Chapter 1425. She is an absolute genius when it comes to magic, and I would be stupid not to ask for her help. Even if the chances are high that I have missed something simple and will feel like an idiot when she points it out, I would feel even worse if I missed something simple and it ended up getting someone hurt. My pride, not that I have much, is definitely not worth taking that risk with my loved ones. especially considering that I plan to let my kids come here to play after the honeymoon is over. I feel even more responsible for them and won't take any risks where they are concerned. Although, to be honest, the kids have gotten a lot stronger and can take care of themselves. That doesn't stop me from worrying about them and wanting to make sure that they are safe. So, the defenses will need to be done before then, or I won't be able to stop worrying since I already know what size I need them to be. I decide to start making the towers. Besides, it will give me something to do while I am waiting for the girls to wake up. Stacks of completed obelisks will also be less of an eyesore than the piles of stone. I craft all of the stone into the tower obelisks, but I don't add any enchantments yet. I will leave that until after I have checked with Lynn and gotten her advice on them. The sun has been up for a couple of hours by the time I am done, so I head back to the lodge. The girls are still asleep, but it shouldn't be much longer before they wake up. So I sit down at the table, take out the manga I was reading, and pick up where I left off. I read until the girls finally wake up and eat breakfast with them before bringing up the subject. Lynn, can you take a look at this for me? Lynn says, sure, what is it? A design for a formation to improve the defenses of the island. Lynn says, why is it so complicated? To have enough points for me to place enough towers to cover the entire border of the island. I don't want to leave any gaps where something could sneak through. Lynn says, all right, but why does it have to be just one formation? Damn, how did I miss that? Miria says, because you are a man. Men always look for complicated solutions. Lynn laughs and says, look here, if you use simple formations like this, you can get all the points that you want. You can even arrange the smaller formations to create a greater formation, like this. You really are a genius. What would I do without you? Krino says, you'd probably end up blowing us all up. Sero says, sis, be nice? Krino says, what? It's true. Without Lynn, he would come up with some crazy, convoluted plan to make his idea work and it would blow up in his face. That's how our creators described him. Brightfire says, sadly, that's not exactly wrong. Hey, Miria says, your plans have had some spectacular failures. Maybe in the past, but not recently. Miria says, that doesn't count. You have had Lynn's help with your recent plans. Lynn says, she has a point. Not you two. Are all of you against me? Mercy says, I'm not. I trust you. Miria says, didn't he blow up most of your capital city? Mercy says, that wasn't his fault. It was the shadow demons doing. If he hadn't stopped them, my capital would have become part of the shadow plane. Brightfire says, we aren't saying that he doesn't do good things. We are just saying it is a lot more dangerous when Lynn doesn't help him with his plans. Lynn says, all right, enough teasing him. Here, these formations should work the best. Thanks. I don't know why I got stuck on the thought of using a single formation. Lynn says, probably because that was the first thought you had and you just stuck with it. You do tend to focus on things a little too strongly sometimes. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, these are the enchantments I am planning to put on the obelisks. Lynn says, I don't see any problems. Do you intend to tie the existing defenses into the obelisks as well? Yeah, I do. It will improve the strength of the barriers. If there is any capacity left after that, I plan to add either invisibility or camouflage so that they don't ruin the view. Lynn says, sounds good. But when are you going to do all this work? I already got the stone and made the obelisks. All I need to do is find time to enchant them, place them, and complete the formations. It shouldn't take more than a couple of hours. I'm sure I'll find the time sooner or later. Miria says, you could just do it right now and get it out of the way. No, if I can help it, I don't want to let anything reduce our time together. Miria says, then you must be planning to do it while we are sleeping. Krino says, you had better not be thinking you can repeat the trick you used last night. We won't allow that. Sero seemed to enjoy my attention. Sero says, meanie. How am I mean? Mercy says, for those of us that are just human, your attentions can be a little painful. Although, thanks to your aura, it heals immediately. We still feel the pain. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that I was getting that carried away. From now on, I will stick to using my human form in bed. That way my stats will be more restricted. Brightfire says, will your stamina also be restricted? Number my stamina won't be affected. Neither will my region. Miria says, what does your region have to do with it? My region also affects my stamina recovery. Miria says, what? If you say that Sero's spell is cheating, then you have been cheating the entire time? Of course I have. How else do you think I was able to keep the 4 of you satisfied? Lynn says, so you admit to cheating? No, it's not really cheating after all. My region is a part of me, and it isn't something that I can turn off. I just didn't explain my natural advantage over you, but you all knew that I wasn't human. Lynn says, I guess that's true. Miria says, it still sounds like cheating to me. Brightfire says, who cares if it is cheating or not? It's not like we are going to leave him for cheating. Miria says, of course not. It just gives us something new to tease him about. Lynn says, all right, enough. We have gotten way off topic. Brightfire says, actually, I have a personal request before we get back on topic. What is your request, Brightfire?